Alright, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm short right now. Target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
Alright, I'm taking this.
The upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live pricing, historical data, right? Aligning.
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God-given, so I gotta make it happen, I'm on mission. Not like them, I'm different, that bag come with a pension. Talk about that business, like I'm hard all in the pain. Shining hard, don't need no chain, all this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself. They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn the script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many miles out of the throne. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn the script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
One more time, it's the plan. It's the magic hour.
Drez catches sings on my brothers in the rain. Karl with the bummer going in, turn the page. Miguel catching 10 points, me and not the same. It's the magic hour, all the money getting made.
Drez catches swings on my brothers in the rain. Karl with the bummer going in, turn the page. Miguel catching 10 points, me and not the same. It's the magic hour, all the money getting made. Magic hour, hey, magic hour, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV, hey, magic hour, hey, magic hour, hey, PackTV, hey, PackTV.
Good morning, everybody. How's it going? Mr. H. Brooke, good morning. See you guys up and early. All right, cool. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Karl back this week? Not sure, Mr. H. Jeff, good morning. Hello. For now, it's just gonna be me. Drez is probably gonna be joining a little later. He usually gets busy at work with the inspector, and then he joins in. And then Karl, I believe he's not able to join, but if he is, we will see him join as they are ready. Cool. Hope everybody had a good weekend. My weekend was a little busy at work, driving people around, but it was good otherwise. And yeah, let's jump in here. Let's see what I'm seeing, and give you guys some pre-market analysis from me. Yeah, awesome. See, right now I'm looking at the weekly chart here, guys. We are looking bearish, pretty much. That's what the weekly that's what the weekly chart is telling me here. We got a my high time frame chart, right? We are below the NFP low, March, and NFP. We are below it. We have the 5-week EMA levels that we use for guidance. If we it's usually where we range every week between the levels we anchor from that 5-week EMA, and we range to the downside and to the upside to those levels. And you can see we open below it, minus under the -3%, which is usually the one of the normal streams to the downside that we move. So we overshot that. We went all the way down to -4.37. So that's extremely bearish. Below previous month low as well. Lows below that. Currently below the current month 30%, and you can see here it has the bear in parentheses there. So yeah, it's not looking that great, but that doesn't mean that we don't range, right? We range more than we trend. So I will say last week was a pretty nice trend to the downside, right? So overall, so this week we could try and recover some of that, and then before continuing down, if that is going to be the case. So looking forward to those levels to the upside, to retrace some of those. So coming back here to the my 15-minute chart, which is a little more day trade friendly, because instead of focusing on the big picture is good, it's nice, but there's a lot of there's a lot of percentages being played here. And if you're a day trader and you're only trying to trade from 9 to 10, it might not be the best thing just to just take shorts because we're bearish. Maybe for that period of time you were you had other things telling you we're gonna be heading to the upside. So yeah, that's why we're gonna look here on the lower time frame, and we can see no news till Powell talks at 10:30. Good stuff, Mr. H. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, so we have here the Jerry indicator, Jerry Magic, and I don't know how many people we have, but so far everybody I see in the chat is on the pack, so we should all be familiar with Jerry's indicator. And if there happens to be somebody that is not in the pack and is watching, welcome. We do this every Monday for free and live on YouTube. We try to do London, and we have a London trader that goes live, Bowie. Then we come live at 6 a.m. for magic hour, 6 to 6:30. And then all the way to bell close, we're going to have different traders come in here and showcase what they do live, right? So welcome. If you're new, hit that like button, subscribe, check out the free Discord, and also scan that QR code if you find value in what we show throughout the whole day. You can always go there and join the community. Okay, so anyways, going back to the Jerry indicator, we have we went to the MAE on Sunday. We opened with a gap down, went to the MAE area, which is this shaded blue here, this darker blue, and we started seeing rejections. As you can see, I was trying to capture that move. And this is actually a paper account where I was trying to capture because I'm practicing on taking those bigger moves. It kept giving me 15 points, and actually this guy over here, it was like 100 and something points. Let me see. It was my entry. It was around 133, something like that, because my entry was a little lower than that. And I was holding 1 mini after taking 3 out for the cover the queen at 15 points. And I moved after we passed, after we took the high, I believe it was, I went and moved the stop loss to 15 points in profit over here. And it came and tagged me in perfectly, and then it made the giant move. Love my 15 points. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. H. So, yeah, but I am practicing on capturing bigger moves, especially on those key time frames where it's like the opening of the week, because usually we have a lot of data that will call for that 1800 to be the low of the week or high of the week. So on the Sunday night. So yeah, but anyways, we made it there. Shout out to Jerry again. Made it to his MAE zone. Rejected. You can see the giant middle finger, the giant wick over here. And then we started pushing, and then it's been up ever since. So as far as the daily profile, we hit the MFE as well. We overshot it actually. So now we're now if you're looking at this is from 1800 to 6 in the morning, and now from 6 to market close 1600, you can see that this is the MAE zone, and then this is the MFE zone for the downside, and then this is what we're looking for the upside as far as the days goes, right? Which is a little bit below previous day. Well, actually, the median and average MFE is in between the previous day mid, which is a really nice target that I'm looking for the upside, right? So, just looking at it, pretty simple. Especially if you look here at the histogram on the bottom on the indicator, we tend to put that MAE, aka the more it's gonna head to one direction before going and putting the MFE, which is where it's gonna end up in the opposite direction of that. So this doesn't mean bearish. In this case, it means bearish and bullish, right? Because if I'm but it could be the opposite as well. Because if I'm looking for a long, or I'm looking for a green candle for the day, well, the MAE will be the low, and then the MFE will be the high, right? So if it's a bullish daily candle. So right now we are above the P12 mid, so it is a bullish daily candle so far. We are above the opening, right? So it's a green candle. If you look at the daily time frame, you can see it's a green candle. So the MAE, aka the MAE of the session from 6 to 1600, is gonna be put first, right? It's gonna be put between, according to the majority of the data for normal days. It's gonna be put between either the 6 to 6:15, all the way to the 9:30 to 10 o'clock, right? So that tells me, right? And we have data for this. We're gonna go over it. That we are likely to start heading down towards that MAE, like we had the P12 mid over here, right? So I could definitely see us for now. I could see us dropping all the way to the P12 mid, right? P12 mid, midnight open is over here as well. We got data for that. We're gonna go over that's all of that right in a minute here. And then once we do go down there, then we could start seeing rejection like we did early on Sunday night, and then start heading back to the upside for the targets up here, right? And that drop could be all the way from now to 10 o'clock, like I said, 9:30, 9:45, and then we start heading higher. That's the main trade I'm looking for. So for now, what does that tell you? Well, that tells you you got a short maybe here, right? If we have data for that P12 mid to get hit, and this is the 6 a.m. opening, and we start rejecting the 6 a.m. opening and heading down, well, there's definitely 15 points on the way to P12 mid. That's what I look for, right? But midnight open, but maybe you're going for the whole move, right? Like, maybe that could be something. Now, what I would say is 650. I don't have London. London here is short false, and London is short false, and for all, we could see it. We took the downside, and then we came to the upside. Anybody that does not know what I'm talking about with the daily profiler, short false, short true, pretty much We go over it every Monday, but again, we might have somebody that's new here. Um, we have zones that we define as sessions, which is Asia, London, New York 1, New York 2. And then those sessions are between a certain time frame. So in this case, Asia is from 1800 all the way to 1930. London is from 230 to 3. And actually, I believe it's 330. And New York is from 7:30 to 8:30. New York 1. So in those time frames, we build the range. We measured the high and the low. We built the box that range, and then when we take out one side of that range, will if it's to the downside, it will be a short. If it's to the upside, it will be a long. Now, if we take after we take one side, if we come back and take the opposite side before the next session starts, then that will turn it into a in this case we broke to the downside, so that's a short, and then we took the upside before London, so that's false. If we would have stayed down and never took the upside before London, that would have been a true session. So that's what I'm talking about when I say short false, short true. Mr. A says, Mr. A says, gotta stay below 6 a.m. or probably make a new high. Yes, I will agree with you. That's why I'm looking at this 6 a.m. open over here, paying close attention to that. So we have shortfalls for Asia and London, but you can see here that for London we barely we barely like went short. Like it was ridiculous. How much is this? This was 4 points. So I'm not counting that as a in my book. I'm not, and that's just me personally. You could do, you could just go ahead and follow it like this and put shortfalls. But for those of you guys in the pack, I'm not counting it as short. This is a long move for me. So right now I'm in my data set. I'm looking at shortfalls, not broken, and long, and I'm waiting till 7:30 to see if we go false or if we go long true, right? But if just by looking at this variables, long London, shortfalls Asia, and then we go to the daily levels here for the profiler. And we look at the pit 12 mid, you can see we have an 82% chance to come and retest it. And the majority of the time is from 6 to 6:15, and the median, aka the normal extension of that time, is 8 to 8:15. So from 6 to 8:15, which is already New York 1 range, I have an 82 probability that price is gonna come and retest this mid over here, right? This mid right here, this peak 12 mid, which is about 0.56% away from where we are currently from the 6 a.m. opening. So right now I have that high probability, that magnet, right? And I have the Jerry MAE zone, which is this blue one over here, and his MFE zone as well. And so I definitely have room to go to the downside, even though the overall daily movement is looking very bullish, right? We are in a bullish candle as of now. So, Drez is here. Good morning. Drez, what's up?
Yeah, man.
How are you? Okay, he's probably still busy at work. Okay, let's like let him get settled.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yes, sir.
Oh, coño, me
Yeah,
asusté.
that's what
Sí.
I see.
Ah, sí.
Yeah. So real quick to finish, and then I'll pass it off to Drez. So yeah, I am expecting a green candle for the day. As far as all the information I got so far, that is what it's telling me. But we do have room, especially now between now and 10 o'clock, to come and put that low of the six to shout out to Jerry again from 6 to 1600. We have room to come and put that low um, around midnight open, peak till mid. Again, it's 82% probability. We could even decide to say, nope, you know what, we're gonna do a bearish candle, and then 9:30 will tell us. Um, it will tell us that story, right? If at 9:30 it's 9:45, 10:15, and we are below that 9:30 and we can't get back above it, then we start coming here and dropping lower and breaking that Asia, then you know that now that is calling for a no low day, which is a 57% probability. So it's not impossible. So um, right, and then you can see the mode and the median is from 9:30 to 9:45. So just like I said, that's that's that pretty key time frame to maybe flip from a bullish candle to a bearish candle. If by 9:45, 10:15, we can't retake the 9:30 high, then and then we start heading lower and break that Asia OU, well now you could bet your bananas that there's a new low coming in. Most likely, I should say, because anything could happen. The market is unpredictable, but probabilities. That's what that is, right? So again, just to pass it on to Drez for now. I'm just watching over here how we play. Looking maybe to get in for a quick short cash flow towards the P12 mid if it presents. I need to see a swing happening and giving me confidence to jump on that trade. And then after that move happens, that MAE, I'm looking for the MFE part of it, which is that's the bigger trade I'm going to be looking for the day, which is a nice little long towards that P12 previous day mid or even higher than that. So we'll see. Dress, what you got? Good morning.
Sí.
See
We are.
Jalapeño,
Jalapeño.
22.
¿Cómo así? Esa mala palabra. Sí.
Así que, vamos, dame la mano, chan, chan,
Yes.
chan, chan, chan.
that. Yeah, good morning. For those of you guys in the chat, that's Dominican employees going crazy right there.
Yeah. What I see today. Let me see. Let's check it out. So we open on a gap down. Clean. Then we drop 4% and change from the
Yeah,
5 EMA. See, let me see.
4.37.
Oh, there you go. There you have it. And yeah, came down, came close to what came inside candle science low zone at 0.30% to 70% top. See, and we bounced, I believe, what 300 points,
300 and something points.
315 points, about 1.36%. And yeah, your boy caught that move. I'm long, still long. Hold on. Yeah. I got long last night in Asia. Trailing it right now, that trade. Leaning bullish on the day. But I'm mindful as well. We got a short false London and a short false New York, Asia. Hold up. These people are going crazy. They're driving me nuts. We went, short falls. A short fall as well here. Looking for a new higher day. Previous day mid. All of this good stuff over here. Reason why I'm long is because we usually don't drop 4% away from it. And when we do, we bounce. Right? We bounce, getting people excited that we're going to be short. We all that's happening. Everybody out of position thinking we're going to keep going short. And we just return it to the mean. So there's three type of pullbacks that we got. And all of those pullbacks, we get bounces, furious bounces. The VIX is elevated. The BIBIS is elevated. So all the ranges in Asia and London are above average. Above average. And expect a lot of volatility today. And making a new higher day, getting a P12 high. Do we got data today?
Yeah, we have Powell talking at 10:30.
Powell talking?
At 10:30. Yes, sir.
See? So we're gonna move this top above here. Now that we got some profits, I'm gonna put it that low. And where's my VIX? The VIX is dropping now. See? Yeah. Ya voy para allá. See, I'll be back, bro. Let me get this guy out.
No problem.
Driving me crazy.
I'll keep going. Again, guys, we a lot of the times we're working while we're doing this, right? So it's sometimes we gotta take a pause and see what's happening. All right, cool. So I'm watching here right now. Looking at this, if we can form a swing high over here below this one, or maybe even above that one, and then if that happens, I might be going for that cash flow short. Again, I'm gonna be very mindful that New York is gonna start at 7:30, and this is gonna be for me, like I explained early, it's gonna be a long true London session. So if I were to put it as true, which I could already, we are above the mid right now, and it's already 7:03. I could pretty much confident say that the low is not gonna get taken out. It's gonna be not impossible, but not very probable. And then that changes that will change that P12 mid analysis slightly, right? So the 82 will drop to 77, and then it will be changing the mode and median from 8:30 to 9:45. So it will kick the can down the road a little more before it actually goes and hit this mid over here. So that means I'm not gonna be as quick as to jump in shorts. But if it presents, I'll manage risk properly. I'll enter, look for cash flow, and maybe let one runner try to capture a little bit more of that move. But the hit rate drops, and the mode and median time for that hit to happen also gets a little bit kicked down the road for later. So that tells you, maybe we're gonna keep getting going higher before actually trying and making that move. Like that move will be made at the 9:30 volatility time, which is fine with me, right? Like I'm not in a rush. I will be um, prepared for that. I will be looking for that move. But if it's 9:30, 9:45, I don't want to jump on that move to the downside anymore. I'm more waiting for the move to happen without me, and then trying to jump heading back to the upside for the 9:45, 10:15 um, time frame, right? So if we have long true for London, and again, I apologize because it's a little bit confusing. You're seeing shortfalls in the indicator, and I'm here talking about long true, but for me, that's what it makes sense. So I'm here to tell you guys my perspective. So that's what I'm seeing, right? And we can see that with those probabilities, we have New York 1 probabilities to be a short and false to be 62. So this is the foaming at the mouth scenario for me, right? Where New York 1 opens, we start heading down towards that P12 midnight open, we go false. New York, like we go short New York, and then 9:30, 10:15, we break to the upside, we turn it false, and then it's creed all the way to previous day mid up here. All right, just a little bit. You can see the general indicator median MFE, the normal expectancy when for the MFE is right here in this area right here. This is the median and mode. This is what you can normally, most of the time, expect price to get to, which is not all the way up at the above the 5-week EMA, but we don't usually just go take it in one single like super quick. The market moves, like it has the whole week to if it's gonna make that move up here to do it, right? Go up, go down, go a little higher, go down again, go higher, finally hitting it, right? So but we do have Powell talking at 10:30, so those news events tend to accelerate those movements. So maybe we will see that today. I don't know. Market's unpredictable. But we have probabilities in our side, and if you manage risk properly, which is the other key part, you could have the best probabilities in the world. You could have the best probabilities, but if you're not managing your risk accordingly, you are gonna see yourself get hurt, and then watch the probabilities play out, and then that's gonna hurt even more because you're gonna be like, oh man, if I would have just not being so stupid, I would have caught that, but he hurt me, and then it went and did what I was looking for. That's usually how it goes. So yeah, that's what I got for today as far as analysis. See, and
are we worried trading the news? No, I'm not worried. I like the news trading. I like volatility. I love it.
who asked that? Let me see.
That's why you get all this crazy move.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
you gotta be careful, right? You just gotta be careful with it. But if you know your level, if we are above certain level like 6 a.m. opening price, P12 mid, and even P12 high, then That's a bullish day. We get below,
Yeah, that's
then that's when you got to start thinking, okay, well, this push might be done, and then I gotta readjust. So yeah, but last year I was scared of the volatility. This year I'm not. I learned. I I went through it. Don't get me wrong. I went through it. Last April was rough for me, and you know I had to adjust. So I did the adjustment, and now I love it. See,
see.
see.
And like I was saying a little bit earlier, before you answer that, I the news accelerates those movements in a way. So as long as you understand that, um, yeah, the volatility, the news is just an accelerate. It's like a teleport. Like, okay, we have probabilities to get to the P12 mid. We have 72, 82%, 77, 82% between this time and this time, and then that news comes out, and all of a sudden it just wicks down there. Well, the news just made it go faster instead of normal structure. That's what I'm trying to say. What would happen today that will make you go bearish?
Below 6
For
a.m. and P2 mid.
Yeah, for me, I talked about it a little earlier. I will have to see. We have that. We have this Pico mid probability to come down here between 6 and, let's just call it 6 to 10:15. If by 10:15 we can get above P12 mid and above 930 high, the 930 range, then that's already telling me, be careful, this might flip to a bearish candle day. And then if we come and take the Asia and make it broken, then that is like that confirmation. Like, oh yeah, we flipped. Now we're gonna be a bearish day, right? Now we're gonna go make a new low. Um,
Yeah.
so that's for me, anyways. Gotta be careful with 7 a.m. You never know with Trump. Yeah. Again, we know that there's gonna be some volatility jumping in right now at 7:30, 13 right now, and a lot of people blame it on Trump tweeting, but it's the New York One opening range, and it usually gets a little crazy even before Trump. So, uh, so yeah, I would agree. Those tweets, those headlines tend to be aggressive sometimes, but I'm expecting that volatility regardless at 7:30, 7:30 to 8:30. Um, there's gonna be some volatility, and then it's probably gonna calm down a little bit and pick up again at 9:30. That's usually how it goes. Uh,
Once you learn the game, right? DailyProfiler.com. You get ready for all this craziness. Now it's like you see it, and if you got your levels, what I mean by levels, what it's doing, like this right here, this table on my chart is very unique to me because I can know, okay, well, this 5 EMA, where we went. So I measured, come last night, I went from like that, and I know we pulled back 4.5%, right? 4.5% here, or the 7 of the last 52 weeks, we are red. We are ready. We are in red territory, or we were in red territory. How I read that, or we might get a healthy bounce towards that 5 EMA, right? Because we got upside probability right here. And if you don't believe me, last week Look, I even got a measure last week for you. we dropped 3%, 3.5, went to the 5 EMA, 50%. We hit it. He did in one candle though, right? That's Trump last week. But this week, we was a little different. We started last night. Yeah. So they prepare you well here in the pack. We are prepared for all these moves.
Yes, sir. So his screen wasn't showing, so I'm gonna go over exactly what he said on my screen, so you guys could see what he was talking about. So pretty
You
much.
couldn't see my chart?
Oh, now we can. Now we can. You can go over it again.
Ah, my goodness. See?
See.
Anyways, all right. So this chart right here is the levels, probability levels away from the 5 EMA. To the downside, right, at 4.5, we dropped 4.5, 4.58. We were in rare territory. Out of the last 52 weeks, 7 times we were there, right? I'm not saying we couldn't drop some more because obviously we got MAEs to the downside and MFEs. But we came down, we held that Sunday range right here, got long right there. You can see my chart. That was my long last night. See, right there. I took this move twice. I can show my executions. See, right there. I got it once. Boom, target hit. Then I got in again. And now I'm riding that move towards that 5 weekly EMA. Not saying we're gonna get there today, but it's a statistical bounce, right? Everybody and their mother were bearish over the weekend. Everybody was waiting for more pain, but they don't make it look that easy. They like to make you suffer. They like to bounce to then drop lower. So that's the game. That's the game.
Yeah. If you see my screen, you can see as well. Well, I went early. You weren't here when I was going over it. I tried going for that long as well. I took it twice as well. Got 15 points. Let one contract writing, and it came back and stopped me in profit. But when it came back and stopped me in profit, I never got back in because I was sleeping. So yeah, I have.
You got your piece of the bio. You good?
Yeah, I got your picture for the long here because I know you're gonna be on that long right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, that's for those of you guys don't know, that's Drez right there, and you know he's going up. So I went for it too as well. You can see it. I took the contracts 4. I took 3 out.
Look, we got a new higher date just now.
Yeah. New higher day, yes sir. We took that peak-toe high.
That
So-
New York one star at 7:30, so I got to be mindful of that because 7:30 can come right back down just like nothing.
Yes
Right?
sir.
So now I move my stop more in profit, and yeah. Keep riding it.
Yeah.
See,
So yeah, that's those are the those are the big goals, the big guns. For now, going back into my immediate analysis on the charts here. Obviously, we didn't go for that early P12 mid drop, right? We tried. We tried. We closed under the 6 a.m. open, but we retook it right back the next candle pretty much, and then closed above it. came back, tried to retest it, couldn't even make it to the retest, and then now we're taking the high. That is telling me, we weren't ready here to go and for that P12 move. So we do have 10 minutes for New York 1, and New York 1 tends to be based on my variables. Again, Drez, so you don't get you don't be like, what the heck are you talking about? The indicator says short false. I'm going for a long true for London, because for me this wasn't enough to make it a short, right? It was barely 4 points. So I'm looking at London as a long true, because it's about we got 10 minutes before New York 1 opens, which is 7:30 to 11:30, the whole session, but the range is from 7:30 to 8:30. And yeah, so if you look at the daily profiler, short is has a little slight advantage. It's not huge, right? But makes sense, right? We come here 7:30. We come to the average MAE from Jerry's indicator, and we go.
Shout out to Jerry.
Yeah,
you are Jerry.
Shout out to Jerry, and then
yeah,
come and put a New York low, right? New York 1 low, and then we head higher for the rest of the day if it's gonna continue to be a bullish day, which for the time being, it is looking like it is. So, yeah, that makes sense. So I will be probably taking a short after I see like a nice little swing form. I might be taking a short for 15 points cash flow, and then waiting for that bigger move. Plan is still the same. Magic hour, I usually like to go for that P12 probability, but I don't go for the whole thing because I know and understand that sometimes we leave those levels behind and we only do a portion of the move, right? Because you gotta understand, if there's a 77% to come and take this over here, but there's also a 23% probability that it's not going to do it. And is today the day that 23 is going to be playing out? Well, if that's the case, I protect myself by just taking a portion of the move. And sometimes I take multiple stabs at it. But anyways, that's what I'm looking here, guys. I'm looking for maybe a nice short for cash flow, 0.06% or 50 points. And that's going to be once I see a swing high form, that will be my entry that I will be looking for. And then I'm going to wait the bigger move, which is going to be to the long side, right? And that's going to be a little later, closer to the 9:30, 10 o'clock time frame. See?
Yes.
Let me start wargaming the high and lows of the days.
Now that we made a new high a day,
The daily profile.
Trump can say whatever they want, and I'm ready for it. World War III starting right now. Let's go. I'll be sure of that move for sure.
Is there? Okay. We are above 6 a.m. open. Just above P12 high. You know, this might be one of those days where we just don't retrace and we just keep. I mean, we had like I was saying early, we had a nice little red day Friday and Thursday, and you know, we tend to, you know, we don't just tend to go in one direction. We tend to give some of that back before continuing down if we're gonna That will be the drop of the century, Jeff. Yes. Good morning, Mr. Random, Mr. Daily Profiler. Sir,
He's in the building.
he's in the
Ooh.
building. He said good morning. Good morning
What's
to
up,
you.
my brother? Yeah. I hope make you proud. Hope you proud of me, man. Yes, sir.
All right, let me. I'm gonna work on my.
You
Gonna
know,
be-
working?
Yeah, I'm gonna work on my high and lows of the days,
Okay.
and then I'll get back to talking after that because I don't want to be mumbling
Mhm.
while I'm putting on the levels. So, Drez, you're in charge right now. But I also gotta watch this thing over here. Look at that,
We got 4 minutes for New York 1.
sir.
This is the also this type of market of in, we need some type of investment.
I don't think you got your headphones on because when you walk away from the computer, we can barely hear you.
Oh, they're on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So you need some type of news next to you because, like I said, Trump can say anytime, anything, any minute of the day, and this move will go. Woo! Look at this. What happened here? I don't even know. But we pushing, baby. Let's go. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I think that's some liquidity sweep. Yeah, something's going down.
Man, we made it over to the people. We made it over to the previous day bid.
Yeah. Something
That
happened.
way.
You see? I need some news now. For
What
sure.
is happening?
Yeah. I need to look in Twitter. X. Shout out to X. To see what was that move. Because that's not normal. And we're gonna find out right now. That was
Yeah, I would have not be. I would still be surprised, but if it was more like 7:30, I would have been. Oh, maybe it was just an aggressive
yeah.
Year One opening, but no, this was
I think that's a liquidity sweep move. Hit this MAE 90% from Jerry's indicator.
yes, sir.
Should I like it in? Yeah, he's talking. I knew he's talking. The United States is in serious discussion with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military aspiration. Okay, we push. See, that boy is talking. It's Taco Tuesday. It's tacoing. My guy is tacoing right now. Let's go. Okay, we're in position. I'm gonna move my stop above 6 a.m. And I'm gonna put my target at previous day mid.
That's so hilarious, Mr. H. Mr. H is like,
Let's go, baby.
go take your 12K and go into your pillow.
It's profit is what's that saying? What's that saying? I forgot.
Which one?
It's process over profit. Yeah, process over profit. Yes, sir. See,
Your stuff, sorry, stuff. See, now that's a nice. That was a crazy move, especially how fast it just went up there. Boom. All right, so we got a 7:15 high now. New York 1 just open. 7:30,
Yes.
guys. Third.
So you got long true for London. I got short falls. Well, let's go.
Yeah. I don't like the short falls, but that's just me personally. You could go long,
See?
you could go short falls.
Here we go. New York 1. This is when you get a little bit more volatility.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
well, we got
even
a
though
little
we
earlier.
had a little earlier.
Yeah.
Shout out to Trump. And that's what I meant. Who said the 7 o'clock news? Where you at? Shout out to you, man. Who said that?
7 o'clock news. I think it was 10:30.
Yeah, somebody, Sir. I don't know. Sar Trader. He said it. See? There you go. There you go. You got your trade, baby.
Yeah,
He got it. Yeah.
Yes, sir. He did say that.
He did. Yeah.
But yeah. Shout out to you. No
I'm
hate.
not like in 10K. Oh, yeah, I can hear the news. I'm gonna put that on mute. Yeah, you got to trade with news, guys. I'm sorry. Ain't no way. This is that type of environment we're in. Last year, it hurt me so much. Shout out to Karl. Shout out to Randon. Shout out to you. Shout out to Pocket, Austin, Zay, Quadri. They kept me Zane, man. They kept me in check because I was losing the other day.
You keep fading out when you walk away.
Oh, my fault. Yeah. But yeah, man.
You just gotta raise your voice.
Nah, is that I don't know. My headphones are connected to me.
Yeah.
It's weird. I gotta be by the computer so you guys can hear me. So I cannot be walking.
Oh, maybe you have it. Maybe you have the input to be on the computer microphone instead of the headphones. That could be it.
See, that's a lot of technology for me right now. That's not happening. It's not happening. Too much technology for me, bro.
Yeah.
I'm a simple dude from New Jersey.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No.
I think it's one click that you gotta do.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, we are Pocket. We are family, baby. Let's go. And shout out to Mr. H. Right? Mr. H we put in the news for us to check every day. So that's very important, guys. So we got Power at 10:30. I don't know what he's gonna talk about. That guy is almost leaving. He got one more FOMC, and then he's out of there. And yeah, I was doing some research about it this weekend. The new chairman is already got his agenda out. Go check it out. His agenda is cut.
What's the let me ask you something. What's the what's the best question? What's the best way to structure this question?
About what?
What's the BIX volatility right now?
The VIX is at 27 futures.
It's high, or no?
It's super high.
Dropping, or is going high?
Well, last night was going up on that. Well, he opened on a gap up and he faded and moved. So he did the opposite of NQ.
Okay, got it.
But right now we testing the NFP high.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the 10-day median range, and we have pretty much double every session.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier when I started.
Yeah. So
this move are not out of the north for me now. because the bigs is at 20 over 20. The bibbits is above, way above their normal range. So Asia and London are gonna most likely overspend. Same thing with New York.
Yeah. So that New York low and higher day gotta be extended for me.
Mm.
See,
Yeah.
sir. Let me turn on my my candle signs.
Mhm.
See.
Let me see. Okay. I'm gonna pull up. I'll Pocket send me some information. Let me see if I can it works. I'm gonna go away from the computer. Can you
All
hear
right.
me?
Cool. Cool.
Can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you fade out. Fade out.
Oh, it was fade out. Okay. No, never mind. That didn't work.
I'm pretty sure it has to do with your computer's using your computer mic, not your headphones mic.
Yes.
Uh, I'm not a
Also, these headphones are not expensive. They are in
yeah,
the
but if
north.
they do have a microphone, it should work even when you walk away. So I'm guessing it's probably that. It's the your computer is not using its mic for some reason, and it's still using the computer's mic.
Yeah. There you go.
That's fine though. Just remember, if you walk away, just raise your voice a little.
Yes, sir.
See,
I will do that. See, I like it. Go put the new hire week early in the week again. I like this. Go ahead. Go ahead, Trump. Keep going. See.
no trade for me, guys. Like I said, I was looking for a swing to go short, but I ain't taking this swing. No way. This swing is crazy. This is it's too large. All right, because invalidation for me will have to be above the swing, which is 88 points away from the from the opening of this candle. So I can manage my risk with 88 points because I usually go a little heavier for those 15 points. So nope, I'm skipping this one. If it goes and drops without me, oh well. Again, like I said, I want to be part of the bigger move. See,
for sure. What you got?
well, now
I gotta go mute.
Yeah,
I gotta go mute because they're coming with the noise.
Yes, sir. This is the zone that Drez was talking about. This is actually my indicator. I built it, so it draws that zone automatically for you. The 30 to 70% tile zone. So I'm not sure if I share it with everybody in the pack, but I don't know if we if you go to the pack, if you're in the pack and you want to get this indicator, you just go on the hunt chat and look for my previous post with a link, and it should be there. And all this is doing is just marking the previous day low and the previous day high. Right, previous day low and previous day high, and then it's drawing a zone after below that high and above that high and below the low. So it's marking a zone from the 30% and then from 30 all the way to 70%, and then you have for the 30 to 70, you have a middle line as well. So pretty much this is a simplified way that we looked at possible reversals for the day. But I'm not gonna go over that now because again it deviates a little bit from the real way to measure it, which is using the candle science dashboard that we have. That if you want to stay true to the data, that's what you should do. But we do like this. We back tested with this style, so we built an indicator, so we don't have to draw a box every time. It does it for us. So that's pretty much what it's doing. Anyway, so yeah, so right here you can see previous day high is right here, and then the 30 to 70 percentile is all the way up, plus 8 Asia extension. So right in that 5-week EMA, what do you know? Yes, sir. So this is pretty much interesting. This could be a target up here. See, previous day high, especially since we almost already took the previous day mid. So previous day high could be the next major target if we are just gonna keep ripping to the upside. We'll see, but for now, and only for now, we rated liquidity up here, and now we haven't taken the high yet, which I'm guessing that's gonna come after market open, if it's gonna come. Because what do we have? We have oh man, that's gonna be a big range for New York 1 too, right? No, because it was right before it. Tricky. Yeah, so it was right before. It was right before the 7:30. So this is not included. This is part of London high, and not New York high. Oh. Interesting. Cool.
Daylight today, 6 a.m. is key.
What's that?
6 a.m. opening price is key.
Yeah. That's right down here.
I'm sorry, I gotta be in and out.
No, you good. All right, so I'm just gonna go ahead and continue with the highs and lows of days. I am going to extend them for a little bit more expecting New York 1 to over expand at least double the size. So the 10-day median is for the New York 1 session is 0.76%. So I'm gonna double that just because we double Asia and London. So I'm expecting that New York 1 also to be double. It could not be double, right? It could just range all day now and make me look like a fool. But I'd rather be I'd rather double it just because, you know, if Asia overexpand, London overexpand, the VIX is high right now. Then it's over 20. So I am going to account for that. I'd rather account for that than not. Again, guys, this is a little bit too not too close to like the material, right? Like like you should know. Like I'm talking like if you already know the material, but if you're new here and you don't know um, what the heck I'm talking about or looking at, this is the daily profiler. It's pretty much a dashboard. Um, that we learn how to use it and read, that gives us different probabilities depending on different variables that happen throughout the day. The whole job is to be able to identify the daily candle, if it's going to be a bullish or bearish daily candle, or uh, a wick. I mean a dodgy daily candle, not a wick. So um, So pretty much, this helps us based on different variables that happen, identify what type of thing that's most probably going to be, and then we can put statistics behind it and trade accordingly.
We retest that P2 high once. Let's see, we hold it.
Yeah, yep, we did.
Let's see, we hold it here. We got 7:15 opening now. That's 7:15, new 15 minutes. Let's see if we keep going. We got, yeah, come on. Keep pushing, baby. Let's go.
Drez is ready. He's ready for it to keep going.
Oh, yeah.
Dodgy style. Yes, the Matrix Ryan. Thank you. Yes, sir. So once we put our variables here in the dashboard, then we can anticipate with probability, with numbers, um, what is most likely playing as, and then you could position yourself accordingly, right? And turn system ons and off depending on what type of day is giving you. And because every day is a little different, and then you still got anomaly days, right? You still got those days where the probability, the historical data, you could call it as well, is telling you one thing, and then it does the complete opposite, and you look like you just want to go cry if you didn't manage your risk properly because you were super sure that had to happen 100%. So the market is still unpredictable, but this gives us an advantage, and it puts the majority of the normal days in our side, and then we can trade. So, anyways, if you're new, hit that QR code if you want to find out more. You could also just join every Monday. We do a live throughout the whole day. We have a London session from 2:30 a.m. EST to 5 a.m. And then we come at 6 to 6:30 a.m. all the way to market close. And we do it for free. We have a free side of the Discord as well. You could go in there and also get some valuable information. And then if it looks interested to you, and even if you are a day trader, and you are successful as you have a successful business plan that is working for you, you are a consistent trader, without knowing anything about this, well, this might help you get even more consistent and more precise. This I believe this will help anybody. And if you're in a struggling trader and you're not consistent and your business plan is not really working out, well, I would 100% give it a go, right? Because this is pretty. I would say this is one of the most valuable things that you can learn out there for sure. So, if you don't believe me, as other people that have taken the boot camp, and they'll tell you what they think, their honest opinion. Right?
See, I agree with that 103,000%.
See,
It will help anybody, any trader, any type of trader. Volume, freaking EMA trader, any type of trader, it's not for everybody. we're just gonna add to it. We're just not taking nothing away from nobody that knows how to trade. And like you say, if anybody has struggling problems, then you will find your way. You will find yourself in the charts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will help you a lot improve on what's already working. And if you don't have anything working at the moment, this is definitely the right place to start. Because then you're gonna realize what works and what doesn't work for the retail trade. Uh-huh.
What time? That's 15 minutes. See.
This is the 15-minute time frame. Yeah.
So we hit a game. Okay. Here
Yeah.
we go.
So,
Oh,
like I was saying earlier, we do have a little bit of slight advantage for New York one to be short over being long. So we'll see. But definitely that midnight open is not I mean that P12 mid and midnight open because they're on the same way, right? It kicked the can down the road. Now you're looking at 9:30 to 9:45 for price to go and hit that over there. So if it's going to, right? It's a 77% probability. And that's the mode in the median time now. So definitely not looking to jump in on a short as of right now.
yeah. Also, it will help ICT traders, DR traders, any trader. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. If you're an ICT trader, come here. Yes, come here. You're gonna see the amazing work this bootcamp does to your trading.
And for those of you guys that don't know, Drez was an ICG trader before coming here, so he's more than qualified to say that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, bro. Yes, sir. Now everybody going crazy with this Trump talk. Nobody knows what to do. He told how he's key now.
What did he say exactly?
That we might reach a deal, pretty much. So
we might reach a deal with a new
regime over there in Iran, and he might pull the troops away, I guess. Yep.
Didn't they just post like a video where they were like bombing New York City?
Bombing who?
New York City.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm serious. I think Iran posted.
That's fake.
That's fake.
I guess that's a fake page.
I know the video is actually fake. New York has a bomb, but I thought it was a propaganda that they uploaded, like a video showing. Well, if we have a deal, we have a deal. We'll take it. We'll take it because I don't want to keep paying almost $4 per gallon on the pump. For those of you guys that don't know me, I'm a driver. That's my day job, and yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun making less money. Because more money goes for gas now.
Yeah, oil is not friendly right now. We got above 100 again. right here, right now.
Oh man. But shouldn't the deal make it go low? Why is it going high?
Yes, every time we hit 100, some conversations start happening. We cannot afford this, bro, because that means a lot of bad things for the economy. If oil keep pushing, then the stagflation talk comes, higher for longer comes. It's gonna be tough for the Fed to drop rates.
Well, you
Even
already
though
said
the new Fed,
who guys coming in, right?
the new Fed is talking rate cut. Is talking rate cut in his new agenda. But with the stagflation on the table, I don't know how the market gonna take that. We
We might,
oil now.
yeah.
If oil drops, then yeah, then this is gonna be a good time to get long for stocks, like individual stocks. A lot of stocks are already in bear market territories, like Microsoft. Meta is going clear there. I think Tesla's down 20%, and so, but that's more macro stuff. This is more into the pack situation side of things. Yeah, yeah. See,
Guys, I'm strategically waiting. I don't want to do all scenarios. I want because I'm gonna have to do a lot of calculations here. So I'm just waiting for 8:30 to give me a side, and then I'll go from there. But I guess I should because we are out of here before 8:30. All right, let's do it. Why not?
we're about to have a new hour open in
4 minutes.
hour open in 4 minutes, 3 minutes.
4 minutes.
See,
3
we
minutes
got
now.
a Pito high right here, right now.
Mm-hmm.
Pito high. If that keep dropping and we lose Pito high, then it's 6 a.m. 6 a.m. is dropping, then it's gonna be midnight. Midnight, Pito mid, settlement, previous day low, weekly open, Pito low. That's it's like a stairs, right? So let's see if they fade this move. I've been riding this move since last night. I'm more than content with this target right here. If he stop me out, doesn't mean I'm done trading for the day, but that means I will get another account, trade my trade. See the power of rotation. Shout out to Austin. Having different accounts. Treat your account like a business, not just an account that you just get to swing it. Treat that trading like a business, then you'll be successful. You'll be pulling out the market. You'll be pulling money consistent out the market. Don't put all your eggs in one basket, all of that good stuff. I don't have to say. You guys know. You know the game. You know how it goes. See. There he is. What's up, Austin? What's up, brother?
Oh, yeah, he's in the chat. Yeah, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. We barely entered the cherry AME.
We are at the weekly though. We hit the weekly. We hit the weekly MA to the upside, 100% and 90%. We hit it already,
Yeah, we did right.
And we got to the 80 as well. So yeah,
This is
There's a reason he pulled back because that MAE, MFE, I don't make that up. That's just data. It's just this right here. Now we got new hour open. We're still above P12 high, right? Well, barely, but we still are. So let's see. Let's see if that way gets to go higher or come lower again and then lose it and then see what happens on it when New York 1 forms. See. What else? Yeah, the VIX Tesla NFP high. You don't know what NFP is? That's the first report of the month. We have a whole class on NFP and what it does and what it do, how you use it. Very key report, very key levels. You don't believe me? Track it down every month. You're gonna see what happens. See. Here we go.
I was dropping.
P2 high, I mean.
Dropping, but
let's see if we close below. At least a 5-minute close below. And we just keep playing games and keep going higher.
All right, it's giving me a swing low vibe to keep heading higher. That's what it's giving me. See. Is the market closed on Friday? I believe it is.
I think so. It's gonna be limited. Stop playing with me, man. Where you at? See.
Yes, Brian. Out of that higher day, yes, sir. It just wanted to. If anyone is trying to front run that P12 mid move and went short early, this was like here you go. This was strong. Being like, here you go. Take some pain. Learn to be patient. And now, it might be going for that. Might be going for a portion of that move, and then coming back and taking the high, the out of that high. Yes. See. Again, I was saying early. If you were not here, for my variables, because I do have London as low and true. The New York 1 session had a slight advantage, nothing crazy, to be a short out the gate and then turn false, 62%. Probability to then turn into a false session, aka we take the low for New York 1 and then we come back and retake that high, and then we end up the day putting the MFE towards the end of the day to the upside because it is a bullish candle for now, as you can see here on the Jerry indicator on the histogram, right? 1400, 15, 30, 1600. That's the most. That's been the most amount of times where it's put in that MFE, aka, if it's a bullish candle, MFE stands for the high of the day, and if it's a bearish candle, it will be the low of the day, right? So it all depends what type of candle you have for that day. Right now, we are having a bullish candle. So, a bullish pre-market with an out-of-stat higher day. Yo in the chat better know what this means. See. I'm liking the short falls. I wanted to see if I could capture like a nice cash flow short, but it just didn't give it to me. Unfortunately, I was waiting for maybe 6 a.m. to give it to me. We closed above it. Never tried to retest it, and that didn't give me swing vibes at all. And then
Tell him, stop playing with me. That's what you gotta tell him. Stop playing with me.
Yeah, 7:15 then came in and we did some crazy Trump tweet type of candle here. So no swing there either. Now this was a swing, right? You say, oh, you get your swing right here. Look, that giant. But that's 88 points.
See?
I could.
Ah,
For cash flow, I don't know, but that's elimination right there, 88 points. So I'm not gonna play that game. So
they're
unfortunately,
playing games.
yeah,
Holding
unfortunately,
Pito high.
sir. Pito high.
It
Yep.
came. We couldn't close, not even a 15-minute close below. It's just waking. Now that 5 minutes right here is pushing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
The
see.
15-minute candle's not over though, so I'm waiting for that. Let me see.
Previous one is.
Yeah, the previous one is. Yeah.
It
But
closed below.
this will be my middle finger. If I'm looking at
See?
it. So this candle right now is my middle finger. This is candle 1, and this is candle 2 where we put that low, and then candle 3 will confirm it. We will try it again, not take this low, and then close it up.
See.
And then once that happens, then that's telling me, okay, go take that long. So that would be a nice trade. But the only issue I have with that is that we are getting close to 8:30. And 8:30, we have that is the next highest bucket to start going for that Pito mid and midnight open. So
Yeah.
I'm not really gonna be looking for the long until 9:45, 10:15.
Stop playing with me. Let's go.
Or if we make an attempt to go for that midnight and P12 mid, right? So and then we form that signature, that swing signature after doing that giant move. So yeah. Let me see. Equilibrium says oil and NQ inverse correlated to the moon Monday dish the rest of the week. And oil 200, let's go top step back. Close oil, it didn't allow my TP on oil. Well, that sucks. Sure.
Yeah, equilibrium. I agree with that 100%. That's why I got long last night, because they like to push first. You play the stream, right? You play the stream. Stream is 4% to the downside. We were in rare territory right here. Open up, and I got down. Got everybody excited. Oh, short right here, right now. Nope. We got it. We hold that Sunday range low. And to the moon. 300 points. Clean. No reason to get nothing. Right here. Right here. Right there. Order block entry to the freaking T. My stop loss was $800. Took the trade twice. And we just trailing now. We just
So
risk-free
your
trade.
screen is not showing, but I'll show it for you, Drez. Don't worry.
Yeah. Oh, pockets up. He had to step away.
Yeah, he had to step away. So he's talking about this move over here. I got his little face here showing. Oh, there you go. Your screen's up.
Yeah, right here. Order black entry. Sunday range low. To the T. Tagging 800 stop loss for my wrist. And we are punching. Stress-free trade. No reason to take it off the table. Just let it play out. Let your wrist play. Well, shout out to Cody. Cody is the GOAT. From him, I learned so much. And one of the things I learned from him was let your stop do the work. Don't worry about your trade. Just let your stop do the work. The sooner you learn that, the more confident you will have in your trading. Let your stop do the work. So, thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Cody. He's building something awesome. Hopefully, I don't know how long it's going to take, but I can't wait. to see what he's building. The final product.
Hey, we only got 10 minutes left in the show. Golly.
Yes, sir. We got 5 minutes for this 15-minute candle. That it might be the next swing low before another push to the upside. Might be. Nothing. It's too early to tell.
Yeah. Well, we didn't hit nothing major to the up. Well, we hit this 2.5% extension away, and the median 10-day high range
Mm-hmm.
right here. But let's see if we keep going anomaly land and keep retracing that drop from last week.
Yeah, we could see previous day mid easing, right? And then
Yeah.
then previous day high. I don't know if you were here when I was showing it. But look where the the Kindle Science
Higher day?
higher day box is.
Yeah, right here.
It's right above it. See.
Yeah, we get above previous day mid. If we go higher, then yeah, we can keep going.
Yeah.
Get it, everybody. Because some people get annoyed when they see this push. They get mad. They're like, "Oh, why are you pushing?" And the kind of blah 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 blah. you just gotta follow the levels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
They trade it just like us. Same way we trade, same way they trade.
EP. That's funny. EP. You know what, EP?
What happened? Why EP said, "My stop already do the work. I always stop."
Yeah, I feel he means like he gets stops a lot more than he hits EP, right?
EP, what time frame you like? We got that problem. We can solve that problem. What time frame you trade on? You trade 1 minute, yeah, that's a problem. You will get stopped a lot, and then the move will happen. But you look at them. Oh, Shaq. What up, Shaq? See, it's my guy right there. You see why EP stop. What time frame you like? We could do.
I think it's
we got 7 minutes left.
Yeah, I also think it's maybe for your business plan, maybe your stop is too tight, right? Or maybe you're getting in too early. See,
or maybe
yeah.
Sometimes it just be like that. You be in a slump because I go through slump.
Yeah,
and then you don't see it clean. You just get you see that move going without you. You get in, and then where you put your entry, we come back into it. Now you over leverage because you got in higher than what you wanted it, and then the move tag you out, and then it goes. You like, dang! If I would have waited, if I would have been patient, if I would have, sometimes it be like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, we got 15 minutes. In 1 minute, we get the 15-minute close. So it is looking like a middle finger type of candle right here, right now. And then if we close above this candle, that will confirm it. That will confirm that middle finger. We might not be getting that short until 9:30, 9:45. And then if we don't get it by 9:30, 9:45, then we most likely ain't getting it. Pack and Bootcamp members, I'm from running London or you being broken for higher day, low day projections. See? So Austin is already accounting for price to come here and break this London. And then he's putting his high and his low. Makes sense. Short falls for linear one meets the mode of current low or day. Yeah, I would agree with that. That low day at wasn't really 1800 to 1900. It was a little later, 2000. But that low day looks pretty good to me. See, and I am looking for again. I am looking for. So far, we got all the clues, all the live price plus the data is showing us a bullish daily candle. So what I'm waiting is for a healthy pullback to the highly probable areas, which are midnight open, P2 mid, right? Or even if we don't get all the way over there, we might still hit this deeper into the Jerry MAE area. And then from there, I'm looking to jump on the longs. See? Because I did try to go for the longs earlier last night with Drez here. You can see it. Boom, boom. I jumped in. Before contracts. Took 3 out. Let 1 ride. That trade went, like 130 points in my favor. So once we took the high, actually I re-enter 3 more, and then also took it 15 points of profit right there. Boom, took those 3. So still let that one guy ride, but I already paid myself twice. And then once we took the high, I moved from where was it here? Can't remember. Yeah, it was right there. Boom. Yeah. So from this entry here, which is let's just say right here, I moved 15 points to the. I moved the stop up positive 15 points. So right here, it came back and stopped me out.
We are pushing
with the last contract.
Let's go, baby.
And then we went. See. All right, we are
hard.
Going back up. See.
Yeah. I'm going to take more profit out of my loan. I'm going to move my stop into this
swing
low.
Yes, sir.
Yep. So I'm going to. Yeah. Now I can definitely get stopped. But I took a healthy payday for sure. It can come down and get those London or you situation that you guys talking about. But at that point, I'm content with my day. Yes, sir. But stop playing with me. Stop being too high. Was this line in the sand to get loan again for cash flow to make a new market insta higher day, because right now we are at a higher day 725. We usually don't get high at 725. We could, but we usually don't.
Jeez.
So I play those eyes. See? Yeah. So yeah, man. Well, we're almost done here, guys. We got the real crew coming up.
Yeah. is Austin and Random are about to come in. Guys, if you found any value, hit the like button, follow us on the socials, scan that QR code, come join us and watch us every Monday do this live. And yeah, we'll see you guys. For me, anyways, I'll see you guys next.
I don't know if this is a
Monday.
full root trade of the day.
I think it is.
Let's go for the full root. Let's go.
Sir. All right, guys. Thank you.
I have to hop on and interrupt real quick. This is Furu trade of the year. Okay, like this ain't no day or week. Look at this. Look at this man. Let's go, baby.
See.
Oh my guy, let's freaking go, sir. Yes, sir. We're not scared here. We're not volatility. We play the volatility. Let's go, guys. Have a good one. Let's.
Did you find value in the Magic Hour trade team? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the Pack Trade Group Discord in the description.
All right, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now. Target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
All right, I'm taking this.
Upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live price and historical data, right?
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God given, so I gotta make it happen. I'm on mission, not like them, I'm different. That bag come with a pension, talk about that business. Like I'm hard all in the pain, shining hard, don't need no chain. All this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away.
Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself. They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many mouths at the throne. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. You were born in the crossfire, raised on a rerun lie, told to choose a side.
All right. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody watching the stream, and to Mr. Mickey himself. What's up? What's up?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Cool, cool, cool.
Yo, I think YouTube is having like some kind of glitch today. Slightly low volume. Let us know in the chat, because it is literally showing on my end that we have 0 viewers, but obviously we've been, streaming and chatting it up. So I think YouTube's glitching. So give us a little bit of some help this morning. Drop in the chat. I don't care if you never have chatted before ever in the history of streaming and you just are one of those silent people. Today's the day you break that record, okay? Drop in the chat where you're watching from. If you are new or if you're just coming in every single week watching this, because I want to get a good gauge on how many people's in here. Good morning, everybody. Shout out to Drez and LD Honest. They had a really good dude. Drez has the trade of a month. Dude, in one singular trade has made the equivalent of what I make in a month from trading.
He crushed it.
Amazing job, Drez.
Annihilated it.
All right. It's glitching. Yeah, let us know how the quality of the feed is. There we go. Now we're getting some people in here. Good morning, Isha. We're gonna speed run this, baby. I'm gonna start at the top here. Chris Postal. I'm in the next boot camp, excited to put in this work. I'm excited to see you in here.
Don't go postal, Chris. I'm just saying.
Don't go postal. We got Mr. Chitaki. Good morning, Mr. Chitaki. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Second. Good morning, Isha. Good morning, Sylvia. Sylvia is here. Sylvia's been here. I think she was boot camp class number 2?
Yeah, she's been there for a minute. She's been a squad leader the whole time too, helping support and all that with the business plan aspect of it.
We got Mr. Astor. Good morning. It's glitching. Let us know if the stream's not glitching anymore, because I'm not sure why people are saying. Justin's saying Mick wrong. Check your mic.
Yep.
Oh, now you sound better. You sound crisper now.
Good. Now I expect to do that, especially on a Monday.
We got Ice D603. I don't think I've seen you here before. Welcome, Mr. Ice D603. Chris from Indiana. What's the football team in Indiana? The
Colts.
The Colts. I went there 3 years ago. It's a nice place. It's really cold up there. Equilibrium. Good morning, Equilibrium. Victor. Good morning, Victor. One of our incredible people from the dev team. Mr. Shane Molden. Good morning, Pat. Glad to be here. Glad to see you here, Shane. Yep, there you go, Sylvia, old boot camp member, class 2, I think. Right, Sylvia? El Bori Quant. We got a quant in here, baby. We got a quant in here. All of our work to target the people we want to show this truly to, we finally have pierced the veil. Good morning, El Bori from Florida, Republic of Florida. We got Trader LRC from Twitter. Yeah, if you're coming in from Twitter, we got we stream on 4 platforms. We stream on, obviously, YouTube being the main one. Then we have Mickey's X account, the Daily Profiler. Shout out to the Daily Profiler. If you want the exact, it's the Daily Profiler. Then we have, or no, Daily Profiler Code. Daily Profiler.
Oh yeah. I don't even know more.
And then we have the Daily Profiler streaming on Kick. So we are streaming on Kick, X, on 2 different accounts on X and on YouTube. So it's cool to see people also coming in from X. So Trader LRC, Brooklyn, New York, baby. Welcome. I love New York, by the way. I've been in New York. I can't even tell you how many times I've been in New York. And Mickey, he loves New York too.
Absolutely. Favorite place to live on earth.
We got Mr. Dale in the chat. Good morning, Dale. We got Vladimir. Good morning, Vladimir. Yeah. I think there's some weird thing because we were even starting the London stream, and usually we'll have anywhere between 20 to 40 people fluctuating for the Magic Hour stream. And it said like we consistently had 1 viewer, but obviously we were.
Well, we're 4 times that because we have 4 according to me.
It's the ratio. Now we're whatever is suppressing the view count. We've just went up just a little bit, so we're doing something good.
Hey, it's okay, Austin. Guess what? We can officially start. Doji Cat's here.
Oh my God, where's he at? Is he? Oh, all right, he's here. Dojo. We were literally just procrastinating this whole time, waiting to go. Long true Dojo Cat. That was a bad joke. All right, we got Ferrari.
The more bad jokes that come out of his mouth, the closer he is to fatherhood.
Whoa! Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. We got Ferrari. We got RKH. Good morning. We got Mr. Max.
You shout out to Ferrari because that dude.
Ferrari?
Yeah, that's Casey from the Discord.
Okay.
He was back testing all weekend in the Discord.
Oh, was he?
I meant to jump in and say hi, but life got busy.
I will, if that is Casey. Yeah. So Casey, he's one of the people here. I think he's probably. I don't ever like to say like who's my favorite and who's not, but every class there's like people that stand out to me, and Casey's one of the people that stood out to me in this class because he has no filter. He would just come in and ask any and all questions you wanted. And he's like, but why? Why is it that way? But why? What do you do?
And
I like that.
The cool thing is like people like that, like everybody. There's certain people that don't care about the why. Some people do care about the why. But for him, he wants to know why we do the things, and it's a simple answer. Well, let's go look at the data. Like this is why. Now I get it that there's this amount that isn't accounted for, or it doesn't do it that way, but majority of the time. So it was like easy to have him in the boot camp.
Yeah, I really enjoy. I like when people ask questions and stuff. You know, because you get to learn. Like it's like people have those questions already. You know, so it makes like that environment even better, because when you have people like Casey, well, now we're already you got the baseline material, but then you got all these little gaps that you get to fill in when people are, you know, just asking questions and being consistent with it.
And the people who ask questions they help the people who are too scared to ask questions. So it balances out having people who are intellectually curious about the reason why.
Yes, sir. Who else we got in here? We got, I think I said shout out to Max. Shout out to Max, another really cool bootcamp graduate, PAC member now. There we go. My memory isn't totally shot. We got USA. USA, good morning, USA. We got On Top the Rock. Good morning, Stoic Capital. I recognize Stoic from Twitter, dude. What's up,
Nice.
Stoic was in your room, right?
Yeah, so he was in the 9:30 room for a long time.
What's up, Stoic? Good to see you here, bro.
Really good trader. He trades the 9:30 in a ICT style way. Does a really outstanding job doing it. And the cool thing about him is he's very quiet. Like he's one of the better ICT traders I've ever met. And he's like, dude, I just make my money and just watch. He doesn't sit there and try to be the loudest or anything. He's just like, I'm content with my trading. Kind of like Precious. Him and Precious are very much similar. They've been doing it for years publicly, and they're just like, I'm just gonna do my thing, and if you like it, cool. If you don't, bye.
Yeah. That's dope, man. We got Mr. Shane. Sorry, Austin. It's Shane Reed from the PAC. I was a Muldoon before I was a Reed. Oh, gotcha. Okay. What up, Shane? Members trading. We got Mr. Jesse in here, the motorcycle enthusiast himself.
From Canada.
Yeah, I love how every time we have Canadians in the group, we're just like, I don't know what it is.
Like,
we always have to make sure.
You get two extremes, right? Like, you either get the Canadians that are way, way too nice, like Justun, or you get the ones that are like, I got tattoos of like bulldogs on my neck, and I wish I was in America so I could have all the guns. There's never any in between.
The classic hockey personalities.
Yeah. Favorite show on earth, I can't remember the name of it, is in Canada. It's about these redneck Canadians.
Trailer Park Boys.
No, it's the other one.
Oh, we do this every time. You say that, and then I'll say Trailer Park Boys, and then you're thinking of it. Yeah.
I haven't watched it in forever. I need to go back and watch it. You know what? Like, screw trading. Everybody's already made money pre-marketing it overnight. Let's just watch let's binge watch Netflix.
Yeah, this is we're now going to turn into a live, what do they call it? IRL streaming.
Yeah.
You ever heard of IRL streaming, when they just stream their lives? They just have a camera and they just walk around, do random stuff.
In real life.
In real
That's what
life.
that means, right? Okay, cool. Just for the people like Julie, like me.
Like
keep up with those acronyms. She
doesn't even know what kick is. Look.
She doesn't even know what kicks is. Yeah.
Julie, what are we doing here?
Letterkenny. Yes. Thank you, Kevin. Letterkenny.
Letterkenny. I've never heard of that. I got to check that out.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Which
Austin,
one's better, Letterkenny or Trailer Park Boys?
Easy Letterkenny. I've never
Dude,
seen
that's a big comparison, bro. If I watch Letterkenny,
that's like
I better
saying
be dying.
Family Guy versus South Park, right? They're both like in the same league, but you don't want to pick one or the other.
Obviously,
I don't know, man. Family Guy's pretty funny,
dude. But listen, no, because you got to go through the science of it, right? South Park has survived.
Oh my god!
So many times they could have been canceled. they go
Every
and they go
episode,
about
every single
everything.
every single episode, they should get canceled.
And they have went on, I don't even know how many years, 10, 15, 20 years. I mean, they have been going, I think early 2000s is when they started. I mean, they absolutely, I love South Park.
Same.
We got Mr. Wingo. What up, Wingo Trades? Who else we got in here? I'm trying to knock everybody out. We got Eduardo. Good morning, Eduardo. Good morning, Trades by Bruno. Good morning to the newest pack member in the audience, Drez. What's up, Drez?
Since he's day zero, like I already like his trade style. He does pretty much the same thing we all do.
Yeah, Drez, cancel everything. You don't need to learn anything else.
Yeah, like we're gonna kick you out of the boot camp since you're day zero.
Tuesday 695. What up, Tuesday?
Tuesday's been coming for a couple of weeks now. I'm glad you're finding. I'm glad you are finding something entertaining about us, and hopefully we're teaching you something. Like our Monday streams are not so much to be a teacher, but like to live trade. But you know, hopefully you get in some kind of value out of it.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a good point. I'm gonna go over. Would you like me to go first today?
Dude, sure. Like I'm working on stuff anyway.
Okay, so before I go into the analysis,
I'll give you the easiest fucking trade on earth.
The
Yeah, go for it, dude.
It looks pretty good. But before we get into this, like I dropped a little post this morning on Twitter, and usually I just I go on Twitter, post the links, go on Discord, post the links, and we've been doing PackTV now since the end of January. We started, but even before that, we started. Mick and I, we've been doing YouTube streams on Monday. We started back in I think August last year. And then I took a personal break from just streaming on YouTube because I really wanted to zone in on the pack trade group. And then before that, I was even just live streaming my trades on YouTube for maybe 6 to 8 months, just consistently. Then I took that gap. And so one thing that I just find I'm just so passionate about live trading. And you'll hear me always say this if you're new here, like I will always be pro live trading. And the reason why is it's not because it's to entertain you. Exactly what Mickey said is these streams aren't here to be entertainment. These streams aren't here to be copy trading or anything like that. And obviously, if you're trying to copy anybody on YouTube, you're goofy because there's like a 7 to 20 second latency, and so you'd be always getting in late. And
there's a 40% chance I'm going to be wrong that day. So
yeah, and we can be wrong. Yeah, like it's So the main value and the main piece of this is just like how, so I played basketball my whole life. I played basketball from, I think like first grade all the way till I was a senior in high school. And I was a big sports guy.
Wait. You played basketball? You like basketball, dude? That is epic, dude.
Yeah.
I love basketball. I love basketball.
But then if I wasn't if I wasn't slotted to be point, I'd play number 2. So I was a forward. So in basketball, what's the one thing we would always do? We would study the opponent. We would watch how they played. How did they react under stress? What was their plays when they were down by X amount of points versus how did they play when they were up X amount of points? And it's not as if we try to emulate them, but we learn from their mistakes, right? And we also learn from their success. We learn from the people that are in the same environment we are in. And that is what I find so passionate and special about the live trading component to what we do is we come here and you don't just have to see me trade. You don't just get to see Mickey trade. You see a variety of people that trade ICT, people that trade support and resistance, supply and demand, volume profile, book map. You see these diverse groups of traders all coming together and applying the one commonality and the common denominator of what we do is we apply statistics. We apply objectivity to however we click the button. And what's so special about that is you guys get to see when we're very right. You guys get to see when we're very wrong. You guys get to see when we just can't find anything, but then you also get to see when we are just seeing the market clean. And then these are all recorded, and you can go back and even see like, dude, this is the day when Mick and Austin were just perfect on top. And then you get to see another day where Austin looks like he can't even trade himself out of a paper bag, you know. But when
at the end of the day,
that,
let's back up just a little bit.
Yeah,
just a little bit. Like you're talking about all the different types of people who trade live in our room and the different like techniques that they use.
Mm-hmm.
You said the one commonality that they use is statistics. They just put probabilities on stuff, right? Like probabilities is a fancy version of calling it back testing, right? So we have the ability to put probabilities on P12 high, low, mid, previous day high, low, mid, weekly levels, intraday levels, all these theories that you've heard over and over again, right? We put probabilities on if it's what's got the higher probability. That's why what we do can take any kind of strategy and teach you how to put probabilities on that strategy, right? And I think that's pretty unique. Now, me and Austin will never pout our chest being the best traders because we're not here to be the best traders. We're here to be consistent and pull cash flow, not millions, not billions, just cash flow out of the markets. But some of these traders, like you could just saw Drez, like he had a very healthy trade this morning. He did it all live. And, you know, like, but he's more of an ICT-based trader, right? But he mixed it with statistics. And I think that's important because, like, we're not trying to predict when we use probabilities, but we are trying to get to the start line quicker, right? And when we take off for the race, probabilities give you the ability to know both sides, right? And I think a lot of people don't think that way, right? And it allows you to, like, not just get to the start line quicker and be able to launch quicker and make decisions quicker, but it allows you to know when that one side, the higher probability, is invalidated and plan for the other side. And that's one thing that we all do in the Pack Trade group in the daily profile. So we plan a playbook for both sides. But yeah, going back to you, I wanted to make sure people understood that.
Well, to your point, you know, you'll see traders and the one common terminology you'll even hear across the board is you'll hear the term probability. And this is what really honestly sparked even my whole journey into statistics is when I was unprofitable and when I was like trying to make this work and just make sense of all this, I had to go back to what is just simple to me, what makes sense in my brain. And I'm a nerd. I'm an analytical nerd. I'm somebody that likes to take something apart and not necessarily understand the why, but just the mechanics of it. Like, what is the consistent patterns of this data set that I could maybe put some sort of edge behind? And the one thing that you hear of across the board of traders is probability. They use the term probability. You'll hear this with volume profile people. You'll hear this with when you're watching these price action traders say, you know, this is a high probability low, or this is a high probability high, or you'll hear ICT people say this is a high probability liquidity equal relative equal high, or any of this draw on liquidity. And what you'll notice is we instinctively like to do what's higher probability. We instinctively will attach ourselves if we can say that there's a higher probability of something. We're naturally always going to go that way. Even I always like to use the analogy or the example of there's two doors, you know, door A 50-50, door B is 50.1. Everybody's going to choose door B. So what we try to do here, and what I find so passionate about what we do, is because this is so universal to any edge, and this is so universal to however you want to trade, we are actually putting numbers behind the probability that a lot of people, you know, when they say probability, most of the time, if they're not using data, they're just using experience. And that's good, right? There is value in that experience. And what we try to do is like, here's this gap. A lot of you all that have experience, you're like, dude, this is a high probability high, this is high probability high. And sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. And we're just trying to fill that gap of saying, okay, you've naturally seen this. We have stuff in our brains that can recognize patterns that we can't even put a number or a name to. We can just say, I can't teach you my instincts. I just know my instincts are there. We're trying to keep you having that instinct, keep having that live price component of you just see this all the time. But we want to now want you to show you that if you now just put data, put numbers, put true logic behind that, you can come together and you can say, okay, now I have the experience of knowing that this high is good or this low is good or this high day, low day, this price movement, whatever move and kick that you are zoned in on. But now you have a legit number to it now. You don't have to go and think, is this the day that my feeling is going to be better or worse, or my experience is going to be better or worse? Now you get to actually say this high of day, and let's take the gap fill, because a lot of people look at gap fill retracements. Okay. And then I'll start into my analysis here using that as an example. A lot of people love the gap fill statistics. You see this all the time when people even get interested in statistics and stuff. One thing that they kind of veer to is that RTH gap fill. Well, then if I know that when people say all gaps get filled or most gaps get filled, well, instead of just saying, okay, well, I do see it. I see it on the chart. Experience does show me that most of the time when we form gaps on the chart, or in this case, an RTH gap, if I go to the RTH chart, there's a big gap here, right? This is the current bid and ask. This is where this big gap is that's going to form. And if we stay exactly right here at 930, the RTH chart, we're going to have this big gap. So even when we say there are high probabilities of gaps being filled, well, what is that real statistic? And then what's that live price component that either agrees or disagrees with that statistic? Because you can even see on Friday, if you were somebody that was just purely going off of experience and swearing up and down that this gap was going to get filled, you would have gotten ran over by 7 trains, you know? And so we can see, okay, well, statistically, gaps do get filled more than they don't. But now what is that live price component that tells us, because we can now put a number to that gap fill, what is that live price component that tells us when this gap is just not getting filled? And that's where we use the 930. That's where we use the P12. That's where we use the high a day, low a day statistics. And we're going to get into that right now.
And before you get into that, not just from a probability standpoint and a live price, but also the time probability.
Yep.
Is a huge one that most people fail to do.
Time's a big one. Time's a big one. Okay, we got that up. All right. So the first thing that I use every single time I'm looking into the market, every time I turn on my computer and I'm like, okay, what the heck's going on? I want to see where are we at within the weekly candle based on the day. So today's Monday. So on Mondays, typically Mondays and Tuesdays, statistically, we form a high or a low of week, significant high or low of week. And then vice versa, Thursday to Friday, we're going to follow suit and do the opposite. And a perfect example is honestly last week. Last week on Monday, we made an in statistic weekly high. And then on Friday, we made an in statistic weekly low. Last week we did, even with this crazy news candle, we did exactly what statistically we follow suit with all the time, right? Not all the time as in we do it all the time, but we follow suit statistically within a mean most of the time. So because of this, when I'm able to see where am I at within the weekly candle, I then get to see, does the daily candle agree or disagree with locking in that weekly high or low for whatever day I'm in? So because it's a Monday, I want to see, how does this daily candle, how does the daily candle that I'm trading as a day trader, how does this either agree with continuing to the upside, making an expansive weekly candle to the upside, or how does the daily candle play it and potentially maybe even setting the wick for the weekly high, or vice versa, the weekly low on a Sunday? Okay, and so this is where we then, I go to the 60-minute chart, and I look at where are the probabilities of price. Okay, where are the areas on my chart that statistically get revisited starting from 8 a.m. to noon? So if you're looking at my chart from 8 a.m. to noon, this 4-hour period, where do we typically go more than we don't that can be validated by numbers? I use the opening prices. I use these proprietary levels that we use in the pack. And then I use this daily profiler levels that we use in the daily profiler bootcamp. So the first ones here, obviously opening prices, they're kind of self-explanatory. The daily profiler levels, we use midnight open, P12 mid, P12 high, P12 low, previous day high, previous day low, previous day mid. You know, your levels that you can put a number to, and they're going to be constants. They're going to be there every single day. Every day we're going to have a midnight open. Every day we're going to have a P12 mid. These are constants that the market can produce. So therefore they can also be repeated. Therefore we can quantify and see when do we hit versus not hit these levels more than we don't, or not do. Can't even talk. So because we have the majority of these statistics below the current price, I want to see where does price have to go in the higher time frame to tell me this is where we might see the sell off, or some sort of sell pressure to get us from here to here. I do what's called footprints. Footprints are just wicks on the 60-minute chart, and you can do this on any time frame. I use the 60-minute to stay consistent with what I do. And so starting at 8 a.m., if I'm wanting to see the context, I'm not biased, I don't have a bearish bias, but I want to see where would live price have to visit for us to just contextually, just to have that context to start selling off to get to these probabilities below, or to break through it and to tell me this is potentially a trending day and cool spreadsheet, bro, but we're going to the moon, okay? And that's where I use these footprints. So all I do is I look left and I see what wicks do we have that we just haven't tapped into yet. So we're going to take it from here to here, and I'm going to drag that forward. And I'm going to keep drawing these wicks until I get interrupted by a candle body. Look, wick here, wick here, wick here, and boom, candle body. And then I just call this a footprint. Why do I call this a footprint? I call this a footprint because just like if you were in a forest, just like if you were in a giant area and you've seen a big elephant footprint, you wouldn't be thinking that this is, you wouldn't be thinking there's a little dog around, right? You wouldn't be thinking there's a little fox. You'd be thinking, dude, this is a giant footprint. So obviously something the size of an elephant, or an elephant itself, is
That's
around.
a damn rabbit.
It's a rabbit. I'm here with the wabbit.
Yeah.
So
I like the rabbit from Mighty Python and the Holy Grail better.
I have no idea what that is.
You've never seen the movie Mighty Python and the Holy Grail?
Mighty Python and the Holy... No.
Oh my gosh. The age gap between us is crazy, man.
I don't like this this age shaming, okay?
Dude,
or
crazy.
age shaming. I'm about to file an HR report.
What about Sandlot? Have you ever seen the Sandlot?
Dude.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I love Sandlot.
We can still be friends.
So just like Mickey's Python, all right? What? Whoa. Okay, we're just not even
Phrasing.
Okay. This stream is rated PG-13, so I apologize, YouTube. So we got these footprints, okay? So these footprints that now are showing me just an area of price where either we make or break it, okay? This is like a pivot point. Either we come up and then we do the mean reversion, which is what we statistically do more than we don't, or we get through it and we do what we minority of the time do, which is trend versus range. Then I drop down to the 5-minute chart. 5-minute chart shows me, okay, if now we have this footprint here and I can see all my levels here, I can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bearish levels with 80+% probabilities attached to them in the most recent 75-day look back. So in the most recent 75 days, we can see these opening prices with high probabilities. We can see these bearish levels with high probabilities. And then the final thing we're going to add to make the icing on the cake even sweeter, boom, daily profiler, baby. We're going to add the daily profiler. I already have the high day, low day projections baked into these boxes here, so you can see where the high a days and lows a days that are supported for the variables that we look at. And then we can see the daily profiler levels midnight open, P12 mid, Asia OU, P12 low, P12 high, London OU, all of these levels, and you don't have to remember any of them. All you got to do is see that these are all pretty statistically significant at getting hit more than they don't. That's all these levels mean. There's no level that's better than another. It's just where are these levels stacked in the same direction in accordance to where the bid and the ask is currently. And the bid and the ask is currently above all of them. So I want to see, how does live price get me bearish? Live price would get me bearish by, first and foremost, we have a long out of New York 1, meaning we took this high, the New York 1 range, which is from 730 to 830. And because we statistically go false more than we go true, which is statistically taking this low more than we do not take this low, well then where, at what time, exactly what Mickey was saying, at what time do we typically go false? Or does live price say, cool spreadsheet, bro, we're going to the moon? And that would be 9:45 to 10. 9:45 to 10 a.m., that is the drop-off time that we typically retrace a lot of these statistics. Very simply put, from this time right here, 9:45 to 10, this 20 to 30 minute time period of time, if we open up the RTH open, the 9:30 open, and we make an in statistic high of day from this crazy bullish uptrend that we've been doing, and we get above 9:30, this is the signature, and we stay above 9:30 by 9:45 to 10. This is the prime signature of a true directional day. When we have all statistics below us and we don't make an attempt to go to any of them. We take the P12 high and we do not look back. But then vice versa, because we do not have biases here. We look at both sides of the market, let live price confirm which side and statistics are relevant, and execute without hesitation. So on the other side of the coin, if we make an in statistic high of day, because this 725 is an out of statistic high of day, then now I can say, because if 9:30, the next time slot to make this high of day gets taken, then if we get below 9:30, we do what's called firecracker, baby. And we call it a firecracker. Why do we call it a firecracker, Mickey? Why do we call this thing a firecracker?
Because, like, when the teenage boys, get a hold of some bottle rockets and no parent supervision, they like to shoot 5 bottle rockets at each other. But anyway, I digress. No, it's because, like, price will move fast and violently down to reclaim those probabilities below us. And there's certain setups that happen overnight that it typically happens around 9:30 to 10:30, that move, the overnight session points to that happening more so than not. So it makes our 9:30 trading a lot easier. It's usually those days where you see me and Austin look like complete Ferrari Lambo Furus. We're not. When we just come in, we just take the same trade we do every day, and it just goes to insta TP. So that's kind of why we call it that.
So bottom line up front, I'll hand it off to Mickey because I went way over my time.
Nah, you're good.
Is if we make an in-stat high of day, so like if you guys follow us on Twitter, I post my analysis and trade ideas every morning. This is how I would articulate that going into the session. Is my analysis would be an out-of-stat high of day, out-of-statistic low of day, with all statistics below price, opening prices 1 through 7 a.m., bunch of bearish levels, P12 mid, midnight open. And because of the fact that we have not hit midnight open count them, 2 times. You see these little yellow lines? We typically hit these yellow lines 65 to 68% of the time, and we have not taken them twice in a row. Because we have this thing called variance, because we love to mean revert to the mean more than we don't, I am going to be looking at, if we get below 9:30 with an in-stat high of day, I'll be looking at extended cash flow shorts to the downside with, what's up?
Sorry, I just shared screen. I forgot it takes over.
Oh, you're good, bro. So if we get below 9:30, I will be looking at cash flow heavy shorts because we are very, very bullish. And then I'll be looking for 1 to 2 micros if I can, just how much ever I can to hold a runner to potentially the lion's share of this movement down to midnight open. And then the other side of the coin, if we get above 930, I will be cash flow heavy, depending on how big 930 is and how I can define my risk. And if we stay above 930 by 9:45 to 10, it's showing clear expansion off of 930, I will be holding that runner for a 3-hour line, which is the 3-hour line making a low in 9 o'clock and a high in 11 o'clock. And that is my trade ideas going into this morning.
Nice.
All
right, so one thing I want to start with, right, is defining our P12, right? What is the P12? Well, it's the range, the high, low, and the mid between 18 to 06, right? And so this mid right here is what I really want to like define, right? So out of the last year, we see that it's been hit between 8 o'clock and 12:30 because you can customize your time and probabilities with our indicators. It's been hit 73% of the time. If you go to the dailyprofiler.com, right, and log in. You want to sign up for the bootcamp, that's where you do it at. If you go to the dailyprofiler.com and you come over to the levels, you can see over the last 20 years that P12 mid gets hit 84% of the time. Right, majority of the time being either the 6 o'clock hour or the 9:30 hour, right? So now we're short false long. Right, and we can see there's an 86% probability with the bulk of the data between 9:30 and 10:45 of that P12 mid getting hit. So that's this level here. But to kind of go into what Austin was saying, we know we haven't hit it here, so that's one. Now I want to see, did we hit it? When he was talking about variance and streaks, like this is what he was talking about. Now I want to see, did we hit it here? And we did not, so that's 2. All right, so now we're going to go to the day before that. Did we hit it then? And you can see it was left open then, so that's 3. So now we're going to go to the next day and see if we hit it this day. Looks like we probably did. Yeah, we hit it this day. Okay. So we got P12 mid that's on a 3-day no hit streak, right? Now we can see out of the last year, the max miss streak has been 3, right? So that's one of the things I'm going to be looking at targeting today. So let's go back and start on the daily chart like I typically do. Right, on the daily chart, right, overnight, does it look like a green candle or a red candle for the day? Well, it looks like it's going to be a green day today. That can change, and so I'm aware of that. But this is a pretty girthy daily candle already, right? 483 handles in the green direction, right? Cool. We're below NFP Friday previous month 50%, so I expect 50% green days, 50% red days. Now let's jump over to candle science where we'll use Friday and Thursday. And what we did to put probabilities on stuff, which we usually do, and we did on Friday already, right? So I think they did. So now we're going to go to candle science. Right, and our candle science is like we have a mixture of tools that do open, high, low, close patterns, sequencing probabilities, and we have like stuff like the daily profile that sequences and put probabilities on if-then statements that happen in the session. Candle science is all about open, high, low, close, sequencing probability. Right, so we're going to do it on the daily chart. 3 candle look back. We know that Thursday was red, Friday was red. We closed below the low. All right, so now we can see that previous day low, which we already took out, had a 61% probability of taking it out. Now we're going to see how far low can it go, right? We can see based off of previous day low, which would be right here because we already hit the 61%. Right, now we're going to see how far typically when the pattern is red day for day 1, red day for day 2, and close below the low of day 1. We knew that that previous day low has a high probability of getting taken out, and we took it out. So we can select that we took out the low. Right now we want to see how far from a percentile standpoint. This yellow line will represent previous day low. 30 percentile, the 30th percentile went 0.4. turn my magnet off. So we've already hit the 30th percentile right there. So we'll put a 30th percentile box right there. Now we're going to see the 50th, meaning 50% of that data, which has only been 373 days that have done this sequence, is 0.74. So right there. So we've already hit like a good percentile for the low of the day. All right. So now let's figure out the 70th percentile. Meaning 70% of that 373 days that we had the pattern of what Thursday and Friday did turned around before 1.29%. 1.29. So we'll move this up. Right there. So we know that the likelihood of us making a new low of day from a candle science perspective is slim to none, right? We made it to the 40th percentile and reversed hard, right? So we're going to move on. We can see that right? Where's my thing at? Ah, there it is. There we go. So do this one. All right. So this blue line is a weekly EMA level that we just put probabilities above and below, and we're looking back. We can see that for the weekly chart, right, 0.5 basis points off of that level has a 90% hit rate, which is one of the reasons why Drez is like shooting at the stars, right? The second reason, which I forgot to mention, is majority of red months close above the 30th percent of the range, which is right here. So we're moving fast and furious to be able to close above that and meet that statistic, which is another reason he took it. We knew that this level right here almost has a high probability of getting hit. So we know we have higher target probabilities to the upside. Right, from a MAE, MFE of the weekly candle, right, we know that all we did was open, drop down to the MAE of the week, which is a possible high probable weekly low, and now we're heading to the weekly median MFE up here, right, and possibly higher, right? So there's not too much to tell other than we might be seeing the weekly low come in, and that we have a crap ton of high probability targets going into previous week's range. All right, so now we're going to go into our overnight analysis. We did short falls, and we can do short falls or long true, it doesn't matter. But we didn't see that the London OU and the Asia OU are both left open. All right, so we're setting up for a really nice firecracker. All right, so going back to the daily profile, right, we're going to put in what Asia did and what London did. So we went short falls, right, long. We can see that the Asia OU has an 86% probability, but it typically gets hit by 4 o'clock and then drops off in an anomaly land. So we're not going to target this. This isn't a high probable target for me. Right, London OU has an 84% probability in the secondary mode being between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. So we know if we can't touch London OU, which is right here, by 10 o'clock, more than likely we're not going to. All right, and then coming over to the higher day, low day, I don't think I need a New York 1, right? There's a 72% chance of going false than true, meaning we go up to come down. So if we select that, we can kind of see the statistical price structure that we're expecting 9:30 to go up. If we didn't already put the high in, first to drop and then range and then possibly bounce, right? All right, so from a high day, low day, there's a high likelihood. Let's see what time we made the low of the day. Low of the day is at 2000, which since we went false, like the Asia traders, you guys know the probabilities of this 2000 is high likely. Right, but we see that there is probabilities from a time and a price standpoint for that to be the low of the day. So we're either going to make the high of the day between 9:30 and 10:30 and then range the rest of the day, or we're going to continue pumping and make an end of day low to high day, right? I won't go too much in detail on that because Austin already did. Right now, I want to see levels, right? I want to see different levels above and below us, right? So first and foremost, the RTH gap on a Monday, right? Based off of what Asia and London did, there's a high likelihood at 80% that 100% gap gets filled. The 50% has 100% probability today, not meaning that it's 100% guaranteed, but based off of what Asia and London did and New York 1 doing what it's doing, it has been filled every time. Same with the 75 and the 25%, right? So that's a huge edge, right? We see Globex open, right? Which is below us. So we're gonna sync midnight and settlement. All right, let's go look at midnight real quick. Midnight is an 80% probability with the mode being between 9:30 and 10:30. Firecrackers hidden, right? There's a high likelihood that the firecracker's coming. And then the P12 mid has a 95% probability between 9:30 and 10:45. Right, so it's going to be a pretty simple day, right? Right, after we make a new high day and reject this previous day mid, if that's what we want to do. Actually, before I do that, let me put on my last statistic, which is how far up from the 7:30 to 8:30 do we usually go? Well, 30th percentile is right there. And 50th to 70th percentile from the breakout of the 7:30 to 8:30 is right here. We've already, well, we did that before, so we can't count that. So look at this, right? This is the 7:30 to 8:30 box. It does a great job of displaying of what we already are beginning to see. Come up to the 30th to 50th, and this is the retracement right here. And where does that lie? Oh, magic. Lies around the settlement, midnight, and P12 mid area, right? So with that being said, right, my trade plan today, let me put my distro on for New York 1, 192. Right there. From 7:30 to 11 looks something like this. This is a reasonable statistical thought process to what we can anticipate to see. So my trade plan today is if we break out to the long side, this is going to represent the 9 o'clock high, mid, low, and this is going to represent the 9:30, right? If 9:30 gets below 9:30 on the 1 minute candle, gets below the 9 o'clock 50%, like I'm clear for shorts, right? If we break the upside, I'll take trades, but I'll cash flow heavy, just like Austin said. But if I'm taking sells off of the 9:30 signature, it's going to be based off, it's going to be cover the queen 10 basis points, and then shoot for London OU to take partials, and then try to capture the 3-hour line to the P12 mid. So that's what I'm seeing. Pretty much the carbon copy of what Austin's seeing, which is pretty cool because like some days we see differently, but most days we're aligned. So yeah, it should be a really freaking clean day. But you know what that means, Austin? We're not even going to be able to get 10 basis points outside of the 9:30. No, since it's me, I'm the only one in the chat now. I implement paints off Monday. I mean, I'm left unsupervised up here, so might as well have some fun with the power, the keys to the kingdom. Hey, he's back. Are you back? Austin, are you
There we
alive?
go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. I had to go get the dog. You see the new puppy here?
You got a new pup?
This isn't mine. This is my sister's, but I will have one just like this.
Dude.
It's my trade. It's my risk manager for the day.
I'm surprised Achilles hasn't eaten that thing as a snack.
Bro. He's obsessed with this thing. He thinks it's a toy.
Yeah. My dog thinks every little dog is a toy and tries to grab him by the mouth and shake him. It's like, oh my gosh, you can't do that. Stop that. And then, like, my dog has this obsession where, like, if a baby's crying, like just a baby in general, she tries to attack the parent or the person holding the baby.
Stop it. You're breaking it.
Yeah. Roxy is not meant for public use. Biscuit, on the other hand, is great. Great with dogs, kids, everything.
Yeah, I'm getting the gunship set up here. That's what it took me a little minute here. I'm trying to see if we can stream. If we can stream the
that'd be dope.
The gunship on another screen here.
Guys, if we make 8 viewers, I will give away a bootcamp slot. Right now, we only have 2. We only have 2 viewers. 1, it just went down. We now have 1 viewer.
Yeah, that's cracking me up. Ooh, that wasn't fun.
What just happened? Is that me or you?
No, that was me. I added gunship to the screen here. See if I can get this streaming.
I'm telling you, restreaming it was kind of trash. It needs to let you customize way better.
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
So, just to kind of go over this morning, dude, I know, I get it. It's very good.
He's saying 15 minutes short.
He said, dude,
I like your risk manager
version.
He said you need a double what Drez did.
You hear him on it.
Mm-hmm.
So this was the magic hour this morning for NYM. So the yellow down here, this is the front run. And then we have Q1 break. Q1 break is actually activated right here, right now. It started all the way down here, pulled into the front run. So it is front running bullish that we are going to take this high at a minimum. Dude, you want to give him your analysis? You want to tell it? What do you think today? Here, what do you think today? What are we doing? Are we bullish or bearish? Are we bullish or bearish?
He's just saying Leroy Jenkins. Bark 3 times if you're in San Francisco. Bark 3 times if you want us to short.
And so now for market open, I'm going to sit here and have this go live. And I'm going to see if we can actually get it here. And so we'll have this just, how can I make this full screen? FLF, there we go. So I'll have this on a small screen. And I'll keep us on the big screen here. You guys should be able to still see it. And there we go. Oh. Cool. We got 7 minutes till 9:30. Let me, you don't want to trade this morning? You don't want to trade this morning?
All right. How many of you guys are listening that are not signed up for the boot camp? Hey, that's awesome. Thank you.
YouTube's math is wrong. Yeah. If you guys are just now coming in here, I don't know what's going on with YouTube today. Apparently, we only have 3 viewers right now. I don't know.
That sounds like a Restreamio problem. But either way, to you 3 followers watching, this is a time to full leverage that like button. Like, I want 15 minis hitting that like button.
They probably heard about No Pants Monday.
Oh, nice.
Mickey going rogue. The market makers, dude. I think that's what it is. I made a joke about Citadel last week, begging Citadel not to sue me. And they're not going to sue me, but they're just going to implement YouTube.
They're going to rough you up a little
shadow
bit.
bans. One very interesting thing about this morning that I don't think I touched on is the low a day that we have. So this is kind of a cool thing with the daily profiler that we get to use is we know that the 4 major generic high day, low a day times. So for those of you that are new, if you want any value from this stream right away, that's actionable, you don't have to do anything for, pay for, and you can go and verify this for yourself. And this is what we call the high day, low day statistics. And of the high day, low day statistics, I'm going to share this on the screen here. I'll just paste it on my chart. We know that there's 4 major times of the day, and we can back this up with numbers here, that we are going to set a high or low of the daily candle. And if I turn the opacity down a little bit and overlay it with just the day, from market open to market close here, we can see from 1800, okay, 18 and 1900, this chunk of time, 3 to 4 a.m., this little uptick right here, 9:30, and if we have news, 8:30, but no news days, doesn't matter, 9:30 to 10, and then power hour, 15 to 1600. These 4 major chunks of time provide very significant highs and lows of that daily candle. And so anybody and everybody can verify and validate this. But one really cool thing with the specifics of the daily profiler is it's basically a conditional statistic engine. And how we move in the overnight, we can conditionally see what is actually altering that high day, low day statistic that maybe is giving us a little bit more edge to zone in on. And today we can see that no matter what we do, we have very key highs and lows, we have a very key low a day that is being supported. And that's what you see this box right here for. It is supporting a long true. And then even more specific, even for a long false, something that's pretty interesting, that's unique to today specifically, is if I share this chart. So even for a long false, even for if we take this high and then come down to take this low of day, if I zoom this in here, look at this. Low of day, all the way from 20 to 21:15. If I actually give you the specific time, 21:30. And we can see, where did we make that low a day? Right there in that little distribution where that middle finger is, from 20 to 20:15, low a day is locked in right there. And so usually for those of you that are in the pack and the boot camp, I won't really account and put like this box over here, because now I already know that this long false is supporting this in addition to this long true. And so now my only thing and my only goal and the only thing here is, if I look at and see, okay, this low of day from a time perspective is supported even if we do the mean reversion, even if we do that firecracker to the downside. Okay, so I'm very, very focused in the fact that this low a day can be for, even though it's not within those 4 major chunks of time, the daily profiler is showing us that this is a unique low a day today that can hold and can be supported. And what does that do for the trader? For the trader, we don't have to marry, even if we do shorts, even if we do break to the downside, I don't have to put a ton of pressure that this low has to be taken. Can it? Absolutely. But does it have to where if I'm trading, that's going to be an influence on my targets for my runners? Not really. We got 1 minute till 9:30, baby.
The cool thing is, even the Asia OU probabilities don't support it getting hit, which supports that low of the day holding. So like I said, the extremes would be like high probable targets London OU. Then if we can get below that, settlement at midnight, and then the grand cherry on the top would be P12 mid.
I just want midnight. I want midnight.
Yeah. pain. I just want below 930.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, anything like that would be nice.
All right, and we'll open it up and let's see. It looks like it was selling off.
Ugh. All right, 13 basis points already. Not even 30 seconds into the day.
Mm-hmm. Being patient. 13 basis points is tiny. I'll be paying attention to these 25, 50, and 75% levels to find intra-day. Once it gives me, shows its hand, which is starting to. All right, 930 is pretty cheap. All right, breaking out to the upside.
13 basis point, 930. I really like this.
Me too. Come on, back down. Now that movement right there definitely supports a long true. Rejecting the 10 basis points.
All right, I'm tagged in long.
I'll have to wait.
All right, so I'm taking this long. I'm going to take, I can only really afford 3 with that breakout. Cash flow heavy, just like I said at the war game, because we have this out of stat high a day. The major risk right now, and that's why I'm keeping it only pretty cheap, is I'm trading against a lot of probabilities here. And so I'm making it to where if this does stop me out, cool, I can join the mean reversion to the downside. But at the very least, can I get this very high probable cash flow target of this 1 minute close? So now I'm going to take 2 micros off. If we come back to this 10 basis points, and then my final micro will be if we do that true movement. But again, this is I'm trading against these probabilities because live price is 30 with all these bullish signatures that we do have. And so now I'm just letting it see, do we continue? And I'm putting that risk on, okay? This is where a lot of people, they get scared, they get freaked out because you are trying to be perfect instead of just put risk on and execute. My stop loss right here is going to do all the worrying. Okay, this stop loss is letting me have the ability.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
I am short 5 contracts, right? I am going to, God damn it. My cover of the queen will be at the lower end of 930, taking 3 off. Let me get set up.
Here's the classic Austin and Mickey on the opposite sides.
All right, I already fucking covered it.
All right, I'm stopped.
All right, so that's what I got on. I'm going to put executions on right now, so you can see where it covered. So right here, it covered the queen 10 basis points, which was right here off the open, and I'll let the runners run the midnight and I'll reassess. Sorry, Austin. I had to jump over you.
What's there to be sorry for? It's trading, bro.
fucking clean short, dude.
10 seconds and I'm short with you. 5, 4, 3, 2. I'm short. Stocks
All right.
above 75 basis points.
And we can go.
I'm going to let this trade run to this false, and then I'm going to take 2 off at 15 basis points. I got 4 micros on. And then for my runner, if we do get this mean reversion to the downside, I got 2 micros at 426.50. I'm going to take 1 more micro off. If we get this extended MFE to the downside to these to midnight open, P12 mid, all this stuff, I'm going to put 1 micro above London OU. And then that'll leave me, at least if we do the runner, if we do the continuation to the downside, I'm going to have 1 more micro on to where, like I said, I really want to see if I can get this midnight open.
Your hour probability flag just flipped down, right? Waiting on the 3 hour to flip down as well. Cool thing about like the trade I took, that 10 basis points, I'm cash flowed 170. So even if it stops me out right now, I collected a 170 paycheck for the day.
Let's go, dude. Good short.
It was like, just saw like the breakdown and it was like, oh, it's go time. All right.
Breaking through the previous 3 hour mid too.
Yep. So the next target I want to see is that previous 3 hour opening price, the 6 o'clock price.
I think we stay below here, 362, 362.75, 384. I mean, all these high probability targets here. All right, there's 2 micros off for me, so cash flow secured.
Nice. Now we're both profitable for the day.
Changing my stops. I'm making my stop just a tad bit cheaper at 75%, just in case this is just a stab down for a directional DMPDWP style day. So I'm always trying to build safeguards when I'm managing these trades. Okay, so now the safeguard is not only is this trade cheaper, I've paid for this trade. If I'm right, I have nothing to stress about. You don't have to overmanage this trade. The probabilities tell us you hover over this London OU. All these statistics here, we have 1, 2, 3 bearish levels to the downside. We have opening prices 7, 6, 4, and 3 in London OU. And then the MFE, this white chunk of box right here, this is the median MFE of favorable price movement off 930 breaks. So all I'm doing is just like I'm trying to like sight a weapon in, right? I'm trying to zone in. I'm using all my information. I'm zoning in on where I want to target. So I'm using all of this information of being bearish, of getting below 930, all this momentum to the downside. But then I'm trying to see, well, what is that reasonable expectation of momentum? If we are correct, if Mickey and I are now in the right side of the market, the reasonable expectation of momentum isn't for me just to target, 10,000, right? I need to have some reasonable level that I can pay myself.
Yeah, because remember, the probabilities are that it's still going to be a green day. This is just a typical retracement that we have picked up the firecracker, right? So we're not expecting for us to sell to the hell, like we're expecting the high probable targets, midnight, London OU, like those are our targets. And then, right, based off of how we rotate, right, we can engage with longs at 10 o'clock, right? Now I want to bring it back real quick, right? So remember we were describing what the firecracker is. It's a signature that happens overnight, right? Leaving stuff open at the bottom, the probability is open. Everybody in the boot camp and the pack side knows what it is, right? But it happens with like a firecracker, right? Like if I shot a bottle rocket at you, you guys just got to see it live here on YouTube. That exact firecracker, the velocity of it. Pretty cool. And I just realized, yep, so we're good. It's just science, ladies and gentlemen.
That's all it is. Taking this gunship short on NYM as well.
All right, your 1 hour probability flag is down. Your 3 hours still up because we have not breached. Actually, yeah, your 3 hours down as well. My bad. I digress. Your 3 and your 1 hour probability flags have both shifted down. Leroy Jenkins, ladies and gentlemen.
Here's the gunship, Mickey. Look at that.
Heck yeah.
That yellow box is the successful prediction, basically, of the front run.
That's London OU right there, dude.
Did we?
All right, speaking of, no, we'll bow to you. I am going to take one off at London OU. Why, Mickey? Why? Well, because it's the highest probable statistic for the day. My queen's already covered, and I just pulled 50 basis points or 103 handles out of the market, right? There's one off. All right, so I got one left, right? Now I'm cash flow secure at 407. And I'll be looking for bounces now. Like I'm looking for a 945 reversal. Do I think it's going to happen? No, I don't. I'm not saying it's going to happen. But remember, we're in a green day with the supported low of the day, right? Right now, share my screen real quick. Right now, we had this target, settlement, midnight, and P12 mid. So now it's just a game of how far do we retrace? Do we reject P12 before coming down? We know that this probability and this probability and this probability still have meat on the bones for this move. But it's like, we got below London OU. Now I want to see us stay below it, right? It took some off right there, right? And now it's like, can it make it to settlement? If it was to make it to settlement by 10:15, then my job is to close position and start looking for the balance. As we approach these levels, I'm trying to see, we're doing something called a net, right? Is it going to net down here? How far back does it have to pull back before it bounce back up, if it's going to bounce back up, right? And then I'm also considering time, right? Can we hit these levels by 10:15, right? If we can, then cool, right? Any retracements that we get, like I'll just TP and like look for bounces, because all we're doing right now is setting the possibility for us to range. But remember, probabilities wise, right? There's still a scenario that's worth a crap that the low of the day is in, and then we can anticipate a high of the day other than the 736 high of the day, right? So like we have to keep that into consideration. Oh, I gotta take this, TBI doctor. All right, Austin, you there?
Yes, sir.
And when I get back, I'll show off my dogs now. So back inside, I'm barking at squirrels.
I want to see him. All right, guys. Going back to here, share my screen. So I'm 3 out of 4 positions covered on this short. I'll just be saying the same thing Mickey's saying at this point. It's just, are we going to make this stab down for supporting this low a day for that out of stat high day to be taken? This is where I let my runner be the runner. Okay. If I could give anybody here that, so hey, real quick, drop in the chat who in the pack or the boot camp, or if you are a free member, just put, are you a pack member, boot camp member, or just watching free? Did you find some value in today that gave you the ability to see this short? Okay, just let me know in the chat. Gives us feedback on how we can do for future streams. But what you're seeing right now is the exponential bell curve of edge. Okay, so in my opinion, when it comes to runners, when it comes to having a runner, that runner isn't just meant to be your pie on the wall or pie in the sky, just, you know, trying to shoot for the moon. In my opinion, and how I treat runners is, I treat runners as if my edge is a bell curve. If you guys see my chart here, if you were to have a bell curve of information, okay, you take all of your trades, you know, of how much favorable price movement, and guess what I just posted on Twitter literally yesterday, that if you guys implemented and used, you would be able to have your own, not me. You don't have to rely on me. You wouldn't have to rely on anybody but yourself. Is this right here. Go to this tweet. I'm dropping it in the chat. So if you are watching any other stream, you got to hop on over to YouTube to get the link. Okay. There's the link in the YouTube chat right there. That is the tweet that if you would go and check out, you're going to understand what I'm talking about right now. You don't have to pay to understand this. Okay. Mickey and I do not paywall information. We pay to show you guys exactly the step-by-step process of how to use the tools and the statistics that we use. But we love to share anything and all and everything because anybody can validate what we say. You know, nothing that we do here is like super black box, you know, whatever. It is literally right here in front of you that you can measure. And if you were to measure your edge like a bell curve, and you were to put in the data point every single day, this is like today, for instance, today, the trade that I'm currently in has experienced the peak of this favorable price movement, 36 basis points, 36.36%. So because we have made that much, I would put that into a Google sheet, just put that into 0.36%. I would do that every single day. Every single day, how much just favorable price movement, not TPs, not stop losses, not entries, how much favorable price movement does the exact point that gives me that logical if-then scenario of bearish or bullish, what is that speed limit? What's that velocity? And then what you'll find is you'll start to create a bell curve of data points, and you will see where the median and average is. That's the peak right here. You'll see what the easy high strike rate cash flow portion is, and then you'll see what the low strike rate portion is of what you typically can do. And in my opinion, if you do this, if you literally read that tweet, understand it, internalize it, and practice it, guys, you've only got to do it once. A lot of the stuff, TP number 2 for the gunship here. Check this out. We'll watch the gunship shine in here while I'm talking. So if you implement this, you would be able to see at a glance every single day. And that's why you see these histograms on my chart, because the runner is now designed to get that other side of the bell curve, the lower strike rate, still relevant, right? We're still adapting it to the current price. We're adapting it to the levels, just like you see here on my chart. I'm not shooting for a new low a day for this final runner. What am I shooting for? I'm shooting for the fact that I'm applying the other side of the bell curve. You see how this makes a bell curve? It's just sideways. This makes a bell curve right here. This is the high strike rate portion. I want to cover, like what Mickey says, cover my queen. I want to pay myself and de-risk a portion of this trade, so that way, if we do just get a break and a false breakout like that, like honestly what you've seen on the long here that I tried taking, I can cover a lot of my risk here, and if not, actually pay myself a bit of money. Then I try to then find how can I get that median to average in comparison with the levels of the day. I don't just always blindly target these white boxes. I see where does these white boxes, which is the median to average, how can I align these white boxes to the statistics and the levels that this daily candle specifically has. We can see that London OU, which is what Mickey and I were really trying to make sure we could at least at a minimum get, it intersected perfectly with this median to average, and the average is right here. Basically, if you were to just think about it like a box, from the median to average, this is the box, and we're doing that right here, right now in front of your all's eyes. And so now that I was able to pay myself twice in this trade, this runner can turn all the way back and stop me out, and I'm still net positive in this trade. And so this gives you power to let that trade run. This gives you that mental fortitude. This is where I say peace on the charts from statistics. You are watching this in real time. I don't have to freak out. I can watch this price retrace back to my entry. I don't have to freaking close out, because I know that this runner and the tool that this is designed to do is to capture this other side of the bell curve of my edge. And then I align it with the levels of the day. Today, I know that midnight open has been failed to get retraced twice in a row, because I know something. And if you guys that aren't really familiar with statistics, ask ChatGPT, what is the probability of something that has a 65 to 68% hit rate? What's the odds of it failing once in a row, twice in a row, 3 times in a row, 4 times in a row? And you'll see that because we failed twice, I'm putting a lot of pressure, because live price is accepting towards midnight open. I am putting a ton of pressure on my runner, which is the other side of this bell curve, to get intersected with midnight open. Mickey, back to you.
Good class, man. It was epic. All right. 9:45 opened up. If you did, this is a beautiful way, the way we trade, this 9:45. All right, thank you. You already got 10 base. Nope, you got 5 basis points to cover your queen. 10 would be right there. If you took that 9:45 trade, if it break out the way Austin does.
Oh, dude. And then here's another thing with a 9:45. Look at the distance. Look at the Mickey, draw a box of that 9:45. And so here's another little mini workshop. Okay, take the high and the low at 9:45 because you guys, we briefed this morning. This is that time period where we're either mean reverting or trending. Okay, that's it. 9:45 to 10. By that point, where we're at in relation to 9:30 can really give you a lot of context of what we're doing. And when we see that this gap between 9:45 and 9:30, instead of 9:45 being inside of it, nested inside of it, I like using boxes and zones for this very reason right here, because now I can see at 9:45, the prime time for us to reverse the 9:30 move. This gives me context. Well, if we're accepting below the opening, and obviously now the low, we're on the right side of the market if we're short. But then if we get above that 9:45, which can be possible, well, now I know, okay, I don't have to freak out and overmanage this runner because maybe this is the reversal, but I'm still going to let it run because I'm not going to bottleneck that expectancy that can still be the breaking to the downside to get that midnight open. So that 9:45 just is it's a good confirmation zone.
Absolutely.
We got a question here for us, Mick. What would be your 9:45 for the London session? This is a really good one.
So the way I look at London, let me go back to the 5-minute and turn some stuff off. Right, same way I do Asia. So New York 2, I usually use 1330. Let's start with Asia, right? Like I always look at 2000, right? Because 2000 from a data standpoint is the one that's going to make it go false. And the cool thing about Asia, which I want to bring to everybody's attention tonight, every single body listening that trades Asia, right? 18 to 1930, right? We all know that has a higher probability of going true, but you need to pay attention to this tonight, right? It is on a 3-day fall streak. Out of the last year, it has never gone more than 3 days in a fall streak, right? This is day 4, so it's on day 4. Last night was day 4 of turning it false, right? So you're now on a +1 of doing something that it's never done before. So with that being said, over the last 20 years, let's look at the data of this. All right, sorry, I completely blew off the question. Nope, that's not working. Out of the last 20 years, right, we see that Asia goes true 60% over false. And then based off of New York 2, New York 1, that'll increase or decrease. But overall, it goes true versus false more times, right? Even this year, we went true 6% of the time over false, right? We are on a variance streak of a false right now. So for you Asia traders, we're on a 4-day, even though it says 3-day because it hasn't calculated last night yet, it is on a 4-day fall streak. So if the gunship tells you to fire longs and we get a breakout out of the Asia range, take it. I don't know how much more clear I can be, but anyway, like I always look at 2000 to reverse, right? 2000 and latest 2100 the new 3-hour cycle, right? So I would say like 2100 is a good time for Asia. And then get my Apex, my trades out of the way. With London, right? It's the same concept, right? Like, so we know that 4 to 5 is typically when it goes false, right? But then like I always look at the 6 o'clock, right? The 6 o'clock hour, right? To see if it's going to continue with the true or if it's going to, like I always play like 6 o'clock is the dominant hour of continuation or reversal for whatever we did in London, right? So I don't really have a 9:30 per se, right? Because you've been trained, Wingo, how to look at the 05 boxes. So look at the 05 boxes, measure data around the 05 boxes around that 4 o'clock hour to see if we're going to go false, use the quarters. Same thing with the 20 and the 2100 hour in the Asia, use the 05 boxes, and the same thing you've been trained on. You don't need The reason we're very, very specific with the way we do things. Ooh, my target is midnight, by the way. All right, the reason we do things very specific, because the one thing we noticed was the 9:30 to 10:30 hour skews a lot of the data. So we're very specific and to the minute. These other 3-hour cycles and the rolling 3-hour cycles throughout the day and the night, right? The trues versus are more dominant than the false. Like those, we don't have to consider as much skewness to the data. So there's no need to like collect data on a 1-minute candle, because overall, when we did that, collected data on every 1-minute candle, we realized that, oh, every 1-minute candle, because we've ranged more than we trend, gets taken and touched and to the tick more than it doesn't, right? The reason we chose 9:30 and 9:45 was because of the skewness that the 9:30 to 10:30 candle does to all the data, right? And because it was the most dominant volume, right, during those times. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question, and hopefully it gave you some edge for tonight's trade. If you're an Asia trader, come on, let's go. Banging the house today, right? Remember midnight and P12 mid, we got the settlement, so we're looking for a bounce, right? We can't. And
Hey,
you took the 9:45 trade, you should be queen covered, all that good stuff. Targeting midnight or P12 mid.
look at Aster, bro.
Process over profits. That's right.
Funded off today's 9:30.
What's that?
Make me happy.
All right, I'm coming up on TP. Let me screenshot it. Put it in the chat.
Are we slapping together? Are we going together? Are you going slightly above? So this is my target.
Oh, see, that's where Austin and me are different, right? I'm up. So my entry was the 9:30 high, right? I'm up almost 1%, 200 handles. Like, I'm not going to let this thing turn around. So, like, my stop's right above this 9:45 high right here, right? And if this thing decides to turn around, like, my TP is at midnight. I'm not one of these dudes that plays to the tick or any of that. Like, if it gets close enough for cigars, or close enough for hand grenades, horseshoes, and my TP, right?
Dude, if you were to look up in Webster's dictionary, dick for a tick, you will see my face just right there.
Yeah, I'm the bipolar opposite. I'm like, 5 handles.
But see, dude, you guys just see Mickey and I was long. I got stopped. Mickey said, I'm short. And then I went short. You guys, like, dude, I freaking love what we do, bro. I love what we do. I am living. Dude, I could die tomorrow, and I've done everything I needed to do.
Well, besides being dead, because that's when your life really starts.
I don't know, dude.
I know, man. I was the same way when I was young.
Come on, midnight. Let's go. Uh-oh. It's tickling me. There we go, baby.
All right, let's go.
Boom.
TP.
Where are you? Are you right at midnight?
I'm TP'd now.
TP.
How was that right at midnight? 832 in that account. And then in the Apex, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. And then in the Apex, I am up 700 and something.
Let's go. And we're still running. We're still running on the gunship, bro. We're still short.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this NYM trade. Scaled out 3 times. 1 micro for the exponential bell curve. Now, I want y'all to here. Hold on. Break down your trades, Mickey. I'm sorry. I'll break this down. Here you go.
All right, sounds good. Let me get my screen reset. So obviously we were waiting for the firecracker. Right, I was expecting it to go up a little bit higher, but the rejection of the 10 basis points gave me enough conviction to sell as we were entering back into the sell back into the 930 range. Right, so I covered the queen at 10 basis points. Right, started with 5 contracts, covered 2 of them right here, took a couple more off right here at London OU, and then final TP was midnight open. Right, and that was my trade thought and process. The same thing that I said in the war game, I executed. And yeah, it is what it is, right? I took this one with 5 micros on the top step, and then I took it with 4 micros on the apex funded. So yeah,
Let's go,
hopefully
bro.
that was good. The classic firecracker at 9:30 to 10:15. Not none of this wet wick firecracker bullshit.
I think
they gave us.
I may be wrong, dude, but I think this may be the first PackTV where we got a clean firecracker. Like,
Dude, yeah.
There's maybe in a couple streams where we've tried to, like, it's building up, but then it's that wet wick action.
Here's the apex I was talking about. I can't find the screenshot, but 708 for the day off of that trade.
708, baby.
So it is what it is. Good trading today, Austin. We can leave now. Watch this gonna chop. It's gonna chop all for Cody now. Cody and PZFX are gonna have to come in and deal with our shenanigans.
Hey, well, according to YouTube, we went from 4 live viewers to now 7, so we must be doing something right.
Oh no, Gordos, right? Like, you're absolutely right. Right now it's 10 o'clock, so let's talk through this and let's watch it, right? All right, so we are expecting a balance. Because remember, we are still expecting a green daily candle, right? So let me jump back to the 1 minute. It's 10 o'clock right here, right now. Obviously, probability flags are to the downside, right? Here's your wick right here, right? The only level that didn't get hit was the P12 mid, so we'll allow it to come down, touch the P12 mid, and then see if it can suck back into the range. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. All right, so you know your hour and your 3-hour probability flags right here, right now, right? It could be doing a footprint rejection to suck back into the range, right? You can't lose focus of, let's go back to our daily candle, right? You're just asking yourself, all right, do we have statistics saying that low of the day set? Yes, we do. Does Asia OU also support that we don't have to go that low? Yes, it does. Are we expecting a green candle? Well, what kind of environment? We're below NFP Friday, previous month 50%. We're expecting 50% green, 50% red daily candles. We're on a 1, 2, 3, 4 red day streak. So this one can be green. So it's a safe assumption to expect a green daily candle today. All right, so going back to the intraday view, we know from a probability standpoint, this is Globex and Asia OU right here in this P12 low, right? It can come down to P12 mid, but now we have a new rotation, right? It's the 10 o'clock hour. If this was going to be a 3-hour line, this would be the 4th one, the 2nd hour footprint rejection. And then we start heading back up, right? That's another reason why, like, time is important in understanding your lines versus your apex, right? So now what if we want to see that, right? Well, we want to see a 05 break, get above 10 basis points, Q2 take out Q1 high, and for us to continue back up, right? Because remember, the one weird thing today is this is not a normal high of the day. This is a normal low of the day based off of what Asia and London has done, right? From a time and price. So that's the one thing that's not like the other right here, right? So that's my thought for the rest of the day, but I don't have to trade anymore because I call it that. And even if I didn't catch that, like, my edge throughout the day, other than false 05 breaks, right, is slim to none. And those are for cash flow, because most of the time the daily candle of range has already been formed. But
yeah, I couldn't have asked for a better day. Can't really ask for anything else from this market. And now, honestly, if I was in this, if I were still, if let's say I could have 5 micros on this trade, which, to be honest, it could have been argued I could have maybe used 1 more micro, but that's always how you feel, right? Sometimes
you always want to add more when you took the winning trade. You always want to wish you had less. Settlement's filled, right? I don't know what you're talking about. Settlement's been recovered and all that.
Oh, Shannon. Yeah. But the 3-hour line, so for those of you that are now either still in trades or you want some analysis to kind of bleed you into the rest of the day for ambiguous hour coming up in 22 minutes or 26 minutes, is the 3-hour line. So the 3-hour line is one of my favorite ways of managing a runner. So no matter if you are trading the way that Mick or I do, or let's say you're already short or whatever, right? You can use this 3-hour line sequence to really see either if we're continuing off that 930 move or we're reversing the 930 move. So right here, right now, statistically, I'm still bearish no matter how weird this bounce looks. Why? because we have not taken the 9 a.m. low. Statistically, we take at least one side of the 9 o'clock. And it's very rare. And actually, we just did the most rarest anomaly days. When was that, Mick? Like a week ago, week and a half ago?
Yeah.
When we operated inside 9 a.m. range for.
Oh my gosh, that was such a crazy day. It was a terrible day.
I have nightmares about that day. But we just don't typically do that. We typically will take at least one side, and because we're opening up 10 o'clock. No, go ahead.
No, one thing that supports what he's saying, that would make sense, because we do a false 05 break within the first 15 minutes more than we don't, right? Yep. So that would make sense for us to break out, bounce around P12 mid, 10 basis points off the 05 box, and then suck back into the range. So it could do that.
Yeah. Here's your 10 a.m. 05 box, what Mickey's saying. And we have the 9 a.m. low right here. And so now the 3-hour line would go as follows. If we take this 9 a.m. low, and then do exactly what Mickey's saying, we do this 05 box false break. We would take the 9 a.m. low, break below the 05, do the false, which would mean come back and taking the high. And then this is what we lead into calling the sweeper. And if we sweep this 9 a.m. low, immediately sucking back into the 9 a.m. range, getting above Q1 high, this is that reversal apex signature that we look for. And the reason why we call it an apex is it makes like an A, right? Or for this, an upside down A.
Austin, look at my camera. This is the lady that told you guys they sell 15 minis right here, right now at 9:30. And my other one.
That's a brute.
My other one, which is bigger. Let me grab her. My 90-pounder.
I love that they just go limp. They're just like,
yeah. Those girls right there, they said, Mickey, stop being a bitch. Sell 15 minis. And I was like, what kind of risk managers are you? These are the worst risk managers ever.
I dig it. Dude, what better? Who's doing this, bro? We're freaking trading. We're showing dogs.
We're fighting our dogs from trying to get us to sling 15 minis.
Yeah.
Themselves. All right, so this is looking like a footprint rejection right now. We got to go breach the previous hour 50 though to confirm that, and then Q2 needs to take out Q1. The biggest edge I can give any of you guys, all right, and one day I'll release the PDF, right, is that around these 05 boxes, the Q2 confirmation over the last 20 years has sustained its weight. Now, each hour, there's certain hours that do true versus false. All that's irrelevant. You should have a trade plan for the false trade. You should have a trade plan for the true trade, because in reality, these 05 breaks are entry signals for a 3-hour line versus an apex. So one thing that I'm testing right now, right, is over 20 years, if I use the line versus the apex and the candle signs probability flags and just took the trades, whether it's false or true based off of the Q2 break, would it be profitable? And that's like producing really great numbers without overfitting, obviously. But it's showing that over years, right, like that's a sustainable way of trading, right? And so, guys, we live in a world that there is no excuse not to have your edge, right? Very, very well defined. Right, you see me do it with the 05s and the daily profile. You see Austin do it with the gunship and the daily profile. Like, we live in a world where, like, if you can think of it as a strategy, you can test it as a strategy.
That's really it. I mean, you don't have to believe anybody in 2026. You don't have to. If somebody's telling you something's high probability, if somebody's telling you this is good, this is bad. Like, you know, when I first joined Twitter in the trading space, a lot of people, and still too, but it was even more prominent, was people would shout from the mountaintops, you know, broker statements, show me your broker statement, show me proof of profitability. And people will have that energy, but all we try to do is we don't care about the broker statements. We just say, show me your statements of edge, show me your proof of edge, you know, and that's all statistics do.
One thing that's coming up and that we're building towards, now this is kind of a sneak peek, but this will be the boot camp. So every class will have simulators, right? Just like a pilot. They're not uploaded yet because we're working on them in the dev sites. But it'll have simulators for you to like get used to the execution. Once you find the edge, you'll be able to run it through simulators, like just like flying a pilot does, right? But another thing that we're working on, and I probably shouldn't come out and say it, but I'm going to anyway, right? We're trying to build an environment where you just come here, you type the strategy, and then it runs the numbers for you to tell you. And it does a year look back, out of sample, in sample, you know, test, and it just is able to look 15 years or 1 year based off of your selection, right? How far back does that strategy have edge? So if you can describe whatever the edge you're trying to, it will be able to run the numbers for you. But that is a more complex project that will probably take us a whole quarter just to get the pipeline built. But we're just doing everything we can at the pack and the daily profile to make you guys independent thinkers, because at the end of the day, it all comes down to you being able to make the decision, you being able to manage the risk, and you enjoying whatever edge that you can get out of the market, right? That's the biggest thing. That's one of our main mission statements, is to provide an environment where you can become the independent thinker, because at the end of the day, it only matters to you. Now I'm saying, Austin?
I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you are saying.
And if we can pull it off, dude, like, there will be no excuse. You always hear people that say backtesting is stupid and blah, blah, blah. All right, so we got an 05 breakout to the upside. We rejected 10 basis points. We failed to suck back into the range. This can be a footprint rejection. The if-then statement needs to be previous Q2 take out Q1 high, where we would expect a Q1 low, Q4 high coming back towards the 930. Remember, this is a signature for a 3-hour line up. Right, so if Q2 takes out Q1 high, we also know we're in the second hour, and like we're gonna be looking for Q3 or Q4 to break to the downside, then that'll support P12 mid getting hit. But if it can't, right, do not ignore this, right? Like, you will have a true breakout once Q2 confirms it, and then you're looking around the previous hour 50, which is right here, to see if we can make it back to 930, right? This is setting up for a really gorgeous trade for Cody and PTFX.
The only thing that's throwing me off is which I guess you could, because I know your data that you shared, that the false 05s, those are based on wick breaks, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
we did very, very subtly at 10:06 wick the low of the 05 box. So we technically have done that false 05 break.
Holy cow, we did on MNQ? On NQ, we did not. Yeah, we did. You're absolutely right. That would have been it wasn't on NQ, so I ran all my data on NQ. But that would have been gangster as hell if I saw that.
But look at how we missed 9 a.m. low. But like, yep. We just like
this is a rare signature, because you already know, like, the 1040, the 12 probabilities, but like, this is gonna be interesting. Like, I'm not gonna put, we've seen it too many times where we rejected this 10 basis points, and in the last 2 minutes of the 10-15 candle, we just sucked back into the range and then burst out the bottom. Right, so I'm not gonna put too much on this yet, because this is alerting me of a possible footprint rejection right here, right? But the confirmation is up here and in Q2, right? And then I'll be allowed to start buying dips, but I'm not touching anything, because I'm not a big component of, like, this doesn't have more edge than the 930 trade I took. So like, this 930 trade had all the edge, right? So my trading day is done. And that's one thing you always have to ask yourself, like, is the trade I'm about to take better than the edge of the trade I just took? And if it's no, or even if you even have to think about it, then there's no business taking it. I can find a trade any day, any time of the day. But what's the point of that, right? At the end of the day, at least for me, if I take every trade I see, like, I'll still end up at the same location, if not worse, at the end of the day.
We got a good question here. And actually, Ricardo, he's graduating this current boot camp, but he's been one of the top already. And he said, what is something you would go and test? And actually, I wouldn't tell you to go test it, because Ricardo's doing it. is one thing that Ricardo loves to do with these 05 box breakouts is a retest in Q2 of the same direction. So if you wanted to test that on top the rock, I would say go test and validate whatever hour or maybe group of hours that you want that are specific to your. And if, like right here, you see how we broke above the 05 box and now we're going into Q2. This is objectively, if we take this Q1 high, statistically, this is the low for the rest of the hour, right? So that's foolish. But if we don't take that Q1 high, then this would not be a valid break and retest. So what Ricardo likes to do is when we break this 05 box, he's not getting in at the break. That's his signal. That's his alert, basically. Then the confirmation is now going into Q2, retesting this 05 and respecting it, not retesting it and breaking through. And so he would be getting long somewhere in the next 2 to 3 minutes here if we reject this 05 box. So if you want to test that, test it for yourself.
All right, so we're sucking back into the range. Remember, this is just a 15-minute. Q2 didn't take out Q1 high yet, so you're paying attention that it bouncing somewhere here. Same thing we do with the 930, right? You can take and quad this up and just look for a bounce and go. Or does it break through and just take out that 9 o'clock low, continue lower, right? Remember, all right, so let's go look at the daily profile real quick. What was the highest probable price structure that we were expecting, right?
Ricardo's in here. What's up, Ricardo? His penetrator model. Look, the penetrator model is penetrating. It's penetrating as we speak. We came down and retested the 05. It's penetrating. The penetration's active.
All right, so look at this, right? Like, so this is the highest probable price structure. 930 comes, makes a new high, stuck back into the range, right? 10 o'clock continue lower, right? But be careful because like this is saying not to trust the quarters today, right? During the 10 o'clock hour, but then slowly drifting lower, right? So there is the possibility if we did go with the green pill for the 1030 to 1045 to suck back into the range and then possibly keep going down. And then we'll wait for lunch, New York 2, to see if it wants to go up to the closing price. Because right now, the high of the day is still off. No matter which way I look at it. Let's go see if we went long true in New York 2. You would still be, your high of the day is still way off. So like, I would put more weight on this data than this data for a high of the day. From a price standpoint, I think we hit it though. We hit it from a price.
What do we?
Yeah,
hit?
we did. The high of the day. We hit high of the day from a price standpoint all day long. So yeah, that might be the high of the day. Like if you remove this wick right here, this anomaly news wick, right? This is the high of the day right here at 930. This is the exact price structure that statistics told us to look for. So yeah, interesting. Shoot. When do they jump on at 1030 or 1020?
1030.
Oh, okay. I was like, I just spoke too much.
We do have a good question here about Mr. Wes. Wes says, quick question, Austin. Are you see, how would you manage 3 contracts entry? My usual is to take off the 2 at cash flow and let other one run till a specific target. Example, London OU. The only problem is that, and then he continues here, if you take 1 loss first, the second trade isn't enough for cash flow, and then another one, without changing the way I would initially take off contracts. So this is a really good question. And this is where I tell you all, I'm mechanical in my if-then statements and my analysis. I am not mechanical with every single trade. It's going to be the same contract size. It's going to be, you know, it's not like that. Okay. The reason you guys, and I'll explain it with the live trades I took today. How many contracts did you guys see me take this long from right here? Look, 3. Why did I take 3 and not 4, which is I did 4 here? Because the probabilities, guys. Yes, this 930 was 13 basis points, and yes, I could have probably put on 5 to 6 micros. But the conditional probability, the edge, the majority of the edge was to the downside. I'm not going to bottleneck my edge. I'm not going to never over perfect what I'm trying to do because I can still be wrong. I'm a human. And so if I know that 10 to 12 basis points off of a breakout, especially on a Monday and especially with an out of stat low a day, I have no regrets taking this stop loss, but I'm not going to position size the same way as I am towards these levels and probabilities down here, especially in the prime time for us to retrace them. So I don't ever tell myself yes or no in terms of just, I'm not taking this because blah, blah, blah. If I can define my risk and if I can put still some sort of position on that would be cash flow, I'm going to take it. So when you tell me, how would I do a 3 contract entry? I can't even give you that perspective because in my opinion, I don't think it should be mechanical in the sense that every trade should always be the same contract size. You need to have that dynamic adaptation to where you can be a mechanical trader, and people hear mechanical and they think exactly that. You have to use the same size stop loss, same T. No, you are mechanical in the sense that my if-then statements are, where's the high day, low day, and where can we make it again? What levels am I targeting every single day? What if-then statement has to get me above or below 930 to get me in a candle close? I am mechanical with the decisions that when they align with me being dynamic with the market, that's what gives me that power. So I went 4 micros for this short because there were more probabilities, there were more distance, there was more context. So I can ride this trade out and milk that edge a lot longer. And I just realized I'm not even sharing my screen as I'm explaining this. So right here.
Austin, are you talking?
Oh my God. But y'all get the point, right? 10 basis points off this long. I did 3 micros, and then the short I did 4. Right here it says 7 because I got stopped, and then that same candle I went 4. So 4 micros short, 2 at cash flow, 1 at median, and then 1 for the runner. So it's the reason why you may see that, Wes, of it's difficult to kind of make up for that loss or anything is because you're with your position sizing, your contract sizing, you are just being a tad bit too mechanical and strict. Be mechanical with your if-then statements. Do not be mechanical with your risk because the market's not that way. The market's dynamic. That 930 can be 13 basis points and it can also be 25. And if that is your invalidation, and your invalidation is dynamic, why would your risk be static? I hope that helps. I hope that answers. I know I didn't give you an exact answer because I can't give you an exact answer. I would just be doing you a disservice trying to make up an answer, you know what I mean, just to fit a 3 micro trade every day.
All right. So we're breaking up to the 05 box to the upside again, still at inside 15.
You got to call it what it is.
What?
This is now the penetrator.
And
we are penetrating the 10 o'clock 05 box.
So if you look, if you wanted to risk, hey, how this indicator does this. Risking 600 a count. Let's say we wanted to risk 500 a trade. Right, the size of the 05 box, based off the size of the 05 box, you could risk 500 if you took this long right here and your stop was right here, right? You would have got your 10 basis points, but that would have been $500 of risk. What people don't talk about is that risk per trade, and Austin's doing a great job explaining that, right? Your risk per trade and sync with your MAE and all that syncs how much you should be position sizing with it. I know there's traders out there that are trying to lead you astray by saying you should sling 1 to 2 minis every trade. Mathematically, that never works out, ever. Right? That always leads to a risk of ruin. Right?
Imagine playing poker, and every time you play your hand in poker, it's
just all in.
Every time.
Yeah.
You're already do that.
Even with these prop accounts, slinging 2 minis that's still too much, right? Because your stop's gonna always be different sized, right? So you can't control that business expense and those consecutive loss periods when they come, right? If I slung 2 minis every time we had an 05 break, This time it would be worth $300. Next time it might be worth, if the 05 box is bigger, next time it would be worth like $500, maybe $1,500, $300. Like you can't. The one thing you want to predict is your risk, right? Like you want to be able to predict your P&L volatility. Right? You can't predict when it's going to happen, but you better be preparing for like the consecutive loss max drawdown of that trade, right? You can either use historical data or you can use calculations to figure out those two numbers, right? They both get you similar, right? But like you better be position sizing based off of that number, not the whole I'm going to sling 2 minis and roll the dice, because it doesn't work out ever. And anybody who knows anything about basic simple math can prove that.
And you'll have runs, you will. You'll still have win streaks. You'll still go through a nice, who knows, you go 5 win streaks, 6. It's so difficult to keep that position sizing the same when over time, and this is why I was telling Wes, and I'm glad Wes is asking us, so shout out to Wes real quick for anybody listening. Wes has been in the pack for a minute now, and I had a call with Wes like a month ago at this point, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, Wes, but he had to slow down. And the reason he's asking 3 micros is I gave him the 1-2 challenge. The 1-2 challenge, and this will be my thing for all of you guys. If you struggle with holding trades, if you struggle with letting runners run, if you struggle with any part of that demon that a lot of people have, do the 1-2 challenge. This is not financial advice. I am not licensed to tell you this. I am not an expert, but it's helped a lot of people in the community. And that is, you only have 2 micros. That is your budget as a business. 2 micros. You can only risk 2 micros. You can't go 4, can't go 3, can't, exactly the opposite of what Mick and I are saying right now, but this is not to make money right now. This is to build your brain to stop focusing on the outcome and focus on the process. So you only have 2 micros. Your only goal, however you trade, I don't care if it's 930, I don't care if it's some other model completely opposite to what we do, you can only use 2 micros. And your goal is to define a cash flow target. So that high strike rate, that high, easy, low hanging fruit that your edge produces. But then your second micro is that extended target. The other side of the bell curve that I just taught today on the live trade example that you guys seen. That's your only 2 things. Now, what does that do in your brain and your psychology as you are trying to be consistent at executing the same way? You can't freak out over risk. You only have 2 micros. That is the lowest risk you can put on in NASDAQ. So you're not worried about the dollar figure. At that point, you are zoned in, tunnel vision, and hyper-focused on where do I cash flow my trade, where do I cover my queen, protect the lion's share of my risk, and then also where can I extend my risk without just letting it go to 0, or in this case, if we're bullish, to the moon, whatever. So you really get to focus that process over profits, what a lot of people say is really good in trading. Well, this is a way to apply that. You can be so obsessed with the process of getting your cash flow and extended TP, then you do this for a few weeks, you're going to start to get like I'm telling you guys, this happens to so many people. You're going to get so upset at yourself for not putting on more risk. You're going to get upset because you're like, dude, I was able to now effectively articulate and execute this extended TP that went 30 basis points in my favor, but I could only do 1 micro because I gave myself a 1-2 challenge. Good. That's the way you should feel. So now when it comes back to executing in the real markets, rip a page out of the Best Loser Wins. When Tom Hogarth says over managing a trade, you have to ask yourself, are you going to feel worse over managing this? And I'm paraphrasing. Are you going to feel worse over managing this trade and then getting what you were trying to get for because you're all freaking out? Or are you going to feel better just letting this trade run and do that 100 times in a row? That's what that enforces, is now you're in the markets and you get to have all this experience to where you were like, dude, I remember this time. The setup is happening exactly the same way I seen it before. And the last time I did this, I was so upset at myself for only being able to have 1 micro on runner, and you're able to dynamically adjust your target size to maybe 4 to 5. And now you're doing that in real time. You will literally be able to see exactly how I operate, where when I'm trading, I'm not focused on the dollars. I'm not sitting here freaking out. I'm focus purely on the process, sometimes to the point where it's probably even annoying to hear because something looks so obvious the other way, and I don't even care. I'm like, cool story, cool. But I'm zoned in on my process, and then you have to have that delusional level of confidence over time, and then execute the same way. But that delusional confidence doesn't come from feelings; it comes from objectivity. All right, so that's my spiel.
And so to end it with that, speaking of objectivity, we know that Asia's on a 4-day fast, and that's never happened before. So you guys should probably take the Gunship True challenge tonight.
Let's see. We're still speaking of Gunship. We are about to get tagged out on the final micro to round this out too. So I'll go to my laptop here. So we scaled out the majority of the position here at the cash flow portion of this 930 break. Gunship was able to front run the breakout move of 930. So we actually, this box right here formed at the close of the 930 candle. So we called this short all the way from here, got in short, just missed it by a few points here because it was supposed to be at right here and it just got here, whatever. And cash flowed here, cash flowed another at the median. Guys, the same way y'all see me trade and manage the NASDAQ trade. And then now the final runner is either 716 or 508 if this is just a pullback to go lower. And these green boxes are conditional MFE combined with generic MFE. And so you can see just where all the targets were. So pretty cool. And now it's 10:32. Mickey, you got any final words for everybody?
Other than remember it's a green day, right? Let the quarters and the 05 boxes and your live price elements, Gunship, lead the direction. Don't worry about what's going on in the news. Don't worry about what's Powell saying. That stuff's the same old, right? Right now, what I see on a long fast, I'm expecting this quarter to get taken out and then for us to suck back in the range. And I'll make a new analysis all over again for New York too, right? To see how we're going to close this market, right? But other than that, hopefully you guys have a great day and hopefully you got something out of the day.
Absolutely. And yeah, bro, thank you for the kind words, guys, that you've left. Shane just dropped one. He said, Austin and Mick, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for the awesome analysis. The charts in the pack are a good distraction for me right now with how life's going. Never stop doing what you guys are doing, and we never will. I love doing this. I love coming here and I shared this on Twitter, and I'll share this again just now, is the reason why what we do and the reason why I'm so passionate about live trading is not to entertain you all. It's not to produce signals or copy trading signals. Mickey and I are the worst signal service ever anyways. It's to give you all hope and inspire you and to motivate you. Because if I can show you that a group of people, not just me, not just Mickey, but Drez, Eldianis, Karl, you're about to see Cody and PTFX coming up here. If I can show you a bunch of different people, all executing completely different, but using the one common denominator, and that is statistics, objectivity, you can do it too, right? And that hope, that inspiration, that's what can keep you going. That's what is keeping you driven, because you're seeing people do it consistently, not just once in a blue moon, not just once when we feel like it. Every single Monday, you don't have to pay to watch. Every single Monday, do the same thing. Sometimes we lose, sometimes we win.
People have seen Austin do the same analysis for years. You've seen me do the same wargaming for years. You got to ask yourself, why aren't you doing the same thing for years now? Right? So this is your time to get serious with trading and figure it out, right? Figure out what you need to put probabilities on your chart so you can do the same wargaming for years on end. Because that's where the true peace comes from. That's where the easy risk mitigation comes from, right? Doing the same damn thing over and over and over and over and over again until it's so stupid that people are like, God, I'm not watching Mickey no more because I know exactly what he's going to do, what exactly he's going to say. That's what we want.
That's what we want. We want to get to the point where you're just like, oh God, here we go again.
Yep.
It's that high day. I got a question one time, Mickey. They were like, so all you do is just break out a 930. It should be that simple. Why does it have to be more complex than that? Make your trading simple. Make it to where you do get bored hearing people and drop their analysis. Don't get excited. Get bored and then have fun. Not because we're sitting here being entertaining on the chart. Have fun because now you get to be a retail trader articulating one of the most highly traded instruments in the entire world, baby. And that's it. I'm done. Y'all stay grinding on your freaking goals. And as always, never, ever, you see what's on top of my screen right here? Never let anyone tell you that you can't do something they never done themselves. And I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody.
Later, and this time I will not close the stream when I exit the building. I'm so bad about that.
Did you find value in how Austin and Mick trade and analyze the market? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the PackTV group Discord in the description.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
3-hour line, watch it hold, watch it break. 3-hour apex, snapback mean reversion in your face. Pack trays on the mic, PTFX on the side. Yeah. We align the stats with the live, let it ride. We are live on PackTV. Futures moving, come and see. From the open to the close, read the flow with me. Pack trays, PTFX, PackTV. Hey!
Yo, what's good, everybody? How's it going? What is going on? I am currently in a short. I'm looking to take one off here at 280. I got short at the top of this Q1 here. So I'm just looking for a retest of P12 mid. I couldn't find an entry at the top. That's all right. Now that we made a Q1 high, I am going to trail this to the Q2 high. So I will save a little bit of money on this if we go take out the Q2 high, but we're just gonna let this run and hang out for a bit. How is everybody doing today? How is everybody doing today? But yeah, so I have taken one micro off here at about the 80s. It's just this cash flow move. If this is going to be a bounce here, maybe I could have put it at the low here, but I'm going to look to see if it's going to actually hit the P12 mid. So just front run that just a little bit. And then if we do just get that 3-hour line, I'm looking for just right above previous day low here. But yeah, awesome. Bill's doing peachy. Like to hear that. So let me update this now that I've moved stop just a little bit. Save about 10 points here. What's good, Bruno? So I did move the stop just a bit. So right above this Q2 high now. If it's going to take that, then this is probably going to be an apex. I don't want to be in the short anymore. But I've already secured enough on this trade to where it's not really that big of a deal. You'll see I had 15 micros on. I took 10 off right here. No. Let me go check. I took 10 off right there. I took 2 off right here, and then 1 off when we took out this low right there. Which I was anticipating a 10 a.m. open bounce. That's why I took it off right there. These were just my cash flow targets, 5 basis points, and then it was about 8 basis points on that one. But yeah. So now we're just chilling, waiting to see what this does. If this is just going to be an apex from here, or if we're going to get a Q4 low. But we're good. Cash flowed enough. Like, even if I get stopped, I'll still be up $500 ish on this trade. So on one account, so I'll take it. I will take it. How's everyone's trading? Y'all catch the shorts at the top? Appreciate it. Doja Cat. Y'all catch the shorts at the top? I wanted to try to short at the top. I just I didn't get I like the retracements into the 930. It just didn't come back and fire enough for me. So Had to sit out, had to wait. Had to wait. Had to wait. If we do get another 5-minute close over the 05 box here, I am going to trim one of my other micros since I have 2 remaining here. Just because we're starting to show a sweep and then acceptance. Got short from 502. Hell yeah. That's awesome. So if we do get this 5-minute close above the 05, I will trim one of the micros. Just because now that we've taken out this low and the previous hour low, that's showing acceptance towards an apex. But took a long after 1 minute close, got stopped above, fired 3 short from 467, all reach target. Nice. Nice. Got a short from below 945. Heck yeah. Yeah, so target here at 280. Let me just mark that up. Chart here. All right, I'm putting alert there. I'm going to put alert there so if y'all's ears explode, I'm sorry. And 39.50 is what I'm looking for on the other one. About right there. Let's see if it's gonna flush through for me here. Just barely tickling me. All right, there you go. Got taken out on that one on M&Q. It hit the 280 right there. So now we just got one runner. We're gonna look for it to retest previous day's low here. And well, yeah, we'll just let this thing do its thing now. So yeah, we got one off left. So took that off at 280. Just gonna let this run. See if it's gonna fill the median distribution here of this breakout. We didn't make it to the high distribution on the breakout to the top side. So typically when it's only the cash flow side on one, and then I'd like to see it dive down a little bit further here, especially with the Q1 high rejection, taking out a low. I'd expect a Q4 low. I'm gonna expect a line. So I'm just gonna let price do its thing. And then I'll let it tell me when to get out of this micro. I used 15-second chart to short at 938. Found an order block with a swing high. Nice. Heck yeah. Oops. Man, what a day. What a day. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised too if we let me go to the 30-minute chart here. If this just ends up being the week of the daily, or the week, or the wick of the daily candle, right? I mean, of the weekly candle, the wick of the weekly candle. We had essentially no pullback, and so now, like, this is a decent. If we break this open, that this could be the wick, and then we just start trading down. Especially since on the daily chart we're bearish. So 50-50 green, red candles. See what happens. So yeah, looking for 39.25. 239.25 is my last target here. But there's no reason to trail or anything like that. on this trade. I'll just let live price tell me. So essentially, if I'm going to cut this trade, what I'm watching for is if 11 o'clock sweeps out 10 o'clock's low, and then we close above its 05 box, most likely it's going to close like somewhere inside of the 10 o'clock hour candle. I don't want to be too jumpy to close because this is a DWP style day. So we should range at some point, but typically the 10 o'clock highs tend to stay quite often on DWP. So I just want to be not too jumpy, but this is the area that if it's going to bounce, it'd be right here, right now at P12 mid. So statistically, but we'll let live price tell us when to get out, or if it comes to retest this previous day low. And you'll see I'm not targeting exactly the previous day low, which is at 32. I'm targeting more like 40 because I don't need the whole thing, just a portion of that towards. Let me check one other thing here. Let's see where our line percentiles are. Yeah, and it lines up with 50% of a line. So the median line is somewhere in this area as well. So makes sense. Apex, we're already past median, so I'd lean more towards the line. But we will see. Like I said, if we get above the 11 o'clock 05, also with an apex signature, I'll close. So if we take out this Q3 high here, and then maybe we suck back down, and then the 11 o'clock 05, opens somewhere right there, and then we step above it, then I'll just be getting out of my trade because that's an apex confirmation. But we'll just let this do what it's going to do. I mean, the worst side happens here is I have a 9-point stop, so I'd go down $18 off this micro. No big deal. When I've already secured 776 on one account. It is still likely a green daily candle, right? So, I mean, we shouldn't break Asian OU just because of the fall off time. So it's likely low of day. It's likely a green daily candle. The highest probability is that we close inside the range, so above the low, the previous day low. But this is a good high. It's in a good area. It's just a weird time because of some news event that happened. I wasn't looking, so I don't know exactly what it was. I'm sure someone in the chat knows. And this is a good low day. So refresh. Looks like I may get stopped here. We're getting some good momentum off that P12 mid, so but we will see. Let's see what the probabilities are of a line apex for this. 60% apex at this point. Now they've taken out Q3 high. So now at this point, I'll be looking to see if we get a 5-minute close above the 11 o'clock 05. If we do, I'll just cut this last micro. But so we'll be waiting for 11 to do anything. He's here. I'll mute that mic.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
God damn. Mondays.
Mondays, man.
I couldn't log in the restream. I don't know.
Mondays, dude. Mondays.
I almost got stopped out of my short. I just got a runner left here.
Yep. Me too. Me too. I'm looking for a retest of previous day low on NQ. That's where my last runner is. 239. We did get an apex alert though, so I may be cutting this runner soon. But it being a DWP day, I want to let it play out.
Yeah, so I have my stop right at under 930, 5-minute OR. It almost got tagged there. Now, if we don't come back up here, that tells me we're gonna keep going lower. Just the fact that we missed, a lot of times we'll go up and actually tag the 930 OR. But then there's times where it'll leave that gap. So now we need to start taking a lower low. But we're on YM, we're at P12 high right here, just playing around.
Look at the transparency, peeps. 4 separate streams, all showing their trades. This is what separates from many others. Yeah, I mean, there's no, like Pocket said, there's just no reason to not show your trades. Like, what are you afraid of? Like, everyone wins, everybody loses. It's easy to win, too. It's easy to win. Matrix Brain, what's up, dude? Are you up $1 billion today? If I've got any questions, let us know. I mean, we're just gonna be chilling now, just letting this trade run and just watching live price to determine when it's time to get out. Other than that, like, it's always nice when you have firecrackers on a Monday. It, like, sets up their week pretty nice. I feel like get a nice little cushion on the week. What'd you do this weekend, PTFS? Anything fun?
What did I do? What did I do this weekend?
Yep.
Oh, made some music. Sat outside a lot because it was nice.
Nice. Heck yeah. Drez says, first day here, why we go false? Oh, Drez. We probably went false because Drez made like $100,000.
Yeah, you know what's stupid? Like last night I got long way down here at the bottom, and I got like 250 points. Nice. And I was like, hell yeah, this is awesome. And then I woke up this morning and like it had tripled that. And then of course Drez shows me that he held it all. I'm like, you bastard.
Yep, sounds about right. Sounds about right. Well, they put that, is that current POC right at P12 high? Or is it just below it?
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just right. It's right, basically P12 high. So we established value area low, stepped above point of control.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just, I'm expecting this to come stop me out, but it's all right. I got short 5 way up here at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Took my profits, so.
There you go.
Only Monday. Can't swing for the fences.
Mick was saying something about 2 minis. Like, you can't always be trading 2 minis on these prop accounts. And like, I was sitting in 15 micros as he was saying that. I was like, I was like,
hell, I thought I was getting heavy with 5 micros.
It's just it was an increased risk trade, just because we failed to take the 9 a.m. low on NQ, and we're in a zone I like to sell from, and we hadn't touched P12 mid, and we had missed P12 mid the last couple of days, so I was willing to increase the risk just a little bit. Paid off. 1 minute wickless candle. What does that mean to you? Because I don't know what that means. Like, what's the significance to you, Eduardo, on that?
Oh, there it goes.
Maybe it'll stop you out. Wait, what do they call this? SMT or something?
If it stops me out, not you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be watching this 11 o'clock 05. If we get a 5-minute close above it, then I'm gonna close the trade. But otherwise, I'll just let it get stopped. My stop's set 377.25. So we'll see if it gets stopped up there. 377.25. Still got about 20 points, but I'd expect it to get stopped too. This is looking like an apex.
Yeah, that was a good stop.
Cody PTFX SMT. We can't talk about that in public, Jeff. It's too mature. Yeah, I got my stops right here at this Q2I. So if we tell you it's roughly where this red line is. My stop. Right above that. Be more ambiguous as it's ambiguous hours, sir. Oh, man. I got long from 298. Damn. Retest of Midnight Open or something. All right, got stopped. Nice. Let me make sure I close that limit down there. Put a new picture up here. There you go. Oh. Didn't zoom out enough to get the last exit. Whoops. There you go. So yeah, there's the whole trade. Value area. Nice. There's the whole trade. Just didn't make it down to the last target, which is fine. It was in the realm of possibilities if we were going to have a 3-hour line, so that's what I was looking for. But get this P&L card up here. Snipping tool. Things about, dude, something about being on Restream, it like doesn't let me my freaking toolbars.
Dude, my computer hates Restream. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. Restream doesn't like me, I guess. I don't know, man. All right, well. Don't know. All right, Apex. There you go. All right, well, I am done on the day. 750. I'll count it straight to one account. So I'll take it. Dude, my thing is like spazzing out. Stream out. I'll have to leave and come back. This is like going crazy.
It's weak.
Let's try this again. Dude, I don't know. This is like spazzing. I don't know. Whatever. What can you do? I can't click anything over on Restream. It just is the hell. It's probably me, but it's just weird that it's only doing it over there. So at this point, I'd just be expecting a range to get set at some point. I wouldn't. It's not out of the realm of possibilities that we get a range 2, which a range 2, all that is if we come back to 930 now at this point. Because this is a bullish daily candle, a range 2 isn't out of the realm of possibility. God, I'm gonna have to reset stuff.
Back to my original entry.
Let's try this again. Let's try this again. Maybe I won't spaz out on that. Jeez, that was bad. Nice, lost some break right there. Karl speaking. Gonna get a valid high here. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if this is where we set the range. Somewhere around this mid. Back maybe between previous day low. Since I'm expecting this range in the afternoon. I actually don't mind a short from up here.
I'm in a hypothetical short.
Yeah, like if it retraced in the 05 box, I don't mind it here, knowing that it's likely a range down here at the lows. But 1 hour probabilities now are higher because we took out this high. But 3 hour probabilities are still here at the low. And I would assume, I mean, we're not going to get low day. We shouldn't be getting a new low day. Yeah, this is, nah, I'm not going to take anything else. This, because low day and high day are likely in at this point, we're probably just ranging into settlement, and I don't want to have to try to pick a top and a bottom. I'd rather long than short, since it's a green daily candle. So I'm good. You guys are, I can't say that out loud. Jeez. The slander. Jeez, man, I can't believe it. Can't believe it. The actual slander. Did we breach the mid? No, not yet. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if this does come take out this low, but I'm good. Don't need to be a part of it.
Actually, Dojecat's comment was censored.
Was it really?
It doesn't actually show up on YouTube, but it shows up for us here.
That's funny.
He tried to misspell, it still blocked him.
The algorithm's too smart. Too smart. I thought slander had to be untrue. All right. Hey now. What is this?
It's funny. It has his 2 previous comments that y'all got long from 298 and value areas, but his other 2 are not showing up. It's blocking you, Dogecat. You're getting shadow banned.
He got banned. He got banned by YouTube.
Oh, I thought slander had to be untrue. That actually came through, so the other one is. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
It's slowing down. It's printing, I think, because it's got to make sure he's saying good, nice things or not.
He's got the slow. He's got the slow down timer.
Slow mode. Yeah.
Dang. Tough. Q1 high locked in. That's yeah. It hasn't been technically locked in yet, but I would assume it's probably going to be a Q1 high. Yeah. It'll be locked in the moment we take the Q1 low. That's when it's confirmed. But based on how we've already gone 10 basis points, I would assume that it's going to be in.
What did Random say? We're going to have a crappy session?
Yeah.
Did he wish that on us?
Yeah, he said watch 10 a.m. or 10 o'clock range. And he was right.
At first, I thought he said you were going to have a good one. And then, yeah, it ended up. Because you were setting up potentially for a long there off of like an apex potentially, I think he was thinking. Or it was a pullback. I can't remember what he said.
This? Oh, the first quarter?
Yeah, because they got off around like just in that bridge to.
Yeah, I always see those as pullbacks just because we didn't take the 9 a.m. low. If it would have taken the low, then I've been like, oh, okay, here it is. Here's the bounce.
Although now we just bounced off the 930, 50% pretty hardcore. But the 9 o'clock, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we have an outside bar. 11. Yep. Rejected off the 9 o'clock mid, 3 o'clock, current 3 o'clock mid, all around that area. All right, let's see if we're going to take this Q1 low or not. There it is. There's your Q1 high. Let's see if it breaches this 10 o'clock open, then that's when I'd be shifting my idea for sure that we're probably going to take out this low. But remember, 3-hour probabilities are still lower. So 12 o'clock, 12, 1, and 2 are the probabilities we take out these lows. Wherever they may be.
I guess I was the liquidity.
Yeah, me too. But I'm sorry. If I would have been able to get in at the 9, I wouldn't have cut it. I would have just let it run at the 9:30.
If I wouldn't have been in front of people, I probably would have not had a stop loss.
Would not have had a stop loss. You're a madman.
11 o'clock break, gunships going short.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, I would expect this low to get taken. This is like a pretty common outside bar type move.
Just an FYI, focus session will not be on today. I do have to leave momentarily.
Yeah, you just didn't want to hang out. It's cool, dude.
I always want to hang out, but literally, my mom had a moving truck set up for yesterday. The truck never showed up.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, so now we've finally got a truck, and there's movers coming, so I got to go help her.
Nothing's more annoying when they say they're going to be there at a certain time and then they don't show up.
Oh, it was
at the time.
crazy. They were supposed to be there at 11, then it was 12, then it was 2, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, we're still having to. Why didn't you tell us you were having problems still? Like, you never called once. We had to follow up every time. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly.
And then 6 o'clock, they're like, oh, we'll be there at 6 o'clock. We're like, nope, don't worry about it. We'll find another company.
Got a nice
Whoa,
rejection on the ES orb. Maybe the 15. Are you looking at the 15-minute orb bazaar, or what time frame are you looking at? Maybe you're looking at the 1 minute. I don't know.
Maybe he's just talking about the short because it actually never broke above
Oh,
on the
did it?
9:30 market open break, right?
On ES, didn't it? I don't know. I'm just looking at the 5 minute. Hold on, let me go down.
Yeah, it looks like oh, it did close,
did.
but
It did.
yeah. I guess if you're on a 5 minute, but
Yeah, 5 minute on both NQ and ES didn't close up there. It just wicked up and said, "See you."
anyways, I will bid you guys adieu. Austin said he'll be in around 11:45, so hopefully you don't
All
have
right.
to drop again.
Sounds good. Yeah, it should be good
If you
now.
drop,
It's
let
just,
me know. I'm still probably here and can run down if you need. So just at me in the Discord.
all right, I will.
Use.
Sounds good.
All right.
Sounds good. PTFX, you're just taking this. Oh, you're in a sim short or a hypothetical short. Yeah, I don't really see much for the rest of the day for me.
No, I'm not gonna. I had that great long and a great short, so I ain't gonna mess anything up the rest of the day. Do anything.
If I was going to trade, I would only want to look for longs just because this is likely a green daily candle at this point. But everything would have to line up quite well for me to even want to do that. But so it just does. Nothing here has the same amount of edge for me as the previous short did. So just, fortunately, the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, or fortunately, whichever way you look at it. Let me go grab some water real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at a range at this point, guys. Just would not be surprised if we just range into wherever settlement ends up being. And I also wouldn't be surprised if this was the type of range that gave down, especially since this is likely a green daily candle.
Yeah, so my whole thoughts for today and tomorrow is this the last 2 days of the month. So are we going to put the monthly wick in? So like obviously
Yeah,
last
exactly.
night, that's what we already started doing. So
Yeah, possibly. And then later in the week, take out these lows. That's what I would think. If we can get below the weekly open, of course.
look at the monthly chart.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it through a 30-minute chart, but yeah, I'll go to the month just for you. There you go. There's your monthly chart.
So yeah, we dropped down into that monthly fair value gap there. Like I think this month, like I think we're gonna put the wick in, and then next month we're gonna start going down lower again.
Yeah, take out that wick. Yeah, that's. I mean, I would assume that's
my
what we're
monthly
gonna do.
outlook, though, at least.
Yeah, mine too. Where's NFP Friday? That was the first Friday, which would have been here. I mean, below NFP Friday, below previous month's low. I mean, we're in a bearish yearly candle right now. So, gonna be expecting new lows until we start getting above NFP Friday ranges and above previous month's mids.
But when the time to buy comes, better hammer it.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be like this if it comes.
Yeah.
And bears like to go. I'm only bearish because the market says so. I want to buy. This is like I'm gonna be looking for long-term buys in Q3 especially of this year. It's gonna be if we fail to make new low, it might be a catalyst to go to 930, possibly. I wouldn't call it too early, Eduardo, just because the 3-hour probabilities are still down here. So unless we close like back in this range on this 3-hour, and particularly above this open, if we don't close above 400s in this hour, then I would still assume that that we're taking out this low compared to taking out this 3-hour high. If we do get this hourly close up here, then I'm going to be like, okay, yeah, probably back to 930, probably taking out this high, which means we're probably getting an end of day high of day, which would be really weird, but it makes more sense on a bullish candle having a low of day here and an end of day high of day. But I wouldn't be too early to jump and call it. I need some confirmation. We're getting alerts right now, but just no confirmations. At least the way I see it. Oh, man. See how everything else is looking. What RTY did it do today? No retracement. What gold do? Gold gave the nice retracement. Nice. Oh, no, it didn't. Never made it back to the range. Oil. Where's oil at? 102. Yippee.
Yeah. Can't chase a long, can't chase a short. Best is to wait till it either takes the high or takes the low and then reevaluate.
Fade it. Yeah. Exactly. That's natural gas. Jesus. Dude, look at natural gas's 5-minute candle at 1800 last night. It's a 7% candle.
Damn, that's I don't know. I was trying to make a natural gas joke, but
oh no, old Widowmaker right here. Midnight is lit today. Yeah, I know, for real. That midnight to P12 bid area. Which makes sense, right, Drez? If we're having a green daily candle, this is where you want to see it hold if it's going to stay green. I had a Widowmaker natural gasser on Saturday night. Let's see on a 12-hour. On a 12-hour, I mean, this is a decent low on the 12-hour. I mean, higher probabilities are here, but it's not bad. This is not the greatest high on 12-hour, though. And if we were going to go higher, this would be not a good low on a 12-hour if we made this a bullish candle. So, I don't know. Everything's conflicting to me. That's just part of the reason I would just be like, man, I'm good. There's all week. There's all week. Don't got to be a hero any day. Just got to compound over time. Now that we're getting New York 2, I mean, even if we go short out of the New York 2 range, I would expect us to go false just because I'm expecting this low of day to be held. And long, I'm more like, if it goes long, then I'm more likely to expect that to go true.
We've also seen it happen where 1800 is low a day, but we come and test Asia OU. You know, so I mean, we
yeah,
could
the
come,
one thing,
come all the way down there. You know,
the one
not
thing
take a
interesting
low
about
day.
Asian OU today was I don't think it had like any marks after like 1 p.m. Let me go back and check. It was like really early in the day that it was supposed to get hit. Yeah, 1 would be the last time. It should have happened though, like real early this morning if it was going to happen based on this data set. So I'm not expecting Asia OU to get tested today. It could, but I'd just be surprised. If anything, I would expect us to take out this low and possibly have like that 3-hour sweep and then possibly line higher, which that's like where we would get that afternoon range. It started early and then we'll see. Neighbor thought my dude, what's Miller on today, dude? PTFX, I want to check on him. Is he all right?
Yeah, he had a rough weekend.
Dude, my neck is sore. Changed the oil on a bunch of trucks this weekend. Every time I change the oil, my neck always hurts next day. It's National Burrito Day at Chipotle. I can get behind that. I love burritos. Huge burrito guy. All right, Q3's taking out Q2's high now. I mean, I just would not be surprised on a range 2 today. Changed the struts to my grandson's 2013 Camry. Wait till he sees the bill. That's right, Jerry. Last week, got the motor mounts and transmission mounts changed on my fiance's car. She picks it up and she comes back home and she like just swings open the door and she's like, my car sounds really loud. This is like after we got the motor mounts and transmission mounts fixed. I was like, well, what the hell is she talking about? So like I go out there and I pop the hood and there's like legitimately coolant spraying. They like broke one of the coolant lines and there's just coolant spraying all over the engine. And I was like, what the actual hell? They like tried to like put just like duct tape on it. So the next morning I had to take it up there and let them know. Yeah, for real. Yeah, I was not happy. I was not very happy. All right, we're getting back above this 3-hour open now.
What'd I miss? I had to run away for a second. Nothing?
Not much. Getting back above this previous 3-hour open right there, so probabilities are flipping higher on the 3-hour if we can close above that. which would put us up here. Something I used to look at all the time. I don't look at it anymore. Let me check something. Where do they put the anchored VWAP on these drawing tools? Right there. Usually on DWP days, we'd have a nice bounce off of it. Up today it was, well, I missed it here. Yeah, likely getting back above. Interesting. Yeah, I like this back to 930, to be honest, on NQ. If we can close up here and step above the next hour's 05 box, I like this back to 930. I like this back to 930. What's the probability of New York 1 being broken today? 74% on New York 1, and that would be by 2 p.m. Nice. Do a what is that, Miller? FRVP. Fixed range volume profile. Gotcha. Got it. Starting at 6 to where we're at right now. Nice. Been holding that point of control. Can you just do an anchored and it just does it from the time point?
YM's just getting hung up here in 9:30.
YM's just holding up at 9:30. It already made it back. Oh, dang. Yeah, YM looks real nice for a new high of a day. I couldn't even get back to London OU. Yep, just a DWP range or a range 2. I mean, DWP or a range 2 at this point. So, yeah, on NQ, I wouldn't be expecting anything expansive in the afternoon, really. It could. I could be wrong. This thing could just say "see ya" and just rocket to the moon. It could, but yeah, there's really just not much else for me to say today. We always get to about this point, 11:30, 11:45, where like everything starts dying out for lunch and everything on this one day, and usually there's not very much happening. And I'm like, all right, what should we talk about now? If anyone's got any questions, if you're new here or want to go over the trade, if y'all want me to go over the trade one more time that I took earlier, I'm more than happy to do that. But yeah, y'all let me know. Why'd you get short on YM originally? Just 5-day type trade or what? PTFX.
Yeah.
That's what I figured. Yeah, let's see if we can get a close up there. And even if it doesn't close, well, if it needs to close above this low, really. But I would not be shocked if NQ comes back to 930 today, because this is a bullish daily candle. This is giving classic range 2 type of day. Because typically on the classic DWPs, right, it's like, okay, we made a new high and we're just pushing, and then we're ranging and then just getting a new high of day, or we made a new low and we're dumping and then we're just ranging into making a new low. Today's different, right? We pushed, but in a green daily candle, which if you look at back testing, a lot of times these end up being the range 2 days. The VVIX fighting in FPIs. Let me take a little look here. Mm-hmm. Sorry. Yep. Where's this Friday? It should be this Friday. Yeah, VVIX is still elevated. We've had it's a very interesting VVIX that we've had.
Just the VIX.
No, the VVIX. Oh, just the VIX is fighting. Yeah, I'll go look at it in a second. But I was going to point this out because I noticed it over the weekend. It's like typically on VVIX we don't have this trending almost like this. Like we'll just have pops and then back in, pops and then back in, pops and back in. It's very interesting that we're having this almost trending style of VVIX over the last, which I bet if I go back here, let me just check something. Just gonna see if it happened. Nope. Oh, just interesting. Let me check the VIX though. Oh yeah. Yes, sir. Nah, this isn't going to be a 3-hour line. It's too late. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It probably won't happen. Watch Trump say something and just right when I said that, it's not going to happen. Pop! And just pops it down to the downside. My plums tell me it's going to say hold my beer.
Man, for some reason YM doesn't want to go any higher. So I don't know something's going to happen. Bye, Jerry.
See you, Jerry. Yeah, I mean, it's even giving Apex vibes on a rolling 3 hour, so I'd expect this 12 o'clock to not take out this high because it's an Apex for 1, 2, and 3, which is annoying, which supports the idea of the range. Yeah. Austin, if this comes down in the next 10 minutes at this time of day at 50 basis points, I will give you my left kidney to sell on the black market. make yourself a pretty penny. Deal. Man, what a... I'm happy I was able to find a trade here. That is my nemesis of the way I trade 930 is wait for the pullbacks, and sometimes on these really aggressive moves I don't get them. By plums, do you mean grapes? He means raisins. Doja Cat. He means raisins.
You know, I got a question, Cody. How
Yeah,
many
go ahead.
times during this hour have we actually entered a trade in this hour?
During 11?
Yeah, it seems like not
I would
much at
say
all.
I would say I enter a trade during 11 maybe 20 to 30% of the time.
Yeah, so I think since doing this hour, I've proved to myself that I need to be in a position before this hour.
Yeah, I prefer to be in a position during 10. I would agree with, or before 11. I prefer to be in before 11. But it depends.
Oh, Cody died. Say that again.
Am I back? Yeah. So I like 9 and 10 both just had crazy sell-offs. Like 10 just didn't stop. Then that's when like 11 o'clock bounce is really nice. So like that's a nice trade I like to take. But like when 10 o'clock chops around like this, then 11 o'clock can be iffy. Depends on what type of day you're expecting. But yeah, I like to be in during 10. I like if I can get in between 9:30 and like 10:30, that's usually like probably my best trades between 9:30 and 10:30. After 10:30, it probably dies out quite a bit. Dies out quite a bit. My gut is telling me range 2. That's what my gut is telling me today. But I would need this 12 o'clock to confirm that. And I really would need this hour to close above this previous 3-hour open.
What's that saying? Oh god, what movie was that with Seth Green?
That narrows it down.
my mind's telling me no, but my body's telling me yes.
Yeah, there you go.
What movie was that where they were trying to find DB Cooper? Miller, where you at?
Miller has to know.
Without a paddle, there we go. Dude, I don't know. Everything's a little weird today with Restream.
Oh, I made back. What movie was it? It cut off.
Without a paddle.
Okay.
Apparently Miller typed that 45 minutes ago.
Oh.
I don't know. The chat's slow. Everything's slow.
Well, yeah, we're on a delay. Yeah, we're on a delay. All right. Looks like we might get this close over the previous 3-hour open after taking out the low. So probabilities are going to be to the upside for the next 3 hour. Oh, my back hurts. Pretty please, can we hold 415? To the upside and to the downside, Czar. All right, guys, unless something detrimental happens in the next 6 minutes, I get to keep my kidney today.
So you want to know how my day started out, Cody?
Yeah, how to start, dude?
So, I don't know, like when the seasons change and the allergens are all in the air, like I can feel it in my eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
Like my contacts feel dirty all the time.
Yeah,
So I used a different contact solution last night, and it's the kind that has like hydrogen peroxide in it, and like you have to let it sit so long.
Right.
Well, I don't know if my eyes are just super sensitive now, but dude, I thought I was going to die when I put those in. Like
They burn. They burn
so bad.
I hate when that happens. I hate when you put your contacts in and they just it feels like they just lit a nuke.
I need to go to the eye doctor. I'm getting old.
Dude, I got terrible vision. My vision's terrible. My vision is terrible.
And I have the same glasses that I got when I was in the army. And so like they're not good at all.
Yeah, you probably should go to the eye doctor. Go get an updated prescription.
But it's gonna be what I remember the last time I went to the eye. I don't know. I go to the eye doctor like every 20 years. It seems like. The last time it was like going from standard television to HD.
Yeah.
Wow, this is awesome.
I remember when I first got glasses. I think I was like in the 3rd or 4th grade, and I remember it was like the greatest thing ever because me and my dad used to watch like basketball all the time, and we were watching March Madness, and I was like, I said something about the score, and he looked at me. He's like, "That's not the score," and I was like, "Yeah, it is." And then he was like, and so he's like, "You can't see, can you?" I was like, "No." And then I finally got
What are you,
glasses.
stupid kid?
Yeah, pretty much. I finally got glasses. I think maybe like a couple weeks later, a month later or something. And I was like, "This is the best thing that's ever happened. I can actually see now. This is crazy."
Okay, and I always think like back in the day when like I would never be able to survive a zombie apocalypse or anything. Or I would never be able to survive back in the day because I would be blind.
Right.
Like what did people do back then? They just didn't know. They just didn't know any different. I don't know.
I guess they're just like, this is how it is.
Like let's say there's a zombie apocalypse and I lose my glasses. You know, like I'm fucked.
yeah, you'd be screwed. It's like, oh, there's my wife. And,
like yeah, without glasses or contacts, it's bad.
Oh, dude, it's like I can't see. It's just like a ton of blobs. That's it. Like I know what the thing is because I know what it like. I've seen it so many times. But if I was in a place that I didn't know, I wouldn't be able to identify anything.
All right, so YM took the 930 high, but didn't get a 5-minute close above, and now it's coming back down. So they're reluctant to take it higher for some reason right now.
Dude, we may just be putting in the wick for the weekly candle, like the top wick. Oh gosh. Hopefully nothing happens in the next 3/4 minutes. That guy shouldn't have been staying. You lose your glasses and you start swinging. Yep, exactly. Everybody would catch a nail from my nail bat, dude. If I lost my glasses. Oh, we got gunship on now. I think that's our sign that Austin's tired of listening to us. Yeah. I gotta hold on for 2 more minutes, Austin. See if I can get to keep my kidney or not. I go with the katana, yeah. I'd probably prefer something that shoots. And how fast are these zombies? So these are like sprinting zombies.
That's the thing that's always pissed me off about zombies. It's like all their tissue's dead, all their muscle is dead. Like how are they moving? I don't know.
Well, that's how
I
they're
see through the bullshit.
If they're slow zombies, I feel like it would be really easy. But if it's like these zombies that are like sprinting, then I don't know, man.
Yeah, now like some Resident Evil shit, I like that. And then like what's the other one? Day of the Dead and Dawn of the Dead. Those are good ones.
There's what movie is it? Like 28 Days Later or 28 Weeks Later, like those movies. There's like those zombies are like fast. Those zombies are like full on sprinting. All right, well, we're about to wrap it up here. Hope you guys have a great rest of y'all's day. Just watch out for this afternoon range. Just recognize that this is probably a green daily candle. So take that information as you will. But yeah, I got nothing left. Boot camp does start April 17th. So if you want to sign up for that, scan the QR code in the top left corner. Learn all the probabilities and the work or the workflow that we use to generate our trade ideas. But you can take any style of trading strategy, anything like that, and just apply objectivity to it. That's our main goal. So yeah, you guys have a great rest of y'all's day.
No poopy diapers.
Yep, no poopy diapers. PTFX, don't work too hard.
And remember, rule number 1, stay limber.
Yep, that's right. I wonder how long it's going to take before Austin sends us out.
Yep, we're on overtime now.
Yeah, I guess. Yep. I'm gonna make sure I send my invoice to Austin after this. Now we're on overtime. It's because Pocket had to go do something else. I was just not used to this. Well, I don't want to just dip out. Let's tag him.
For 15 minutes.
For 15 minutes. He's probably making coffee. Brown sugar water.
Let's go get them lows now.
Yeah, we couldn't close above this previous 3-hour opening price, so probabilities are still down here for the 3-hour. And we closed below the 1-hour opening price, so the 1-hour probability is taking out those lows. All right, guys, take it easy.
Later.
Peace out.
Did you find value in the ambiguous hour trade team? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the PackTV group Discord in the description.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
New day, new place, Bootcamp Focus. Put your money where your mouth is. Justun, Danny, bring the focus. I think we on to something. never done it yourself.
Don't tell me I can do it, if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing and I'm losing. You don't know what it's like in hell. I told you not to do it, but you went and did it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it, if you ain't ever done it yourself. Gonna burn out. Gonna burn out. Check. Spitting with a vengeance, no repentance, and it's for my descendants. Don't be out here in these trenches, cause these trenches turn to ditches, and these ditches turn to prisons, and you lose your independence. But I can lie, I'm stupendous. Running wild and sipping Guinness in the cup with all the misfits. I just made a few of them some millionaires. I had to burn a few of them, they didn't care. I had to earn a few of them some clientele. But still we broke the bank, so don't you dare. Tryna knock me on my path, it gets foul, no rap. Knew this life was hard, so I'm taking no steps. While I'm light years ahead of you, and I fear no death. But I'm far from invisible, if not hold that, hold that, hold that, hold that, hold that. Keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going, even though my pain shows I'm focused, even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on.
Through cracks in the broken dreams. This world ain't made for me. Shadows try to drag me down, but I'm the fire in this ghost town. I won't play their symphony. They say no, no, no. I say go, go, go. I'm against the current, running wild. Feel the beat erupt, my heart's untied. No chains, no cage, no rules to obey. I'm against the current, blaze my way. what they call fate. Their waves crash, I ride the storm. The rebels anthem is reborn. This spark will detonate.
It's the Pack Mother Freaking Trade Group, baby.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Pumping masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never heard a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many mouths at the throne. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view. Call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down, burn it down, burn it down. You were born in the crossfire, raised on a rerun lie, told to choose a side in a cage fight they already fixed on high. But the match don't matter when you torch the ring. Kick the crown off the dealer, hear the chain dog say, hey! Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn the script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, light the fuse, watch him drown, burn it all down. Oh, rise up now, rise up now. Oh, rise up now, rise up now.
Be who you wanna be, believe what you wanna believe. There's no better than that. Try to follow your own path. It can be difficult to see. Everyone looks happy but me. I know it's not as it seems, but it's hard when your life's not a meme. For yourself, do what you want. Mind on your own. Don't lose your head, I'm sure you got it under control. You're gonna be fine as long as you mind on your own. I'm not the one to say I only wish you the best. Just keep doing what you're doing, I don't mean to be a pest. Think through what you want, what you want. Characterized, I will embody, It's good to try new things, no harm in giving it a go. It might be difficult at first, you might not get it, but who knows? Don't think too much, I think you'll do alright. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you can make it out alive. For yourself, do what you want. Mind on your own. Don't lose your head, I'm sure you got it under control. You're gonna be fine as long as you mind on your own. I'm not the one to say I only wish you the best. Just keep doing what you're doing, I don't mean to be a pest. People all around me keep telling me how they're feeling, what they're thinking, what they see. Saying all these other people, they do the same. Maybe you should change your ways, you could get a taste. I'm just thinking, don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's. I do what I wanna do because I can. Not gonna change who I am to fit in. I don't care what other people have to say. They don't know what's in my brain or in my veins. I'm just thinking, don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated
All right.
You're not gonna play the re-engineering one?
We ain't re-engineering, are we?
Oh wow, wow! Not even.
You know what?
No.
Even though we're not re-engineering.
Welcome, this is PackTV. This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering! This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering! And this is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering! This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering! And this is re-engineering time on PackTV.
See?
Welcome, this is PackTV.
New day, new place, Bootcamp Focus. Put your money where your mouth is. Justun, Danny, bring the focus. I think we on to something, and you know it's gotta be something to notice. And you know it's gotta be something to notice. I think we on to something. Bootcamp Focus. Bootcamp Focus.
What is that?
I couldn't stop it. I clicked the button and I couldn't stop it.
Either way, we're trusting that because it's his turn now.
Yeah, we'll just yeah. Actually, re-engineering's another hour. We're just gonna
do some boot camp focus with Justun.
See what happens, Justun, when you're gone. I need my producer back.
Yeah, right. All right, so one thing that we do, so we go through 3 phases in the boot camp, right? Phase 1, we teach you how to read a live price with decision making around probability, price action signatures. We teach you how to read probabilities. We had to teach you how to put historical data on your charts. Phase 2, we teach you risk profiling, taking measured moves, right? Those probabilities and building, stop loss TP properly, how to identify if a trade system is going to be consecutive and sustainable and survivable through time and markets, right? And we teach you all the edge that you need to be able to build a system, a trade system. Phase 1 and 2 are about teaching you how to make decisions, right? And how to learn how to make decisions around anything and everything, right? Phase 3, though, Phase 3 is where it gets interesting because at the end of the day, me and Austin don't want robots. We want independent thinkers. We know we don't care if you're making money or not. You don't care if we're making money or not. At the end of the day, trading is a personal sport, right? And because it's all about how you press the button when nobody's watching, right? So like phase 3 is where you tie everything together and you pull on your left hand, you flush everything, all the bad habits out, and you get to do something that everybody wishes they could do, but just won't. You can say, hey, when I started trading, I rushed into it and I rushed to failure. And everybody's got a story of how they rushed to failure when they first started trading. Well, phase 3 is your time to use the journaling system, to use everything you've been trained, to actually build a trade plan properly, to trade it like an LLC business, to identify all the decision points, all the things that you're supposed to do. And then, because at the end of the day, trading is a contract with yourself. I'm going to trade this way, or I'm going to trade this way. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And for most people, after year 1, they realize they just can't take any trade that comes to their mind, that they actually have to put some organization behind it, and they actually have to put some proof behind it, right? Or they're not going to be trading for much longer. So phase 3 is about building that trade plan. And then cool thing is like you can pitch your trade plan in the wolf tank. Right? I'll let Austin go through and explain kind of like what the wolf tank is and the vision and why we do that. But today, before he gets into that, actually you go into that and then we'll bring up the person pitching and introduce them.
Okay. Yeah, so the wolf tank is kind of like your way. And the reason why we called it the wolf tank, right, is it's kind of like a play on words with Shark Tank. If y'all watch Shark Tank, same thing. You got business owners coming in, briefing their business plans, briefing how they make money, how their product works, why they're proprietary, why they're investable. And then the sharks either choose to invest into them or, they just back out. And it's kind of the same way with what we're doing here, except we're not investing into them, but instead we're just picking apart.
You're not giving people that you like $1 million to trade capital?
Now, that would actually be a pretty dope live stream. I'm not going to lie. Like, we give them trading capital if they do. That'd be I don't know. Maybe that's a 10-year. Maybe that's a 10-year goal here.
You know how many Bitcoins I've sent out to people? I've never seen any of them back though.
0, and I'm still getting a better return on that than my savings account for some reason. But so instead of us investing into them like the sharks, we're just pricking apart the holes because I even dropped this in the Discord earlier. Either we're going to pick apart your holes or the market's going to do it for you. And the cool thing here is we're not judging you. We're not sitting here, roasting you or criticizing you. It's you are coming here amongst your peers and saying, out of all the information, if you see my screen here, out of all the information I've learned from week 1, 2, 3, and 4 of phase 1, weeks 5 and 6 of phase 2, and then the final weeks of phase 3, out of all of this stuff I've learned and put together, this is how I make sense of it. And that is what trading is all about, is taking bits and pieces of what other people can maybe lead you in the right direction, but then it's up to you to kind of put all those things together and make it your own. And so here we don't critique you or criticize you in how you choose to trade, but instead we actually just take the objective points of what you brief and we just give you our experience, our feedback, our 2 cents. And then hopefully, and this is where we go into the final portion of what we do here, is hopefully when you now have your plan, when you have your trade plan of what you want to do in the Pack Trade group, if the people that graduate choose to join, we then do what's called Sergeant's Time Training. Sergeant's Time Training in the Army, every single Wednesday, we got set down with our leadership, our NCOs, and we just learned basic soldier tasks, basic soldier things that the mission needed. And so here, it's kind of the same thing. You build your foundation in the boot camp, then you build upon that foundation in the pack. And you take what you brief in the wolf tank, and based on what feedback Nikki and I give, we then pick apart and they get to now go back to their drawing board, take the feedback for what it's worth. And then maybe like a few weeks after they join the pack, month, some people waited about a month on purpose to see it play out. They then come back and say, okay, based on your all's feedback and me practicing it in live markets, now this is my level 2, me building upon it. And then it's just like hopefully just an organic progression. It's been working out really well for a good chunk of the people that's taken this opportunity. So I love this. This is like one of my favorite parts.
Oh yeah. All right. So with that being said, let's bring up Ricardo on stage. Ricardo, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right. Hey man, how you doing? Why don't you introduce yourself? What got you into trading? What you think of the boot camp, and how was it going through the boot camp?
All right. Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Ricardo, and today I will be explaining a little bit of my business plan and what I learned in this boot camp. At the beginning, I must say that it was a little bit overwhelming. It was like too much information at once, but you got an amazing team, amazing people, and I just want to say thank you to all of my colleagues from Tuesday group. Appreciate everything. I'm moving to Spain actually, so I have like everything completely empty at the back. I was
like, this dude's a minimalist.
Yeah,
dude, just put a mattress, give me some weights, and I'm good.
Yes. My wife divorced me after joining the bootcamp. No. All right. So if you guys ready, I can start. I have the presentation ready.
Absolutely, man. Just click that little share your screen button.
Yes.
We'll get you switched over.
Entire screen. There we go. Should be working, right? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Lovely. Okay. There we go. So this presentation going to be divided in 3 main parts. First one is what I learned in the pack for the people that is maybe thinking about to join or thinking about considering in joining the pack, so they can have an idea of what they're going to learn in here. Second part is my models, or how I will I will build up that workflow that allow me to collect data in the most effective way. And the third part for me was maybe the most important, also the most boring, was the risk profiles. So I'm from Spain. I have been training for over 6 years. I got many good months, many payouts, many things. But at the end of the year, I was not profitable, or the money that I was making, I was reinvesting it in more funded accounts, and eventually blow the whole thing off. No, so that was my main motive to join the pack, because I was about to give up already. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't understand why I would have like 2-3 months super good, and then in 2 weeks I would throw everything away. One of my main weakness, or my strengths also, is like I got no fear to re-enter the market. I got no fear to enter. I don't mind if I get filled here or there. So that will lead me to have like FOMO entries, and to have like a low win rate, and to have also like a big drawdowns, right? I didn't understand risk. For me, risk was like risking 1% per trade, and I thought that doing that I will be I will be good to go, no? So my win rate before joining the bootcamp was like about 40 or 50%. I didn't know that with that win rate I will have like 14 or 16 or 11 or 10 losing streaks sometimes. Most important, I didn't know how to react to that. I mean, that at the end of the day, I didn't have a plan for that. So when I find myself like losing, I will lose my temper, I will overtrade, I will do things that I shouldn't do, break my rules, etc. And so now it's something that I know, and that leads me to what I learned in the pack. What the pack taught me. Well, at the beginning, I discovered Mick, I think that 3 or 4 years ago, when he was called Captain, I don't know how it was called, Captain, yeah, something like that. So I started following. Yeah, I started following him. I actually checked, Mick, your videos in YouTube, but I found them super boring. I didn't understand shit. So I just left it there. After a couple of months, I recommended bootcamp to some friends. 3 or 4 months before, those friends started making payouts and having good numbers. So after this great feedback, I decided to join also. So mainly I learned 4 things from you guys. First of all is that I was a very discretionary trader. It was very, very, very difficult for me to explain to someone what I was doing in the charts every day. So at the end of the day, I learned here how to use artificial intelligence in my favor, how to kind of code what I'm doing, and how to run those numbers in the data. And this is something that I will never guess in a million years. I would never expect that I was able to put those things together. So thank you for that. Second thing is that different hours, different models will lead me to different risk profiles. Now, sometimes I was asking, why do I get stopped out in this trade? And now I kind of understand that, like every hour has to move by average different percentage, and you must understand what is sustainable in the long term. It doesn't matter if you're profitable for 3 or 4 or 4 or 6 months using a model, but that model must to sustain itself. When the bad times coming, that the bad times always come. Third thing is that eventually the output of a single trade is meaningless for me. Since I have the data, since I understand what is my risk profile for every model, I understand that it's more important survive in the long term than having or reach the take profit level in this trade, right? So I will explain this. I will explain about risk profiles a little bit more in the next slides. And the fourth thing, and I think that this is the biggest thing that I bring from the pack, that is the networking, and that eventually I can do this shit alone. I can, because sometimes I lose, sometimes I have like bad days. I need someone to speak with. I need someone that also teach me how they do their things, so I can get some ideas from here and from there. And it's very nice having people who are willing to invest time on you, to do backtesting with you. And actually, they're available 24/7. There is always someone that has more experience than you and that can actually help you with the things that you have. Especially, I want to thank Martin. That was very helpful. Helped me to also code those models, to research and to find more data about them. We didn't run all of them, but we ran like the first one that I'm gonna explain now. And eventually, well, I'm glad to be part of this community of nerds. I'm becoming a nerd and I'm willing to learn how to code.
Hey, nerds make the most money.
Yes. They don't have
And
much.
one cool thing about Ricardo is like, even though he's a discretionary trader, but like this dude hit the ground running from day zero, and I'm proud of you for that. And you can tell that like you really want to take this as a profession and that you will make it, right? Like not because of what we taught you in the boot camp, just because you're smart enough to, lose small and gracefully until you get your plan figured out instead of large and obnoxiously, right? Like there's a lot of pressure on you because he's actually trading for a living, and he actually has friends and is going to get this individual to come speak in the Pack Trade group with one of my superheroes, and that's Tom Hugar. So soon he'll be able to get Tom Hugar to come speak to us. I'm just kidding.
No pressure.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Mick, because you told me at the beginning, first of all, I regret so much. I tell this to everyone that is willing to take the bootcamp. Don't trade during the first months. Avoid trading. Stop with that. I have been trading during the first month. I regret so much. And you told me that, and you told me another thing. You told me nobody cares how much money you make, Ricardo. So stop posting shit, stop doing shit, and just isolate yourself and work on your things. Become accountable by yourself, not because you need to prove. So I like that, and at the beginning I didn't like it so much, like what the fuck is this guy talking about? But thank you for that. It was very nice. Okay, the case discovery. I'm coming from ICT, so I was using PDAs. I was using kind of imaginary lines, on the chart. And my problem was that one day I will use candles of 1 hour, another day I will mark a PDA of 4 hours. And I didn't have like a fixed variable. I didn't have like that.
Like a fixed constant.
Yeah, fixed constant. Sorry.
Yeah.
So after watching your content, guys, I realized that the reason why I take the trade, as long as in the same market conditions, should be most likely the same. Only in that way I can actually rely on the data, and I can rely on the samples that I get. So now what I learn and what I like the most is like the MAE and MFE. This is like what the trade move against you and what the trade is gonna pay you, in average or the median or do the percentiles. And this is what really helped me a lot, because in that way I can define there is a 70 or 80% chance of getting to that point. It's not about making money, it's more about having less stress while you're trading, So I was always freaking out. I was always super stressed, suffering so much. And now I'm kind of, I just let it go. I just have my rules. I do that, and whatever goes the runner is okay for me. So this is the main.
So when you say you were that like emotional person, were you that person that when it came time to execute, like you back tested your plan, you went through the reps, you studied, and when it came time and you think like, this is my entry, that was that, like, I like to call it hesitation slippage, where you have that hesitation and then now you're either chasing the move if now it's going to your target, or it goes into drawdown. You're like, okay, but it could go into more drawdown, and then but it could go into, and then it goes, and then you're just freaking out. You're having
exactly.
Were you that? There you go. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And also, like ICT kind of help you to have those expectations so high, So eventually like 32 or 36% of the day is going to be range one. And I didn't know that, so I was always trading the expansion, willing to get that draw on liquidity, and 80%
You were
of the
trading
time.
a lot of those trendy movements, and now you're able to see like, oh, well, we don't trend a lot, so I need to be good at that, what we do most of the time.
Exactly. One of my biggest aha moments was understand that eventually trading is about having systems and turn off and turn on those systems, related of what the market is telling you. And to be able to read the market, you need to have like a fixed constant,
And that repeatable workflow, right? Like being a reactionary trader versus a proactionary trader, right? Like that's why we preach fixed constants, to be able to make the same decisions around the same things every single hour, every single day, repeatable workflows to make the same decisions, right? Because you can actually war game and build a playbook around that. When you don't have something that shows up every single day, every single hour, it leads you to more of a reactionary state. And when you're in a reactionary state, you can't measure it, right? Because you don't know if it's even going to appear that day, much less build plans around it, much less build risk around it. Like it's just setting you up for failure, right? So that's why we built everything exactly the way we did, because we knew that, it's all about, you got to be able to be a proactionary over a reactionary trader. If you're a reactionary, you're already 3 steps behind.
Exactly. Yes, it's like hanging out every day with the same person. If every day you hang out with the same person, you kind of predict what they're gonna do. Like here is the same. So if every day you hang out with a different girl, or you go out and you try to find someone, sometimes you bring home a crazy one, and and you don't know. But in that way, you do every day the same, and it's boring, but it's working. Actually, it's working for me. I didn't have a losing day this month, so I'm happy with it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good job, dude. I like how you just casually sprinkles that. Yeah, I mean, I just haven't had a good day. I haven't had a losing day this month.
Yes, and today I didn't trade, and I felt good, dude. I felt good,
Awesome.
like being able to be away from the charts and not having that anxiety of I need to get in,
Yeah.
So it's nice.
Heck yeah, bro.
Okay, let's start with the models then. So based on that, in the MAE and MFE, I built up 5 different models. Still, I'm working on that. So
did you switch? Oh, never mind. Okay, I thought you were on another slide. You're good.
Sorry. So this is like something I'm still working on. So it's nothing final. I just want you to understand, the rest of the people that is here, that is something that...
The biggest thing is, like, you got to realize this is going to be a living, breathing document, right? Like, it never dies, especially if you commit it to a trade, right? Like, so right now, like, we're just making sure that you're collecting the right data the right way and going through the right approach. But remember, like, just because, like, once you get done with this, the wolf tank, right, doesn't mean it's over, right? Like, that's when it actually begins. And then, like, you continue to collect data, you continue to, like, measure it the right way, and you continue to build in, because you got to get this thing in a consistent compounding phase, right? And that takes at least a quarter to get a model into a compounding phase, right?
Yeah, more than focusing on making money, I'm more focused on getting to know and learning more about this.
Exactly.
Besides, I make money or I don't care about
finding the nuances. Yeah.
Yes. So first model, there are like 2 in one actually, but I call it Magic Tower. I have Magic Tower displacement or Magic Tower reversal. This model was created to trade on the 7 in the morning candle, inspired on the PO3 power of 3 of the 12 hours candle. I don't have enough data, so don't trust that profit factor is not reliable yet. But my trade average is like 38 minutes. In this one, I will use 0.16 of stop loss as maximum. I will protect the queen in 0.1, and I will have a TP in 0.18 and runner. This model basically is like I'm looking for a really shallow MA, price coming back to the open, and price has not been offered in the other side. So mainly it's like
So the days where like we put the wick of the 12-hour in during the 6 o'clock hour, right? And we can't even make it to the median MAE of the 12-hour. Gotcha.
Exactly, like following the trend that is created in London and considering that the swing created in London most likely not going to be the high of the day or low of the day, right? So that's the main approach. Obviously, not always plays out, and it's kind of still defining some things. But this could be one of the.
Could you, Ricardo, before you go to the next slide, could you, for your entry rules under POT, you have price offering on one side. What do you mean when you say that? Because I know you're going to get into like the rejection and stuff, but if you could just at a mechanical level, or is it not mechanical? Is it more discretionary? Like what is that?
Discretionary, no, but it's becoming more mechanical. Like what I mean is that I don't want to see candles with big body printed above, in this case, in this example, I don't want to see candles above the open of the 6 in the morning, you know? So for example, like I will use also valid highs in 30 minutes for shorts or valid lows in 50 minutes for longs. So I will use in that as an extra confirmation. I will also check for the histogram of the 12 hours, but mainly is that now as soon I cross the open and probabilities swap using the hourly candle science, I will get into the trade. Sometimes I will get into the opening of the first 5 minutes candle of that hour, and sometimes I will get as soon breach the open, like in this case. So,
so is it when you say mechanical, is it coming from the sense of you're using time on your side of seeing that if you are in that statistical Q1 wick creation, you're knowing that like, okay, let's say we're staying above that open, like you said, and by minute 6 or 7, we're still above that in the Q1 forming the wick. Is that what you mean? I'm just trying to get like a sense for what that entry process looks like. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, it's hard for me to explain it, but the main thing is that, how will I say it? The main thing is that once the wick has been created, I expect price move away from the open. Like you do with your indicator, right? With the midnight.
Right.
Will be the same. And as long as I don't have the MAE in the other side reach yet, I will target that. I will target that thing, considering that there is a shallow MAE on the sell side. So most likely I'm going to have an expansion in the buy side.
Okay, that makes sense. I get it. So, and that's why now, okay, it makes sense. You really like that Q2 because now that you have like half the answers to the test, right? You have that opening price. Let's say in this case, the bullish example, you have the Q1 low. Now when you say price offering on one side, you're wanting to find that discount to trade away from the open to trade the body, to be in the body of the, okay. Cool.
Yes, exactly. In this case, I don't need C3 becomes C2, I don't need that the sweep is being taken.
Okay.
What I only play is like the kind of the line or the apex of that 6 to 9 3 hours candle, right? In this case, I will protect the queen in 10 basic points, and after I will move the stop loss to the 50% of that level. Like instead of moving to break even, I will move it a little bit higher to make sure that I still get paid a little. Like for example, 5 basic points from the entry, right? Because I found out that 60 or 63% of the time will stop me out afterwards. So I'd rather take 5 basic points than nothing. Okay, that's the main thing. What else? I backtest this with Martin. I didn't have a high profit factor like in my backtesting that I did manually, but still I need to work on that. Okay,
so for your post queen management, which your runner, are you taking into account when you say that? So you say time stop right there for the 1 hour. So you're not using any part of 9:30 or the RTH Open. This is
no, exactly. I forget about.
You want to be out before.
Yeah,
RTH.
I forget about daily profiler. I forget about everything. I use the boxes. I use the 3 hours patterns, and I use the power of 3. And the rest I don't use it at all in this model.
I really like that. I actually, you may be one of the first people to do a wolf tank that gives yourself a time stop. I think you are, because most people, they'll, even me, like I'll just try to ride it out as much as possible, right? You're done. You're saying no matter what, I am out of a trade and done by
the good thing about that is like he exits, like he's already trading in an hour that isn't expanding volatility. He's forcing himself to get out of the trade before 9:30 when volatility comes into the market and starts expanding the range. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
exactly. And you never know how 9:30 gonna be, right? Yeah, most likely gonna be false, and if we're going up, most likely gonna take London swing. But if doesn't, if first come down and then goes up, well. So that's the main point. And I want to be out in 1 hour. I want to be out. I want to be out. Whatever I have on the table, I'll close it. Fuck it. You know, that's it. If I make money in that model, I will wait for 9:30 or for 10, and I'll see if I trade. But most likely I'm done for the day if the trade was good.
Heck yeah, dude. I really like that.
Yeah. Yes, because, you know, like after 1 hour, I start like, fuck. I start like auto-sabotaging myself, so I don't want to be here anymore. Okay, model 2 is like the same thing, but in this case we have like a deep MA. This doesn't happen often. What I'm trying to do now in this model is like have like extra confirmation of a 2 minutes breaker to have like a level where I use a limit order, because I find that in this model I really need to work on a really tight stop in order to make it happen. Since I'm playing against the idea that London high or London low gonna be taken, since I'm playing against that, I need to play it very safely. For that reason, I will use half of my risk. Like, let's say that my risk is 500, so I will use 250 in this trade. I will never have positions. I will never increase my risk. I will never enter in different moments.
So one thing I can already say, because I run a model like this too, one good thing is that you can add something. Okay, so like with this, based off the time, based off of what you're trying to expect, all that good stuff, right? I would encourage you to see, like, and this is moving forward once you get the data collected, is like the midnight retracement during the 8 o'clock hour specifically, not the 9:30. So the 8 o'clock and midnight have this love affair going on, and sometimes it cheats on it with the 9:30, but majority of the time it likes to, you know, dance with it during that 8 o'clock hour. And that is something that me and Austin spent years playing around, right? So like, to improve this model, you can do a simple thing, and like Austin will explain it to you in the pack, but like the midnight and the wolf indicator and all that, targeting, seeing number one, where is midnight in relationship to this mean reversion trade that you're trying to target, right? But that definitely will play a factor into this as well, right? So keep midnight during this trade in the back of your mind always, and think about how you can incorporate that into this model.
Nice.
Because it'd be foolish not to. It'd be absolutely foolish not to. Midnight's one of the most powerful stats of the morning, but especially of the pre-market.
Yes,
and then too, Ricardo, take note of this. I'm not going to mention it on stream. I want this to be a bit more just in the pack side of this, because it relates just to the daily New York levels.
Yes,
but take note of this slide, Model 2 Magic Hour Reversal, because I'll forget. And I want you, whenever you're comfortable, it could be because now you're already in the group, whether it's 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, whenever you feel ready to do Sergeant's time training, to come back on and rebrief your plan. I want to go over and we can even do it maybe a little bit sooner if you just want to meet up in the voice chat one day. But I want to touch on this with you, showing you one major key that I think that could, in addition to what Mickey said, I highly agree with Midnight Open. But then I want to add one more thing, and I want to see if you find it helpful, but we'll talk offline about that.
Okay, so we're having a date, right?
We're having a date. We're having a date.
You're asking me out.
You cover dinner, I'll cover the movie, all right?
All right. Just tell your girlfriend, okay? I don't want any trouble. Nice. So that will be the main theme. Profit factor is quite low here. Running the thing with running the sample with Martin will give me like a 1 profit factor. So I don't know if I will keep trading this one or what I will do, but I just have it there, and I will try to check those things that you just told me. So that's the main thing. I will target the open has a last TP. And what else I have here? Hold on. And that's it. If I had the other model, if I had the displacement or I placed the displacement, I'm not allowed to play this one. So rather is the other or rather is this one. In the case that I have like A30 news, I wouldn't play any of those. So that's the main thing. Related to what I have after, I don't have many days with this model, but the idea will be make some cash flow targets in order to have like more money to play on the opening or in the 10 in the morning, right?
And what gave you that queen 15 basis point?
I know it's quite a lot, but actually in reversals I can get out more risk reward than the other models actually. I run the data with all the data with Cloud and with this guy with Martin, and that's what exactly this thing was the percentile. Let me check. I think that was the percentile 80 or 90 where I will protect the queen. I was doing backtesting, registering that I will go over later, and I'm using percentiles of that execution. Like I will trade in TradingView, doing backtesting, and I will measure the MFE of every single one of them. I will do the average, I will do the percentiles, and use like 80 or 90 to make sure that I get paid 80 or 90% of the time.
Okay, so in addition to because you did that, the entry process part, 100% correct. But I want you to, this is like a little mini homework for you. Yes, so because this is 7:30 to 9:30, obviously we're going to have two major constants. What? We're going to have the 7 o'clock 05 box constant, and then we're going to have the 8 a.m. 05 box constant. So it's really good, and anybody listening to this, it's really good that Ricardo is getting his MAE/MFE of the entry process. But now let's tailor that entry process to then an environment that doesn't require your specific subjectivity to it. And that's where we're going to align your edge, like your experience of what you just said, like the MFE, MAE of what you just collected. And we're going to combine that with the typical environments. So we know how to dress when it's either cold or hot outside. AKA, I want you to take when this setup happens, when this hits your mean reversion, and when London's displaced, when this exact sequence happens, so you may not get it every day, but every sample that does, and maybe do 50 to 100 samples, I want you to take the MFE of whatever hour. So if this move happens in the 7 o'clock hour, you're going to be taking the MFE of the 05 breakout. You get what I'm saying, of the 7 o'clock towards your target. If it's the 8 a.m. hour that this happens in, you're going to do the 8 a.m. 05 box. And so that way, when you get that 50 to 100 samples of in sample, so the current market of where we're at right now, you're going to compare that to 2 to 3 out of samples. Okay, so 50 out of samples of a bullish market. Just go back in time until where we've made consistent higher highs on a monthly candle, and then do a bearish sample, and then maybe if you want to do like a black swan event or COVID or something kind of weird where there was some choppiness and all that, or a down move, doesn't matter, right? Just three.
Yes.
And then I want you to do the same thing. And what you're going to now have is the MFE of your environment. So that way, when this sequence lines up, now you know, okay, let me go to the 05 box. Let's say it happens in the 7 o'clock hour. Boom, you get your mean reversion hit. London gets displaced. You wait for the candle science direction to flip. Once you have everything lined up, now you're just going to refer to your data, your price range tool. Let's say it's, I don't know, just for numbers, 20 basis points is your median MFE of the 7 o'clock 05 box, but not just random MFE, specific MFE of the direction of your target. So I don't want you just to, every time we break above or below, measure the MFE. It's only the MFE of that 05 box in the direction of where you're targeting. So in this case, you do not care when you're not collecting, in this example of your screenshot, you're not measuring the bullish MFE off the breakout above the 05. You're only caring about the bearish, okay? And then you're going to see these ebbs and flows of your specific view of what happens here, and then how that 05 box, which is a constant, which is going to give you that environment. So that way, now what do you have? You have your cash flow, so you know where to protect your queen most of the time, most likely. You know, at median to average, where to expect favorable price movement, and then see how your edge MFE aligns with that generic environment.
Nice.
And then what do you have for your runner? You have your overall higher time frame target to get you what? The other side of the bell curve of what your specific trade is. And then how are you going to get the other side of the bell curve? The 05 MFE. Are we just like when Mickey teaches you the budget, right? When he teaches you, are we under budget, at budget, above? Think of MFE the same way, because it is. MFE is that favorable price movement. If you know that all the MFE that you measured, let's say 20 basis points is the median, so about 45 to 50 is going to be your extreme. Let's say you're holding on to this runner, you're short, and then now from an MFE perspective, we've already expanded 55 basis points. Well, you're not really trying to extend even more, right? That's your signal. We're about to spend budget on what we favorably do within my edge, not generically, but my edge. So you know now how to manage your runner instead of letting it either come back against you or taking it too soon or even taking it too late. Like, you now have that reference range of your left and right limit of what a runner really looks like in your environment.
Exactly. That maybe will solve the problem that I'm having now, that is when I should target for cash flow or when I should let it run. Where should I protect myself? Besides doing my own data, no? Besides doing that, maybe, like as you said, try to find a fixed
it doesn't just help with your queen either, okay? Keep in mind, I'm going to ask you this and I want to see how you respond. If we break below, let's say, an 05 box, and let's say you did have the median MFE and you knew that it was 20 basis points, and you could basically like make a zone of a price range tool from, I don't know, let's say 0.15 to 0.2, right? So you have like this zone showing you where generally at median we're going to break from. Now your entry process sets up, and your entry process calls for a short, but price is now already digging into that median MFE.
And then you avoid entering that one,
if
right?
price rejects it, now you know your environment. You know we've already spent half of what we typically do, okay? And then if price bounces off that median MFE, what's it most likely doing is reversing. It's spending just the cash flow. If you could like copy and paste every price signature that creates cash flow movements, then median movements and extended movements. Cash flow movements are choppy. Median movements are, you get the cash flow and then it rejects at median, right? It just does what at median and average it does. And then the trending movements are the extended MFE movements. So that median box is going to tell you, should you aggressively pay cash flow? So that way, if you are short, well, because your cover the queen cash flow is going to be in that median to over median above average MFE of your environment, or are you getting in at the tail end of the generic MFE altogether, and now you have plenty of movement to actually get a good queen cover? Make sense?
Yeah, that's super helpful. That's super helpful, actually.
Yes, sir.
Yes, super nice. I brought it down. Nice. Okay, have fun with it.
Yeah.
Yo. Okay. Next one, 930 opening range. I didn't spend much time in this one because I know that Mick is a little bit sick of this one. So
this
I have an amazing profit factor here, but I will only trade it when I expect like a DBP day, meaning that I want to see 10 in the morning. How you say it? I want to see I want to see, like, for example, trending markets in London and in Asia and playing the falls. You know, like, for example, when I have like that.
Yep. So like today. I
didn't saw the market today. I didn't see it.
Oh my gosh! It did this model exactly.
Yeah. So this will be the main thing. It's a little bit discretionary in the entry. I will entry on the 50% of the cluster or in the 75%. My maximum stop loss will be 15 basic points. I will cover the queen at 0.18 and will leave my runners. First TP will be 30 basic points. Here there is a couple of exceptions. If I see the first 15 minutes candle being a doji candle, not always, but will a little bit push me away from this model, and I would rather wait for the next hour. In this case, I will use also random breakouts and reversals indicator, and I will try to target the true, if it's possible, or the long, but I will try to target the 40 or 50 percentile. So what else? Also, this model goes with the other two, meaning that if I get an entry using this model, I would then trade the 10 a.m. hour. I would rather trade.
What breaks this?
Sorry?
What breaks this? So if you were to envision the worst day ever that this model could have, what would break it?
Let's say that the range one environment, for example, like because sometimes I will play this model, wouldn't play out, then I will play the reversal, wouldn't play out, and then I will play the 10 in the morning model and wouldn't play out. So that's meaning that if I don't get a big displacement or expansion from the cluster, I will not be interested in trading it.
So I'm going to ask you a leading question here. All right. Okay. What do we statistically do in the 3-hour sequence?
Like in 9 to 12, you mean, or?
Yeah, just what's the move that we typically do from 9, 10, and 11? What are the two sequences that we care about?
You got me there. You mean like if we move away,
I'll give you one.
Or we consolidate around the open? You mean that?
3-hour line, or
apex, yeah. No?
Apex, right?
Yes.
3-hour line or apex. So what happens with the 9 a.m. candle and the 10 a.m. candle that no matter if we 3-hour line, so make a clean higher high each hour, right? Like 9 a.m. makes the low, 11 makes the high, vice versa. Or we do the apex where we just suck back in at 9:30 or make a false breakout to 9:30. What event happens with that 9 and 10 a.m. candle? What happens there?
Reversal.
Nope, it's even happening in your screenshot. What does the 10 a.m. candle typically do with the 9 a.m. candle?
Respecting the high of the cluster.
Does it usually take one side or both sides of the range? What's the higher statistic?
Only one side. I will
Only
say
one side.
Yes.
Okay. So
yes, because if it takes the other, it's like telling you that might be a reversal or might be a range one, right?
Exactly. So if we take the 9 a.m. low, okay, and then let's say in your example we're bearish, okay, we take the 9 a.m. low, and then now we lock in a Q1 low at the 10 o'clock where we do the sweeper, right? We sweep the 9 a.m. low, then start sucking back to 9 a.m. That's what a potential range one, okay, where we come back to 9. Anything that gives us an if-then statement that gets us back to the RTH open, that 1 minute high-low range, and that gives us that making out with the middle of 9:30, right? That's the range one. So you just want to, if what breaks your model, if what destroys this, and if that's your weak point, backwards plan until you get to the point where you just know where your warning sign is. And so you just said it.
Yeah, but the problem is that in this case, you don't see it coming because you're planning the pullback to the cluster. You know what I mean? So if you get the stop out, you know that it's not working.
Is that the blue box there? I can't see it. It's a little small. Is that 9:30?
Yes, that's 9:30. I have like, this is like 2 minutes time frame, but the cluster, the blue rectangle is like, will be like a 1 minute candle.
The screenshot was Friday, wasn't it?
No, it was long. I think it was long ago. I think.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I completely. I thought that said 10. I thought I seen 10 on your candle.
No, this one will be to take before 10, right? Okay. Will be like to take in the first pullback of the 9 things. Like this one, I will use daily profiler. I will most likely play the false, but if eventually it's a true, I will play the true. So this one, candle signs and daily profiler, will play a big thing in the probability. So I will need to have confluence between those two to play this one. This one, I'm very scared to take this trade because it doesn't happen that often. So
Maybe add 9:45 then. So like where you're doing 9:35 to 10. So what's the prime time that we go true or false? What's the drop off time in the daily program?
9:45.
9:45, and so
yeah, 9:45 till 10:15 or till 10 is the main point. So if the reversal doesn't play out, I have a bigger chance to get.
So if you plot that high and the low at 9:45 of that candle, if let's say we break below 9:30 and then 9:45 is below 9:30, even honestly like today, and then we get below 9:45, you know we're in a continuation state. Until we get back above 9:45, we are accepting below.
Yes,
so
the thing is,
yeah, go ahead.
The thing is that, for example, if I seen the 50 percentile being reached, I wouldn't play it, because there is not so much of edge for me to keep playing the short. Even though if it's like a DBP, most likely gonna keep dropping till the PM session, right? But even though I would like to see like us like in the other two models, I would like to see price not going so deep in the sell side in order to be able to take that pullback. Because if move too much away, might become false or might be already been traded there and doesn't have any. If I have like a 60% chance of getting there again, I will play it, even if it's so true.
Okay. So if it gives, so would you say this just, I mean, it gives you more stress? You said it sound, even just from the sound of the tonality or your voice, you said you get a little bit more stress taking this trade.
Yes, exactly. Because yes, I reach 10 basic points and have a confirmation of that box gonna be respected most likely. But I don't feel so comfortable with this one. Even though it pays very well and even though it's a really nice trade, it's not something that I will be willing to take very often. If I have like a long true and short true, I don't take this trade. Fuck it. I need to have P12 scenarios, daily profile, and have like kind of alignment with that.
Now, what happens if you just don't take this trade? Do you just not take this at all?
So,
you know what I mean? For example, if I see Asia has created like the high of the day and I have like the pricing rejecting P12 mid and going to P12 low.
You legit, so he's legit like doing the firecracker setup. So overnight has to be trending.
Yeah.
Stats have to be below us. It has to support the false. So it's the dream setup for us, right? Like, and yeah, you're right. That doesn't happen every day. And like to take that, like that's just cool that she put a plan around it. But yeah, like that's all it is a firecracker.
You get 2 weeks in a row and then you're smashed for a month, taking this trade and incurring into losses. So I don't know when was it, like I think a month ago or something like that. It was like super easy to take this model, it was working perfectly. But then raise one and
trust us, we know because we've been trading that trade forever, and all this year it's been wet wicked.
Dude, this whole February was wet wick February. Is PTFX here? He loves that name. Oh my Lord, dude. It was like every time, here we go. We're getting a nice retracement.
All right, so we got about 5 more minutes. You've gone over 3. Do you have any big, like, how many more slides you got?
Well, I go fast. This one I will explain another time. It's the penetrator model. This one, I think that,
Go to the next slide. That's a
exactly.
bootcamp special.
This is gonna be my trading rules, trading window, maximum trades per day. If I lose 2, I'm out of the market. Maximum risk will be $1,000. If I enter reversal and if I enter continuation, will be $750 per day.
Okay, so real quick, I want to pick your brain about the queen covering, right?
Yes.
Like, is this the first time in your trading career that you covered the queen and collected that cash flow?
Yeah, man, it's the first time, and actually, I've been loving it. I hate it at the beginning, but I've been loving it because I don't care what happened after that. I just get my slice. I know that this is gonna be almost like a free trade, and it's super, 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 super nice. It's, I would say, my favorite concept so far in the bootcamp.
Yeah, because you can lose and make money too, but it really protects you. And this is the thing that, like Austin and I, we don't care the strategy because we know, like, if the risk is built right, like regardless of what strategy it is, it'll be fine. But like, this is the one concept that allows you to sustain those consecutive loss periods that your strategy goes through, of those max drawdown areas, right? Without breaking your rule set, without going on tilt, right? Like majority of people who don't make it don't know how to handle those losing days. No matter how great the plan is, no matter how great the number is, the moment they get punched in the face, they just start doing dumb stuff, right? So this one, like today, like I covered my queen, right? Because I had to, but it was like, dude, I know this thing's going all the way down there. Why don't you just hang on with all contracts? And it was like, well, one, you'd be setting a bad example because you're not practicing what you preach. But number two, this would be the one day, if I adjust my rules, that one day they would come and smack me in the face. And, that's just how it goes. So make sure that you continue to incorporate those rules every trade, whether your friends are trading differently, whether, the market's trying to convince you, do not breach those rules whatsoever. Because the one time you do it, if you do it one time, you're opening the gateway for changing rules on the flies. And that completely doesn't work, as you know.
And sometimes your friends are wrong and you're right, and sometimes you're right and your friends are wrong.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. And that's the main thing. And also, like, I want to emphasize the workflow that you help me guys to do. Like, meaning that I have like a very strict things that I'm gonna do every day, like wargaming, like journaling, like reviewing my trades, like coming at the weekend to do some backtesting. And
the biggest thing I'll give you as we wrap this up, right? Stay off. The one piece of advice I'll give you, right? Whichever model you choose, do it for a quarter and get it into the compounding zone. One thing I noticed is you pitch multiple models, so you already are at risk of the 14-day risk of ruin, right? So take one model and just learn how to pull money from it for one quarter, right? Because the worst case scenario is this right here. Like, I would say it's more important now than ever to stay off of Twitter and social media. Like, keep your trades between yourself, right? Number two, right, take one of those models and trade it consistently.
So would you suggest that I focus only in one of them instead of like trying to have like two?
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend, especially if you have a new account, right?
Yes.
Just trade it with one model for right now and learn how to be disciplined, right, with one model, and learn how to take one model from proficiency to mastery to compounding phase, right? Just that one model. Just do what you pick, right? And just do it for a quarter and just get really good at being disciplined to it, right? While you're trading that model, right, you can be working on collecting data of one of the other models, right? The biggest thing is like what I do, all right, is every quarter I'm trading whatever has made it through the learn education in the testing phase. But then every quarter I have something going through the testing phase, and every quarter I'm learning something new. Right, the last 3 quarters I've been learning how to code, so like that's all here or there, right? But don't rush to failure. Just because you have all these tools doesn't mean you should use them at the same time.
Yeah, that's the thing. That at the end of the day, I feel like it was too many things at once. I must to just use 2 or 3 and masterize those, and
that's all you need.
Yes, exactly, because it's overwhelming at the beginning, it's like enter the risk profile, daily profile, this, that, and it's you're trying to find like that perfect edge, and there is no perfect edge, there is no perfect setup, that's gonna happen 100% of the time. So that's the main thing.
I'd say there's more power. There's more power in trading one thing and making it through consecutive loss periods than trading multiple things trying to run away from a consecutive loss period. Right? That's by far, for any trader that's new, like, it is your job to put yourself in consecutive loss periods and learn how to master those. Because if you can't beat those, you're never going to make it.
Exactly.
All right, Austin, what do you got?
Dude, I 100% agree. And the only one thing I can tell you, Ricardo, is I feel exactly the position that you're in, because everybody feels that way. You see all this opportunity, you learn all these statistics, and you're like, dude, there's so many moves I can capture. I obsessed over one move. Obsess over one move to get so stupid good at. Like, literally give yourself a quarter of just, can I get cash flow from this one move? And mine was Midnight Open. I traded Midnight Open to just get 12 basis points out of the market. And then one of the biggest weaknesses, because I was so consistent and obsessed over that move, I would find the weaknesses of it, not the strengths, because I can flip a coin and win a trade, but I can also win a trade. And then because I can't take a loss, right, lose the entire account. So what is those weaknesses? The weakness was a trending DWP DMP away from 9:30 or from midnight open. And then what is the major live price component that tells us we're not getting to midnight open? 9:30, right? So you see how I trade with 9:30? I trade midnight open retracements if we're accepting and above, right? That look at the trade we were doing today, right? We both were targeting that midnight open, or the other way. And if it's the other way, what's that other statistical reason for me targeting XYZ? So for you, you have a lot of great moves. Like I love each and every one of them are kind of pretty unique to you. Like, yeah, like the 9:30 is a move a lot of us trade, but you kind of even pitched it pretty uniquely. But go even deeper on just ask yourself, which of these moves can, if I had to tailor my entire life around it, which ones would be the easiest to do? And then just choose that one just for a quarter. Give yourself a quarter of just grace to where, you know, I want this move to be what, like if I could build a brand around it, this would be Ricardo trading concepts.
Yes, the main thing is that I like to trade. I like to trade if it's possible every day. You know, I need to find so I was trying to find out, okay, if this doesn't happen, I'll go to that. If this doesn't happen, I'll go to that one, you know. But maybe it's the wrong approach, you know. Maybe I should focus in one, masterize that, and then break my head with more models and more things.
It's so personal to you too. Like what's overwhelming to me may be freaking stupid simple to you, and vice versa, right? Like we all have our different tolerances of pain, and so that's where it really is, and that's where you're like at right now. It's like, how much pain can I take? And if you're starting to get really in that upper threshold, just pull it back, right? Just be like, okay, well, if 5 moves are making me feel crazy, what about 3? Does 3 make me feel more in that Zen mode, or am I still feeling? Do that for 2 to 3 weeks. Is 3 moves feeling like crazy? Go down to 1.
Listen, I'm telling you, like, because you're trading for a living and you're moving, right? Like, you ain't got time or the energy. You will think that you have the emotional intelligence to come out here and sling 5 different moves, but like, if you haven't learned it yet, these markets like to take you when you are the most confident and throw you in a consecutive loss period. So like right now, your job is just to pull cash flow out of the markets because you are trading for a living, not working, but trading for a living, and you are moving your family. So whichever one you're the most confident in, that should be your main priority and the only thing you trade for the next quarter.
Protect the fucking queen.
Yep.
Always protect the queen.
Always. Anyway, good work, man.
Lovely. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, especially Mick, for all the encouragement, for being there when I most need it. I appreciate, guys. All the community is amazing, and if
just
you
remember,
join the bootcamp, just join now.
there's no plan B for you, man. This is your plan B, right? So don't jump the gun. You got the rest of your life to figure out how to trade multi moves, right? But I'm telling you, it's not worth doing it in these little prop accounts, right? 1 move, pull cash flow, go to the next tree and chop it down, right? That's it.
All right.
Dude, and we got to capture this live, Ricardo. We're going to come back to this recording like 2 years down the road, and we're going to do like a follow-up interview. All right?
You're gonna have a beer.
We're gonna do it in person. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys came here live, if you're from the Pack Bootcamp or you just came here for the first time, hope you guys got value from today's stream. This was a pretty cool segment on PackTV we did today with the first ever live briefing here from Mr. Ricardo himself. So without further ado, stay grinding your goals. Ricardo, take us out. What do we say?
Don't let anybody tell you